lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na mabultukan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot.
Uy, grabe!
Saving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
Maligayang araw, CROSSFIRE Philippines. It's time for more action dito lamang yan sa CFS Summer Masters 2026. At kami ang inyong makakasama sa panel desk. I'm your host, bipolar, together with Salvatore on the desk. And Salvatore is gonna be one hell of a day. We have 6 teams with 3 matches na pwede natin panoorin ngayong araw.
And definitely, Rosea in action and as well as Virtus.pro, no? So, it's going to be a really intense day number 10 considering, pre, na napapalipit na ka tayo sa ating D-Day, which is going to be week number 4, and a week before heading into playoffs. No? So, we have a total of 3 matches na I do think will definitely set the tone para magkaroon na nga ng magandang picture itong playoff bracket ka natin. And hopefully, teams that are in the games right now will be having one heck of a performance kasi yun yung ini-expect natin sa kanila. No? Habang tumatagal ang mga linggo, mas nag-a-amp up ang kanilang mga performances.
Yeah, absolutely. No, kahapon nga napag-usapan natin na parang ito na yung time na basically even for the next week na parang this is gonna be the full form coming from these teams. But let's look at the recap muna sa ating recent matches yesterday. Let's look at it right now. But Salvatore, ano nga ba yung pwede natin makita dito? Ano nga ba yung naalala mo with Execration and Acceptance Cup?
Pure madness, no, pre? Grabe, dumidikit nga talaga acceptance, but the end game was definitely Execration's favor and their stability and as well as their consistency. Makikita mo talaga na acceptance wanted to make a comeback dito nga sa Ankara, forcing that overtime. Pero not gonna lie, pre, parang nakulangan lang talaga sila sa gasolina mula doon sa ace ni Dre na parang kulang-kulang pa siguro ang kanilang biyahe doon. But inside of port, it was definitely the Pacific duo of Justin and MVA. Na parang nagpasiklab nga sila with some amazing mid-rounds and the good hold, no, para mapigilan ng hyper-aggression ng acceptance. It kind of feels like na iniisip ng acceptance na there's going to be proper timing, good enough para mawalan ng position ang Execration. But with the experience, nagawa nga nila nga palampasin yung port na yun with a 10-6. At dito naman tayo sa loob ng Ankara with multiple plays ni Heck and as well as the Silent was not good enough, even going as far as Dre's shining with a 25 bomb. Pero man, all of that na walang bisa because Fall X just completely activated in the best time possible in that second half and overtime. And in the end, Acceptance made a run, but Execration won the race. Execration climbing up the ranks.
Yeah, at the very end pa, no, overtime pa yung inabot natin dito sa Ankara kung saan execution, domination, and lahat-lahat na ang nangyari dito for these two teams. But right now, let's look at our second recap kung saan nakikita natin ang mga stat line ng ating second teams kahapon or second matchup kahapon. It's STS and CBF.
Yeah, this was way behind the Swiss performance ng CBF and this is clearly an improvement para talaga sa dating ng Stallions in their form of becoming one of the representatives sa EWC. No? Grabe, man, the performance na pinakita sa atin ni Kanoy as well as ni Revenge. Revenge slowly climbing up itong KD leaderboards nga natin, showcasing na hindi na nga talaga inflated ang kanyang numero dito pagdating talaga sa KD. No? Revenge was making the mid-round so effective para sa side ng Team Stallions when they were on the BL of Ankara. At dito naman sa depensa nga nila, Revenge might not be on the pick side of the role, pero min, pag talagang kailangan yung depensahan yung site, he is always there, no? Going as far as finishing the play with a 1v2 clutch for Team Stallions. No? Multiple retakes, multiple post plants, lahat yun kinamandahan talaga ni KLB and Revenge. And as we head into Eagle Eye, no, a map that is basically designed para sa laruan ng CBF and Team Stallions because this is one of their pocket picks. Pero parang nawala ata sa bulsa ng CBF tong mapa na to. Ang dami nga nilang nabitawang rounds, amazing post plants once again from Loy as well as JJ, who was eventually the MVP of the series. No? So huge mentioning dito kay JJ, no? Because he was able to maintain his form para hindi natin maramdaman ang sniping prowess ni Woos at yung presensya ni Yaba in the mid-round.
Yun ang big shoutouts din dito kay Woos pati kay Yaba because they really just played, to their form para lang makalaban ditong STS, pero na-dismantle sila dun last time, Salvi. It was STS in their best performance yet. But right now, let's look at the last matchup of the day kung saan ginulat ng Virtus.pro ang Attras.
Kitang-kita mo nga naman talaga in living color. Napanood mo nga to live as Virtus.pro with a complete dismantling of the hearts and as well as the minds of Attras Esports. Hope para man lang makapag-playoffs nga sila, marking their third loss kung di ako nagkakamali. But Attras as a team look pretty nice nung nagsisimula pa lang tayo sa Ankara. Pero syempre, ang maalala talaga natin kung paano tinapos talaga ng Virtus.pro to KSA and Elvin was having the time of their lives, just picking every single part of Attras na parang ganun lang kadali. And take a look at Yobib and Cetra, man. Those two players talaga, hyper consistent. And they just cannot stop killing everyone sa loob nga ng Attras. Despite CRG and RTA's efficiency, parang the duel pa rin kasi is, if K is not able to get those picks intact, talagang hindi makokolekta ng Attras yung round. And those rounds na parang namumuno talaga si Cetra on the sniping prowess, it's always a guaranteed W for Virtus.pro. J-Kim, man, he was able to deliver some fiery shots dito sa loob nga ng Eagle Eye, but at the end of the day, it kind of looks like a 5v1 Masakit man sabihin, but JK was all over the map getting some plays para sa Attras. But at the end of the day, highlight reel machine talaga si Cetra sa dalawang sets natin.
Yeah, Cetra was insane, Salvatore. Nakita naman natin yon, lahat na pwede natin sana sabihin if pwede lang. Pero let's look at our next segment here, as hindi ko narinig masyado because nabulunan ako dun ng konti. We will be looking at our highlight reels kung ano nga ba nangyari. Let's look at the top 5 pagdating dito sa kahapong schedule.
And it's going to be really, really exciting for our top 5 plays, considering pre na napakadaming plays na pwede nating ituro, pero finilter out lang natin siya into 5, which is going to be very, very much exciting, To start things off, ito nga pala ang malupit na 4K ni CBN to hold off Hotel on his own from second mid all the way to Hotel. Nadepensahan nga to ni CBN. First 2 kills landed by CBN and they wanted to make this very aggressive entry. Pero napakatagal lang talaga nung follow-up nung kakampi dito ni Heck, and then CBN secures the round for execution.
It was pretty insane. Nakita na nga natin si CBN dito move from hotel, check on B, and just dominate the scene kung saan hindi siya mapitas-pitas dito. The shots were hitting at that time wala kay CBN, and just look at that. Despite na diba, sabay nang nag-pick dito almost yung players natin on the other side, it was CBN still on top of these players. Wow, grabe man. Tapos after neto, it was just a cleanup with a 4K pa to end off etong Ankara map for execration. Pero yun na nga, that's our top 5. Pero marami pa tayong kailangang pag-usapan dito because we do have a top 4. And of course, si Cetra yan. Pag-usapan natin dito si Cetra.
Yeah, this is going to be a Cetra classic, sa loob nga ng Ankara with the 2v1 with 30 seconds left remaining, He's taking his precious time. Akala niya dito kakagat si Kay doon sa peak na yon, but Cetra knows na malakas ang post plant dito ng Attras and they want to play within the numbers, Take a look at this now, Polar. One motion only. Clear ni Cetra yung metal, crouch peak, and then gets K. Ngayon, si RTA magpaparamdam pabalik ng top A. Pababa pa lang si Cetra mula sa cat A, and then spots him down, wall bangs it, gets the cold kill, and then secures the 1v2 finishing maneuver para makuha ng Virtus.pro ang Ankara, men. What a play from Cetra.
And what a way to end it, for this entire map. Isipin mo yun. Ni-require dito si Cetra not just this kind of clash, pero yung prior rounds paano na to do it one more time. Pero parang may UAV si Cetra dito, parang may alam siya na di natin alam, and he just dismantled and just basically owned itong Attras sa labanan nila with this kind of ridiculous shot. I feel like kahit di pa tumama dun ng todong-todo sa ulo dun ng last na kalaban niya, it was still insane kasi natapos niya naman yung 2v1 clutch na yun. And now, let's look at the top 3, It's Kano with a 4K clutch.
Men, Kano, hindi ka na talaga nawawalan ng spotlight dito pagdating sa ating top 5 plays. Kano, palabas nga ng Arco, sees an opening dito kay Aldrin, gets one, pero hindi pa nagtatapos doon ng play. Here comes the entry over to LA, spots down another one dito lang sa may bunker, pero syempre Kano with the USP na malamakro ang galawan, needs to get 2 more, Pero yun, mauhanap niya dito yung C4, but is there any time? Yes, definitely. Considering na 2 seconds dito ang allowance sa pagtanim ng C4, medyo dikit nga naman talaga. Akalain mo nga nga naman makakapagtanim pa si Kano, forcing the 1v2 post plant. And Kano under the pressure, syempre tatagal nga siya dito, no? All in one motion once again. Spots down sa LA dito si Tetsu, and even palabas pa lang ng smoke, gets another headshot. Kano, the way he separates the fight and how he's calm sa mga gantong klaseng sitwasyon is just ungodly para kay Kano.
I mean, the structure pa lang ni Kano, no? He knows these kinds of things. And yun na nga, na-witness namin to ni Ramon kahapon na akala namin there was no time. Pero saktong-sakto na parang 0.8, 0.5 na lang natitira dun sa ating clock timer. He got the bomb plant pa, and just the way he moves, just the way he navigates the scene dito sa Eagle Eye, alam mong he realizes that he owns it kahit na he's nasa parang deadly situation na siya kasi still, even though it's a 4K clutch, man, this was a 2v1 fight kung saan ipit sana dito si Kano. And yes, medyo delayed lang dito yung push ni Woos or yung sniper natin on the other side, pero man, parang iba. Just look at this. This transition mula sa LA, realizes na wala ng tao doon, goes towards sa ilalim ng buong site natin on A and uses everything to his full advantage. Man, he catches them off guard and he catches them in full control. Ngayon, Salvatore, andito na tayo. Malapit na tayo mabot sa top 1 and top 2. Pero simulan natin yan dito where the IGL controlled all the scenes and took the matters into his own hands.
KLR with an amazing hold of the post plant doon. Nahuli nga dito si Elvin, forcing the 1v4 doon sa may bato natin, and KLR with an amazing pick para maset ang 1v3 natin. And this is the funniest part sa loob ng post plant nga na to. It's definitely a highlight for KLR, pero walang dumedepensa kay J-Kim. Press CRG was in the behind no? Nasa likod nga siya ni J-Kim, and then KLR played the time perfectly. Kahit papitas nga siya dito, wala namang oras dito si CRG for the defuse. That was a 1v4. Pre, gusto nga nilang i-rush no? It was 2v2. Sana dalawa na lang pinadala nila dito sa tower para mag-guarantee yung trade. But man, KLR played that power position perfectly sa tower.
Yeah, ang ganda ng strat line dito ng buong Virtus.pro kasi I believe nung napinood natin to, they took the entire 1 minute and 30 seconds, pinaabot nilang last 20 seconds bago magplanta ng bomba just to secure na okay, pwede tayo magplanta, we have time to think of a plan. At ito yun, KLR using the timer, using that higher position, using that power position nga na sinasabi mo to create this kind of masterpiece mula sa ating IGL, one of the top fragging IGLs as well. No? So KLR, amazingness dito sa ating top 2. But that's it for our second top highlight of yesterday's matchup. Pero ngayon, ito na. Despite them not really having a lot of prowess or not really getting out with a W, kailangan natin dito i-acknowledge ang lakas ni Dre because he got an ace dito sa isa nating mapa.
I was convinced no, na yung gagawin dito ni Dre was a good enough boost of morale para ka sa acceptance. No? And take a look at this 4-man entry, paangat na ang P-slope. And Dre, calm and composed as he is. Grabe nga naman talaga ang batang Ubek Maniac. No? And the play that really cemented acceptance is worthiness. Pagpasok nga naman talaga ng playoffs is this very example. No? Papasok na nga si Yote pang galing nga ng market, and then Dre, crosshair train, 11 HP. Napisuan pa dito. Technically si Dre may oras pa makapag-USP si Yotib. And then nonetheless no, Dre completely circling it around para nga sa acceptance. Pero man, sayang talaga, they did not get etong angkaran natin to force set number 3. But then, well played para dito kay Dre.
Yeah, he deserves an applause no, despite them not really getting those W's. Pero man, Dre, I'm telling you, Dre might be one of the next things to look at or next players to look at after the next couple terms natin. Pero dito pa lang sa group stage, pinapakita niya na that he is gonna be unstoppable and that he is headshot machine. Yun na nga, top 5 highlights natin, no? Kung papipiliin kayo, comment down below kung sino nga ba ang para sa inyo yung top 5 or top 1 dun sa ating top 5. But right now, I feel like we can look at a schedule sa ating pwedeng makita dito. Actually, no. We have pick of the play nga pala. Here's Salvatore. Break it down for us.
Alright, dito muna tayo sa ating first play of today, which I believe is Execration versus Acceptance, no? Kasi napakalupit nga naman nito. Kasi this is like one of the few plays na parang ang lalim na ng kinuwang space ni Ajax and Niting, but Execration had other businesses, no? Dalin nga tayo sa port sa loob ng Execration and Acceptance with a lot of time actually, no? Maraming oras ang meron dito, no? MVA holding down door mid, pero ang hindi nila alam, Ting and Ajax already garnering enough space, no? Like, mahuhuli si Ajax dito, but Silent will be the one na mapipisuhan. Ting is already dito lang sa may basura, and they force this 4v2. Very impossible. Piso si Justin. But look at the anchoring, no? Alam niya may mga manggagaling ng curve, and Folex hits the nastiest 180 dito, no? As we wait for it, there goes the read. Mawawala si Dre, and they make it a 2v2. Hindi pa tanim yung bomba dito. Ting is still finding for that one pick para maikutan niya si Justin, and heck, misses a crucial shot at masusuguran siya dito ni Folex knowing na pwede nga siyang ma-EBR dito, pero men, ginawa niyang HK yung EBR, gets the headshot, and now Ting gets spotted papunta nga ng court, and they convert the 2v4. Execration with the mind games and the reading of the movement. Kahit napakapal ng smoke dito lang sa may door mid, Execration got the round.
Yun na nga, parang I believe din, Salvatore, ito yung naging breaking point para sa Execration to actually control the entirety of port dito sa ating second half. Pero kasi kung isipin mo, ito yung kakalabasan or the result when you have map awareness and as well as talent players mula dito sa Execration. They just literally held up in a 4v2 situation and wala tayong magawa. Acceptance really did play up against two heavy fraggers, two aimers sa buong Masters natin, Folex at as well itong si si Justin. So parang kung iisipin mo, what more can you do? At nung nakita natin yung 4v2 na yun, parang, oh no, this is still possible for Execration, at parang nakita nga natin na mangyari yun para dito sa Acceptance.
Kinda sad, no? Na yun yung nangyari dito sa Acceptance. It could have been a 2-round game na lang.
Yeah.
But you know, Execration had other businesses. Gusto nga talaga nila na madomina itong port nga na to, no? And I'm very much excited para sa ating pangalawang play na, if I'm not mistaken, is pinili ni Sneaky or either ni Ramon, no? But let's now take a look at CBF and STS. Look at this post plan, pre, no? Nakatanim ang bomba sa B-site. But take a look kung nasaan ang pwesto ng Team Stallions. Yeah. Hawak nila ang RS, pati ang lane. They're not even playing inside of the site. Sinandwich nila si Yaba dito lang sa may lane, and they trap Tetsu na gusto niya sanang pumasok, pero kailangan niyang tumingin ng RS dito na iniispatan nga ni JJ. Loy gets the pick, and then walang magawa si Tetsu because there's 3 Stallions jerseys na nag-aabang paangat nga ng angatan dito, no? So Team Stallions, what a trap sa sariling base ng CBF. That is an insane movement around the map.
Grabe, no? Yung, kung isipin mo yun, parang they were just really on top ng players natin dito for CBF. Kahit anong gawin dito ni Tetsu, kahit anong gawin dito ng buong CBF, everyone was so forward na bago ka makapasok sa site, bago mo makita na nakaplanta dito yung C4, it was close to us already. Mula dito kay Loy, this was insane to watch, man. Insane to cast kasi parang at this point in time, naramdaman na natin parang walang pag-asa ang CBF sa buong Eagle Eye. But we do have one more here coming in. I feel like this is coming in for Ramon now after dito sa ating highlight na ito. Ito yun, Attras and as well as ating Virtus.pro.
Eto pre, this is going to be one of the plays na talagang nawala yung pulso natin dito kasi kung gaano nga ba kabaliw. Cetra from tower, nakita yung binteng piso dito ni CRG, and Elvin gets the clear sa over-aggressive na kid. Ngayon pre, K needs to get a position in. Sobrang confident pumik ni Elvin, naka-pre-aim na kagad si Cetra dito kay K, and wala nang ginawa si Elvin pre, nakatulog siya na mahimbing knowing na he was able to clear itong room A. Kung walang aangat doon, for sure aangat ng cut A dito si K. And what a 2v3 conversion for Virtus.pro. And after that, alam na natin kung anong nangyari para sa side ng Virtus.pro. No? It was enough gas para makuha nila yung buong Ankara. And for just the presence of mind ni Cetra, no, na i-challenge yun sa tower instead of picking sa exit, going for the crouch pick, samahan si Elvin and trusting Elvin na makukuha niya yung pick niya for his own is just insane calling para sa Virtus.pro Polar.
Yeah, I mean, mind you, there was like 20 seconds left para dito gawin ni Cetra yung ganung kind of play para mapasok sila just right on time, no? So, just the knowledge of Cetra to do these kinds of impossible things, kakaiba yun. It's so commendable, insane, diabolical nga, no? But right now, let's look at the standings natin para makita natin kung ano nga ba ang sitwasyon ng ating mga 10 teams dito sa buong standings, no? We have Team Stallions and Virtus.pro and Execration. Umaangat na, Salvatore. Parang nararamdaman na natin na it's all falling into place.
Yeah, definitely. Ito naman yung ine-expect natin, no, of Team Stallions and Virtus.pro. Akalain mo nga naman their one loss is credited dito sa Execration, who I believe can still be the #1 team considering na tapos na, no? Tapos na yung kontrata nga nila with Team Stallions and Virtus.pro. All they await is a match between TARINGBABI and as well as FERVID, kung di ako nagkakamali. But nonetheless, no, Virtus.pro is sitting right there in a spot na pwede pa silang pumasok ng quarterfinals kasi nung nakaraan, nung spring bye na kaagad sila ni Team Stallions and as well as Virtus.pro. Pero kung hindi talaga mangyayari, parang ang nagpinaglalaban na nga ngayon ng Team Stallions and Virtus.pro is the #2 spot, kung sino makakuha ng instantaneous semifinal spot na yun. And what I'm seeing right now is the, regression talaga ng comeback friends and acceptance. Habang tumatagal yung weeks, mas tumataas yung competition nga din nila, no? And yung pit fight ng Fervid and Matches for that last final spot, no? Doon sa #6 sa playoffs, man. Nakakatakot nga talaga ang ating playoff picture ngayon.
Yun ang parang kada #1, #2, kada 2 teams natin, meron tayong pwedeng gawing kwento para sa ating mga standings, no? But right now, again, kung gusto niyo rin naman makatulong dito sa ating community and to show the mga spot list na gusto niyo or at least the play of the week, we also have a giveaway para naman sulit na sulit yung pag-engage sa amin dito. You can win 100 e-coins. Just do the steps right here, pati na sa ating post on the Facebook page. Scan nyo na lang yung QR code dun sa pinakadulo. Just easy lang, no, para matulungan din kami kung ano nga ba talaga yung play of the week na gusto nyo. Plus, you can win, no, parang kung isipin mo, Salvi, hindi lang naman ito yung giveaway na pwedeng mapanalunan ng ating mga viewers. Meron din tayo mga cash giveaways wherein palaging Wednesday, makukuha nila yung mga premyo na sobrang solid.
Anli ang e-coin namin para nga sa inyo guys, sa mga sumusuporta dyan. Kaya huwag ka nang manghinayang, huwag ka nang magdoble isip dyan. Gawin mo na nga lang itong mga directions ka natin. You will be credited 100 e-coin pag ikaw nga ang pinili. At pag ikaw ang may magandang explanation kung bakit nga ba ang top play mo para sa'yo. No? Lalo't lalo na maraming lotong lumalabas. May mga palabas na VIP na rin. For sure, kailangan mo na nga mag-ipoy ng e-coin na yan.
Tayo nga, nagro-roll na rin tayo. Tapos siniswerte tayo. Why not? Kayo din, no? With that 100 e-coin, why not? Pero ngayon, may kita natin ang today's schedule kung ano nga ba ang anim na teams na maglalaro ngayon. And guess what? It's a Saturday, so we'll be seeing the Rosea teams again. It's TARINGBABI versus Matches on the first match. It's Veteran versus Attras. And eto na, highlight na naman! Salvatore, parang sulit na sulit ang mga weekends natin because VP and FERVID are gonna be fighting for the third match.
Sulit na sulit talaga ang mata ng mga taong manonood ng oras nga na yan. No? Siyempre, FERVID, may papatunayan nga sila na pwede pa rin sila makapag-Paris or pwede pa rin sila makapag-playoffs. And whereas Virtus.pro, fresh off a win against Attras, siyempre marami silang pagkukuhanan ng lakas dito, no, for that specific series, man. Pero eto, MJ and Attras can steadily improve to the standings pag naipanalo nga nila yung mga matches nila up against Rosea. Or, as we've heard, no, from a little bit of insider mula dito kay Ramon, I've heard TARINGBABI and as well as Veteran are doing practices behind the scenes para makatapat at maka-level na nga sila dito sa ating mga Filipino teams. Kaya well played dito and a good call here for TARINGBABI and Veteran to lock in middle of the season for them to elevate their performances and eventually come over the top up against the Filipino teams.
Ayun na nga, I feel like we also have to mention na these teams right now coming from Rosea, itong TARINGBABI and as well as Veteran, they're not just here to compete. They're not just here for the prizes, no, but they're here to actually qualify for EWC. Think about that, Salvatore. They're here to dominate and at least try to get at one of these spots going into EWC. But of course, let's introduce to you our first team of the first match of the day. We have TARINGBABI, and these teams right now, first time that we'll see on the master stage, but they've been powerful nonetheless. You have Macray, El Compe, Jangar, ㍍Match, and as well as Protons, which I would like to say is one of these highlight players that we should look out for.
Yeah, definitely. Macray has been low-key been cementing himself as a player that we should look out for TARINGBABI because of his presence in the mid-round, and as well as for someone like ㍍Match to be subbed out. This is one of the surprises for today, as ㍍Match, he's an IGL. He has that one kind of a presence that someone like ㍍Match needs in order for him to have this adjustment into the games. But Macray will be stepping in, I believe, as a backup / IGL. I don't know who will be taking the ranks of the in-game leader right now, but TARINGBABI will be missing a particular spot or at least a particular piece that could have elevated TARINGBABI's performance today up against Matches. But TARINGBABI, we are welcome for a conversation that begets a an upset up against one of the top teams here in CFS C, which is going to be MATTJESS. But TARINGBABI, they do have the form, they do have the meta guns, and they're like one of the few Rosea teams that utilizes both HK and EBRs compared to the ones that uses the Scarlights and the AK-47s. But TARINGBABI just needs a bit of firepower in order for them to mesh well into the tournament.
Yeah, they need a little bit more, but I would like to say, again, this substitution will be affecting TARINGBABI because right now, one of the top leading fraggers coming in for TARINGBABI alone is going to be ㍍MaTTJESS, and he has played most of these rounds, right? McCry only played 51 rounds entirely for these like 4 matches that they've encountered with it. Attras, FERVID, CBF, and as well as VP. Now, they'll be playing up against MATTJESS. That is one fiery team that is looking for domination now for the next coming of games because they need to qualify. They want to qualify, and this might just be a stab in the heart for TARINGBABI because if they're not prepared, if McCry cannot step up just like ㍍MaTTJESS does, well, TARINGBABI will be having another loss. But we're all hopes for here for Rosea teams, especially for TARINGBABI. We do have some questions and answers coming from Compe. We did ask him, closing the first half of the season, what is the biggest change that you experienced so far? He did say, I'd say that by the second week of the tournament, we started navigating the maps better and executing specific plans. Previously, we relied purely on individual aim. Hopefully, by then, we can outsmart our upcoming opponents. What do you think about this from these words coming in from El Compe, Salvatore?
He's not wrong, Bipolar. With that series against Virtus.pro, it kind of felt like they were having a very good execute from the Ankara map because they were able to garner space and not entry just as a team that wants to entry. They really wanted to take space because they knew they wanted information, and El Compe was hitting the right direction when it comes to making that quote. It was no longer individual aim from players like Penjahat and Protons. It was good mid-round calling, but because of that overlooking of the element, they missed out on aim as well, which is one of the vital parts of playing CROSSFIRE 5v5. So yeah, TARINGBABI was hitting the right targets when it comes to map control, but they have to steadily improve on the aiming department in order for them to level up against these teams like MATTJESS.
I mean, talking about steady, Salvatore, it looks like it's a steady win right now, or a steady pace for the next team that they'll be playing up against. It's going to be MATTJESS, where in MATTJESS, again, the story continues. The wall coming in for the playoffs and the hopefuls as well. We have Ninkyu, Jason, Vincent, and Zach, and ㅍMatch. I love, though, that ㅍMatch and as well as here coming in from Zach and even Vincent has stepped up on what they're capable of, because in the first couple of weeks, we saw ㅍMatch not really having that kind of great performance, but right now he's almost there in contention with how Jason attacks as one of these fraggers in the mix of MATTJESS.
I definitely agree. So ㅍMatch is definitely a volatile player who's very prone to dying, but I feel like he's just fulfilling the role of someone who attacks aggressively. And they wanted a space. Of course, ㅍMatch is going to do that for his team. So he's very commendable on that one. Yes, you should not look at the KD of ㅍMatch. He might get picked off, but it's added information for MATTJESS, and that's where Ninkyu comes to the fray. He's able to shine for that guaranteed trade, and I feel like the gameplay of MATTJESS centers around what information ㅍMatch gains for the team and how much space can Vincent and Jason provide so that Ninkyu can do the fragging. And huge performance upside here for Zach. He's having one heck of a 3-week stretch from that slow start on week number 1, is now presenting himself as one of the huge threats from this match alone. So MATTJESS' improvement from going as far as losing 4 straight to now a possible playoff appearance is MATTJESS' storyline being relived right now in Master Summer.
Oh, let's see, right? This is their second to the last matchup. Basically warm up coming from matches before they head on to the final boss, we call Stallions. But Zach now currently has 199 kills. Once he hits that very first kill in this matchup, we'll be congratulating him as well. But yeah, MATTJESS in top form since the very first week, and I'd love to see them qualify once again because the MATTJESS dreams are still in contention, Salvatore. But if TARINGBABI did prepare, if TARINGBABI did improve, they might just be the stopping there. But let's look at the head-to-head right now on who will be watching out in this kind of matchup. It's gonna be McCry and as well as Ninkyu.
Well, this is a day and night difference here from Ninkyu and as well as McCry from an attacker and a backup perspective. And that KD says a lot on what impact Ninkyu brings to matches and how McCry provides space but not on the kill department here for TARINGBABI. So I feel like it will really depend on how much McCry will be able to provide support for his team and how will Ninkyu provide his individual play to be effective for MATTJESS. He said it himself, Bipolar, that Ninkyu does what he does, what he thinks is the best for the team. And I feel like that's too much ego for just one player, but it's Ninkyu we're talking about here. It's Ninkyu who is very much reliable on the surface of trying to be as dominant inside of the map. So huge props to Ninkyu for having that ego, but he can definitely back up for it because of his performance. But here on McCry, he needs the whole team behind him because he's also an info gatherer and as well as a prominent killer inside of the Rosea qualifiers. So hopefully McCry will be able to recover from that slump of a performance from week 1 to week 2 and then be able to garner a lot of strength from this matchup against MATTJESS.
Absolutely, Salvatore. You know what? Let's start off these fights now with our map veto for these two teams. We have 3 maps for you with as well as the bans. They did ban up, of course, New Compound and Eagle Eye will be going to port in the first map. We'll be seeing Black Widow for MATTJESS. That's gonna be insane.
Right.
And we'll have Ankara for our decider. Any thoughts about this map veto, Salvatore?
Well, finally, we're seeing a new era of map vetoes here on week number 3 because TARINGBABI will be getting their map pick, but MATTJESS has been adding Black Widow to their season, and this is not the first time that we saw Black Widow. This is also the map that they picked up against Attras Esports. So MATTJESS is ushering in a new era of trying to be one of the teams that are unique in terms of their map picks. Probably they're preparing for the playoffs because it's going to be best of 5, so there's going to be a lot of maps played, and they want as much as action inside of Black Widow, so it's definitely right here for MATTJESS. But here on TARINGBABI's side, they banned out the wrong maps. I'm so sad here for TARINGBABI because they opened up Black Widow. They could have banned this out, played New Compound because those are one of the maps as well that has a Rosea presence to it. But you know, TARINGBABI wants that port so bad. They want to be the experts of it up against Veteran, who also loves port. But man, MATTJESS starting on BL, they love that. We love that confidence from MATTJESS. Despite, you know, starting from the weak side, I still think MATTJESS will be having a strong start on our set number 1.
Yeah, you know what? Despite this being the so-called weak side, I feel like MATTJESS doesn't even care. They have strong sides everywhere here coming in for Port and as well as Black Widow, because last time that we did see at least the prominence of Black Widow for MATTJESS or entirely for Vincent and as well as Kerdas, this is one of their map picks that they really did play well. So I feel like MATTJESS will be having fun here, but you have a little bit of information again coming from Ramon. Big shout outs to him that TARINGBABI and as well as you know, the multiple players coming in for that team has been playing or screaming up against Filipino teams. So they might just be ready for this kind of matchup up against one of the most dominating teams here in Masters. Now, let's look at the prediction on who did we have a little bit of voting. We do have a full sweep up coming in for MATTJESS, and I feel like it's been a recurrent effect, but what do you think about this stuff?
Yeah, it's not going to be anything new here for our predictions as talents here because TARINGBABI, despite them being given the chair of improvement here, they're not really sitting pretty well on in terms of upside of performance. Yes, we're seeing some daylight, but it's just good enough for them to, you know, be heated upon, but not really much to have this whole lasting effect to the tournament itself. So yeah, MATTJESS is still a team that is very strong despite them not being reflective of their standing right now. But this is MATTJESS we're talking about, man. And this is one of the few matches that Rosea needs to prove that they belong into the tournament, and TARINGBABI is ready for that upset.
This is MATTJESS, and that's why we have a whopping 82% in favor for MATTJESS. But I do always love we have some hopefuls here, especially for TARINGBABI. But TARINGBABI, again, you're in a very dire straits. You are in a possibility of an upset, but we do want to see something out of the blue coming in for your side. So let's see if TARINGBABI can really upset MATTJESS despite us having 2-0s here all across the board in the panel and as well as the casters deck. But it looks like we are ready for more here in the panel. Let's invite our casters for our first matchup. It's Sneaky and as well as Ed. Hey. Sneaky and Ed, it's been a while since we saw this duo action. You know, it was yesterday only. But what do you think about this? This is the first matchup of the day. We have a Rosea team. Is it gonna be a party? Is it gonna be like a music festival for these kind of teams? Because it might just be a mosh pit of kind of fights here in these two maps.
Yeah, it's definitely not gonna be like Friday night, that's for sure.
Yeah,
no one's
that's
gonna be
true.
elbowing you in the back while you're in the mosh pit, right? But yeah, I feel like this is gonna be, you know, one of those games, unfortunately, that TARINGBABI just has to go for, right? I feel like if it is any team to go up against, if you're on Rosea, MATTJESS is probably one of the, you know, worst matchups that you can ask for, because I feel like MATTJESS, they don't really fully rely on their defaults when they do win when it comes to these games. At most, it is individual plays, right? You are going to see something here from Ninkyu. You are going to see something here from Zach, potentially, right? And I feel like if you kind of just give them free reign in the map, they're just going to start running at you, especially in the map of Port. And judging from the pick of sides, honestly, you know, TARINGBABI, maybe they can get a few cheeky rounds here on the GR side, but I feel like MATTJESS, with their experience on the map of Port, I feel like they know how to operate on this BL side, especially with recent revelations from other teams here.
Yeah, that's true. You know what, El? I do have a little bit of questions for you here before we start off on getting into the game. Do you think that TARINGBABI can also replicate what the other Rosea team veteran has been doing, like closing out, or at least having a close kind of matchup in terms of these matches, especially it's MATTJESS. They're in a almost kind of, you know, greedy form right now.
I feel like it's a 50-50 type of scenario, bipolar. Yes, they can, because from their interview question, right, they said that, yeah, we know that we have the aim, kind of, but we're lacking the mechanics and the strategy. Now, let's see the strategy be brought up into play here against MATTJESS. But then again, just like Sneaky said, this is one of the worst matchups for the side of TARINGBABI and Rosea as a whole, because, of course, if you're talking about music, well, let's just put it this way. The Cebuano team of MATTJESS will dance all night long to the sounds of budots. And you know budots, pare, they don't stop. No one stops. Everyone will be just going all around the map, dancing all along. And I feel like TARINGBABI, if you want to dance, well, MATTJESS is inviting you.
Well, it's going to be one hell of a fight here. It's going to be a party for these two teams in Port, and as well as the last two maps, if we even go towards the decider. But we do have something to look out for here. We do have something to point out here for our first match of the day. We do have TARINGBABI's IGLL Compe needing to frag as well. What do you think about this, Salvador?
Yeah, it's kind of true here, bipolar, because we have an error right now being ushered in by the likes of KLB and Tetsu, who, if you are an IGL, you should definitely frag as well for the team. So El Compe needs to share that table as well in order for him to, you know, to be one of the best. And to start things off, to have this like micromanagement of them having good map control, it also should start from the IGL, who's also able to frag. It's not just you being able to call the shots, it's also you being provided with the role that you can also shoot like an attacker, like someone like Macry or even like Proton. So yeah, El Compe has a huge responsibility being bestowed to him as the captain and as well as the IGL that should also shoot back to his enemies, because we do not accept anyone here who's also clinging back to his performance just because his role says so. So yeah, hopefully El Compe is now ready for some action here up against MATTJESS, because he's against Vincent, who is one of the best IGLs already in this tournament.
I mean, if you think about it, right, teams are improving, and we would like to see some role accomplishments here as well coming for the Rosea teams, because right now IGLs have been fragging, IGLs have been, you know, the peak performers sometimes here in coming to these matches. But of course, we do have one more here as well coming in for as well. I think this is going to be MATTJESS' side now. It is going to be Zach's return to his destructive form. We saw him now getting double kills. We saw him now dominating the field with the TRG. What are your thoughts coming into this sneak front?
And this could not have come in a worse time here for TARINGBABI, right? I feel like Zach, obviously, we do know his disappearance in the, you know, first four matches, or first four games that they did actually play within the group stage, and we didn't really look himself, right? And we were kind of counting him out, you know, from the conversation of one of the best snipers in this tournament until they won that one game. And yeah, everything just changed. It kind of just felt like there was a huge shift here for Zach, especially that, you know, he is performing as expected again. Maybe it is the, you know, the MATTJESS blessing, you know, as soon as you go 0-4, but still, you do have the prophecy right behind you, right? MATTJESS has to make it onto every single final. And I feel like, you know, just like what I said, I feel like MATTJESS, they really do operate better as a team when their backs are against the ropes. And this is, you know, in the literal sense, back against the ropes, because, you know, if they do kind of bad in this one, especially now that they're kind of trying to catch up on the map score, they might be in trouble. So, I would expect full form for the side of MATTJESS here.
Yeah, I feel like the destructive form should also be applied here, coming for the rest of the squad of matches, right? But Zach, man, you have been on fire. We'd love to see more. Now, looking at it, we do have one more here coming in for MATTJESS, and I feel like it applies to the entirety of the battlefield right now. Is the classic MATTJESS all over? Is this the classic magic all over again? What do you think about this, El? Because MATTJESS, right now they have a win streak coming into the playoffs.
Yeah, I feel like with their last two matches, right, including TARINGBABI, the win streak is already established. They just need to continue getting the ball rolling. But I feel like we're only going to allow that up until this TARINGBABI match. Their final match for, I think, week 4 is going to be Stallions, right? So let's see all of that build up, all of that momentum, and then just put it into this final blow against Stallions. But of course, if you're talking about the win streak and the classic matches, if even they lose, right, to Stallions, I feel like there's score in the standings is still enough to put them in playoffs, and then again that fulfills the prophecy that Sneaky and I foretold, right?
Yeah, you know what? Classic MATTJESS, it's looking like everyone is hoping for them to get into the playoffs, right? With a possible 2 more wins here, they might have it in the bag, and we might see an EWC spot or a Paris MATTJESS in form. We might see that, but of course, it's time for us to throw it to the casters. It's time for game number 1. It's game on. It's Sneaky Frog and El. Good luck to you guys.
Thank you to the panel, Bipolar and Salvatore. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Crossfire Coliseum. On to my right would be Sneaky Frog, or on to my left rather. And our first matchup for today will be the Gladiators of MATTJESS versus the Untamed, Untempered Boars of TARINGBABI. Welcome, everyone. And Sneaky, I feel like my intro could not have done enough justice to both of these teams, right? We want Osea to flourish. We want them to improve. But if we keep handing them these types of teams, right, is the improvement going to be worth it? Because if you think about it, every time they lose, right, it's a hard lesson to take in. And all these hard lessons, well, it just might be too much.
Yeah, I feel like one of the teams that actually benefited from getting beat in that last season was actually Veteran, because they actually got really close in their map up against Acceptance, if I'm not mistaken, right? I mean, they went all the way up to 10-7, which is the farthest that any Rosea team has gotten up against any PH team. So, that is also very impressive from their part, right? But that's also a really good question, because when is it a lesson and when is it just, MATTJESS is just pushing into your base because they just know that they have better mechanics at the end of the day. So I feel like TARINGBABI, maybe now is the time to kind of slow down a bit, try to look at the situation, because MATTJESS, they're gonna disrespect you at the start of this game for sure. You are gonna be seeing Jason or Vincent trying to enter House B or trying to actively challenge any of these. And Zach, I'm not even sure if he's gonna snipe this time, because he still has he has that backup sniper if he is a bit lazy, and his name is Yetcha. So if Yetcha is gonna pick up the sniper today, maybe, right? Maybe, just maybe.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to be heading into port, right? Map pick for TARINGBABI. We're gonna be listening in on the comms, which we know to be a bit of a chaotic communication.
DS dia ya satu.
Ay, kati.
Yo, okay.
Kati, go Smith.
Dua, kati og Z, kaya ra ha.
Okay. So, Loki, I feel like they're counting heads here on CA and here on Z Sneaky, but MATTJESS trying the same approach towards speed, but I'll be getting the first 2 kills. Where was our observers?
Yeah, and I feel like they even didn't expect what Jangar would be doing at the start of this round, and this amount of aggression from the side of TARINGBABI. I'm liking what I'm seeing here. Not gonna lie, Alcompi has gotten himself his own kill. Proton's trying to play the fast game on towards long. Zach is going to get caught off guard. And Yetcha, the only one left alive with the HK, and he will get taken down. TARINGBABI. What a nice first round from them. Aggression across the board.
Okay, for the first round, they're doing a MATTJESS onto MATTJESS. Classic Rosea wildcard play, and I want to see more, but I need to see MATTJESS like, okay, you want to dance? Let's dance. We were talking about the music, right? And they're just starting up the party, taking CA right now. MATTJESS, that would be Jason. I don't feel like Jangar is holding the proper angle here if ever Jason pops up, but it's going to be his own device.
There it is. Seems like Jangar has the rhythm of DJ Love here, but Jason, first kill already here on the side of Jangar, and they also want to dance some bullets on the A side. But NQ has got himself control of top A. Proton's gonna get sprayed right over that smoke. Penjahat from the backside, though. He will get Vincent, but doesn't even matter. That is the problem, because Zach is gonna take out El Compi. Zach is gonna take out Penjahat. And the sniper, it's going to be a bit hot early in this game. McRae is a known entity, and he will get the headshot on Jason, but in terms of chances, there is none to get back on the site. MATTJESS, they reply.
First time I've seen a mosh pit on top A, and it feels like all of the MATTJESS members just wants to rave here on the side of TARINGBABI's defense. Jangar, I feel like the repositioning was fine, but hold on that thought. Because Jason's gonna do the same attempt here on CA, learning a bit of things from our virtuosos, if you will. But El Compe still trying to go for the fight, and he will get 1 and 2.
Oh my goodness, El Compe, great start for the round 4, and Penjahat is going to get Ninkyu as well. Jason, though, with the reply with his own double kill. CA is now occupied, but top A is still yet to be. Yetja will be getting Penjahat. Jangar, quick trade onto Jason, and Yetja is just going to get finished off. Really nice map rotation here from the side of TARINGBABI. And at the same time, I like that they're actively challenging long constantly, because it creates really big pressure for the bridge players. And it kind of avoids some really easy angles here for Zach to try and get some picks here. So very nice what we're seeing here from TARINGBABI, especially on their GR side.
Yeah. If you want to fight the matches on their own terms, well, you gotta bring the aggression for yourself, right? And I feel like this approach, even if it is a bit passive towards the mid side, they're still finding the success, because even if you take CA, what if we just let you out of CA and then we just meet you when you drop down, right? Towards this jump up box. So far, so good for TARINGBABI. Port is a Roseo map, but Jangar, he's trying to go for the Roseo angle here.
Ooh, Yetja will be getting Jangar. Zach will be getting El Compi in return, but here comes a reply here from Protons. In the is gonna be surviving in ladder for so long, but not any longer. Jason and Vincent has gotten there too. And McRae, he's going to have to get his own pair in this situation. Vincent on low HP, Jason on half as well. Jason has been pretty good so far in this game with the EDR going 4 and 3. McRae, a bit of poke on the top A players. And Vincent, he's faking it, but no one's believing it. Okay.
Okay.
No DK.
So far, so good. Let's see it now. McRae, the sub-in, can go for the clutch. HP bar is a problem here for the side of MATTJESS. They have the angle. He does have a nade. 2-for-1 maybe is a possible here, but he chooses to go for the flash. And he goes down.
No! Oh, there it is. McRae not even anywhere close. You know, Vincent, he kind of tanked half of it, and he's asking his teammates, like, where did that guy come from? But now it's a 2-2-2, right? And honestly, it's been some pretty good sets here from the side of TARINGBABI, but it just seems like, you know, once MJ enters the side, there's nothing that they can do.
Yeah, I feel like this is like, to put it in simple terms, you're trying to add fuel to the MATTJESS fire with what you're trying to do, right? You're trying to meet them on their heads, right? On their own terms, being aggressive. McRae going to be meeting an aggressive Zach, but the corner, just on time here. Will they be still taking house B? Yes, but the execute, is it going to come here for Ninkyu?
A bit of discipline. Here comes the flash. McRae is going to get sprayed down while he is blinded. Penjahat is going to try to keep control of bottom B, but that is going to be quickly denied here from the side of Jason, and Ninkyu from distance. He's going to get El Compi. Jangar and Protons, the last two left alive. Granted, it has been a very great start from the both of them, but it seems like once we hit the B side, there's just nothing that they can do. Jangar, the last one left alive, yet just going to spot them in the smoke. And MATTJESS, they take the lead on the BL side.
Eyes wide open in the smoke yet, yeah. And the whole of the MATTJESS team here. I've told you before, Sneaky, like, if you're going to fight MATTJESS, you better stop them. Full stop, right? Period. And just like that, example being given by Penjahat. You cannot give them the trades, you cannot give them the 3v3s, the 2v2s, the XVXs, because if you do, that's just going to make matches ramp up even more in the upcoming rounds. So a pick like that by Penjahat is going to be good because it stops the MATTJESS macro from ever activating. Now, look at this. They're trying to go for the 2-on-2 approach here on House B and LA. The double peak. I feel like, we're just waiting on it to happen.
And Zach's gonna peek first, and he is gonna die immediately. Here comes the second peek from El Campe, but Jason is gonna take them both down instead. I mean, that was a good setup from the side of TARINGBABI, but it just seems like they could not hit the former captain of MATTJESS here. ㅍMatch is gonna get the zone. 2 versus 3, ㅍMatch and Proton's a massive job to do.
That was a nice opener. But the reply here from MATTJESS even better. Let's see if ㅍMatch can find a pick while he's ninjaing.
Ooh, took a bit of adjustment, but he finally hits it at the end. ㅍMatch probably spotted on sign, and he does take out ㅍMatch. Hold on, wait a minute. All of a sudden, it is now a threatening round for the side of MATTJESS. A USP can take out Jason from distance. And Vincent can also die as well on the cross. Flick is there, not the hit though. They still have to make it to top 8, put the C4 down. There's no HE in the hands of ㅍMatch, so instead, Vincent with the El Clasico crouch peek, pre-aim, pre-fire. And it is a 4-2 timeout here from the side of TARINGBABI. And well-needed one, in all honesty, right? I feel like there's too much. I wouldn't say there's too much of the map that they're giving, but they're literally dismissing.
Yeah, they're just missing
the shots, man.
The reply, sometimes the replies here from MATTJESS is just too good. Like, sure, you can take them on in the early aggression part of the map here, or like in the game, but once this cycle continues, they understand what you're trying to do. You're going to be at a lost cause because, well, that's MATTJESS' style. Even when we swap sides, you're gonna see, is this exactly the same team, but just better in executing that aggressive push on LA, on House B, on mid, right? So, TARINGBABI, I like the idea that you're trying to replicate or emulate the Filipino playstyle of aggression in port, but so far, it has not been going well for them after MATTJESS realized what they were trying to do. So, I feel like the timeout here, it can be said that we can put 2 snipers on the hands of TARINGBABI, ㅍMatch +1, right? Because if you do that, you stop the snowball, you stop the rush attempts altogether. You're gonna make MATTJESS think more strategically. And if there's one thing that we can assume about MATTJESS is Vincent, and strategically, it doesn't really become the first pair of words that comes into my mind. It's Vincent and aggression, right? So you're gonna make Vincent think really, really hard if that double sniper attempt that we might see here from TARINGBABI comes out.
Yeah. Interesting as well, though. The MATTJESS is also playing from where Acceptance is usually playing. At the 144 Hertz shop. I'm not sure which one is that, but I feel like they're trying to kind of, you know, bring the luck on their side, right? For some reason, those pair or those 5 PCs have been bringing Acceptance as much power as possible in this one, and hopefully, you know, they do get the exact same bite as well. But to be fair, at this point, right, do they even need the bite? Because I feel like they are kind of having the upper hand in this game. TARINGBABI, I feel like TARINGBABI, if they can get some really good openers in this one, maybe a cheeky peek here from, you know, maybe from ㅍMatch, is similar to what we saw earlier. Maybe on LB, maybe on A site, because I feel like just allowing MATTJESS to kind of move around LB is, you know, kind of a bit whack. But A site, long side take, never mind, they're just going to boost into CA.
Woo!
Zach.
I kind of expected it. I kind of expected it. Like, Zach, give me a drop shot and then win this duel. But nah, ㅍMatch was good for it. Double sniper, exactly what I said, Sneaky, is going to come out here from TARINGBABI. Call me the analyst, because I am. Because that is the thing that will stop the MATTJESS aggression, right? Usually, when they go for their executes, they just run in as 4. Run in as 3. One guy will be lurking, possibly ㅍMatch, possibly Vincent, but usually it's ㅍMatch, right? So, with this type of approach for TARINGBABI, now that you get the first pick, remember you have 2 snipers, you need to take care of these angles. ㅍMatch, he can go spamming here as much as he wants because he knows the duel there is dead. But McRae has to be careful because now you know the second step for MATTJESS after losing 1, so just go all in.
I think this was the same setup that AG actually did to counter the port game for Stallions, actually. That flash is very familiar from Proton. So as soon as the first contact comes, pop flash is going to come from the left side. Problem is with Ninkyu, he's already in this site without even any utility needed for the situation.
Needs to push
Ninkyu,
forward, though.
if you can make it all the way into Jenny without anyone noticing, I think that's pretty much fine. There's the flash. It has been baited, but MATTJESS, they're not going to go with that direction. They're going to go mid instead. Jason will take down El Campe trying to go for the reverse ninja. But the targets have been made. Top A Jangar sniper there. ㅍMatch, bit rough on the spray, but he finally gets the sniper down. but top 8 has yet to be occupied, is yet to be
Bridge.
planted. Protons has already made it to bridge. Yetcha needs help. Vincent's gonna go for the full swing
No!
instead, and Yetcha will still get Protons despite the HP. ㅍMatch, anything is possible. Even a wallbang will kill at this point. The USB in his hands, and he's... Oh no, he faced the wrong way when he was tap walking. And unfortunate happenings here for the side of TARINGBABI. That was their post-timeout round.
That was the idea being brought out. Just then bear fruit. Almost, right? But you gotta make sure that the fruit is ripe before you pick it. And for the side of TARINGBABI, well, I feel like the patience here for El Compe just did not work out for him, right? He took CA, he tried to go ninja towards the BL side bridge, but there was one guy waiting. And who was it? Yetcha. Exactly the man that we were talking about anti-lyrics. But Jason, he's trying to go entry here on House B, but he's all alone. Doesn't matter.
Ooh, McRae gonna be the first victim in this round. So a bit too much peeking here on the House B side, but there is 2 other players going for the backup. El Compe spotted as he tried to go a bit proactive in this one. And speaking of proactive, Zach getting a bit too. He's gonna get killed by Jangar. ㅍMatch with a nice flick here on Minkyu as he's watching the smoke. Protons with the cover of his teammate. And hold on, wait a minute. TARINGBABI kind of fighting back on the B side with their superior numbers. Vincent and Yetcha has a decision to make. Are we still gonna go for this?
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to make Vincent do, right? Make decisions. Not just go all in on one execute like spam B. Nah, Vincent, you gotta think, man. You're facing double snipers. Now, what do? You know the disadvantage there is if those snipers miss, you can just run and gun them all over. Jangar, he's wary to the angle. And if he wins this fight, the third round here for TARINGBABI might just be enough. He has the C4 and is Yetcha all alone.
Yetcha.
Wait.
Ooh, nice tap here on Jangar. Hold on. But
Plenty
he's
of
on
time.
13 HP, right? He got dinked. So this is going to be a bit troubling for him to go for. Yetcha! And he just gets sprayed down with the USP. You know, that gun surprisingly has one of the better wallbangs in this game. But, yeah, TARINGBABI catching matches.
I like it. The first round after the timeout was just the litmus test, if you may say so. The round after that, well, you see the fruition of the double sniper here for the side of TARINGBABI. Now, MATTJESS is still doing the Virtus.pro approach, but they're adding the spice to it. MATTJESS likes 4CA.
Oh, Jangar, he was trying to go for the jump tech onto CA on his own, but unfortunately could not execute in time. Jason, with the speed, with the USB, and with the EBR, is just going to run through all of the A players. And TARINGBABI stunned after that one. Nice try, though, from Jangar, man. That's a very hard jump to execute, especially under pressure, but, you know, timing is everything in this game. And speaking of timing, Zach will get taken down by McRae, and Yetcha will get McRae in return. El Compe from the backside. Minkyu with the drop shot is going to work for him this time. 6-3. MATTJESS with a 3-point lead on their BL side.
Yeah, it looked promising at first for TARINGBABI, even with the weapon switch, right? The double TRG worked out around, but MATTJESS pulling out the CA push as 5. Now, we're learning some things from Virtus.pro here, but we're not exactly applying the whole lesson. We're putting in our own formula to it. So I like that adjustment, Vincent. If they're expecting 1, why not make it 5? Right, Sneaky Frog. So, yeah, MATTJESS still same as ever. Running rampant all around the map on the BL side, taking 6 rounds. As much as TARINGBABI tried to make effort, it's... What do you say? Let's give it 90%, right? 90% of the rounds was winnable, but matches had to happen, right? You cannot stop this team when they are on the aggression, just like that last round. For TARINGBABI, Bipolar is here if you want to learn how to jump on that box. Jangar, just go on his stream when he has some free time. Yeah, Sneaky, I feel like TARINGBABI improvements have been shown, but like you said, it's MATTJESS. The onus here for TARINGBABI is to try and bring down the ultra-aggressive Filipino team. Oh, Sneaky.
Surprise aggression here, not gonna lie, from the side of TARINGBABI, but here comes some surprise. Once again, Yetcha taken down 3 in LB. No chance whatsoever for the side of TARINGBABI to go for it. ㅍMatch rounding the corner, USB. Bit too much bullets per second there, right there, my friend. But the USPs is also effective on the other side. 7-3. MATTJESS, I mean, on the precipice, man. They have the more favorable side, and TARINGBABI, you know, they have to figure out what side of the map to attack here, man.
I mean, what side of the map to defend, because Django is just going in. Never mind. Oh, and they're continuing.
Yetcha getting two. Wait, hold on. They're still going for this. This is not a good idea, but still. It's a back-and-forth fight. This is the closest round that we have seen so far in the second half. C4 is down, but still very recoverable. If they can somehow bait them to peak here, it would be possible. There is damage on InQ. But ㅍMatch does have a sniper, and he's all the way on the other side of the map.
What's the plan here?
Man? What's the plan?
I mean, my first hunch was he was going to go towards mid, take Z, and then just pinch it with the crossfire. Unfortunately, he's all alone. Crossfire is gone. And he's being wrapped around. Okay. Long fight here on the Storby angle. Oh, he's zoning Q. And it's just a matter of the Z player coming alive. There we go. Oh, wait! Hold up. We have a plan, Sneaky. It's a 1v1.
It is a 1 versus 1. ㅍMatch, he has the entire map to think about, though. That is the problem.
And Ninkyu's doing the same thing that he did. Going all the way around.
Oh, he's already gone to bridge with ㅍMatch. It's a 50-50, right? He's either just going to go house B, or he's either going to go the curve side, but ㅍMatch, wrong place, wrong time. And it just happens to be a wooden box that he is standing in front of, and we know, El, that you know, wooden boxes, they're not the best covers up against EBRs.
Might as well call them paper boxes here in Crossfire. I would have liked it though if we played that box angle at the end when you exit House B. You know where I'm talking about, where I got the 3K with bipolar in our streams. But yeah, Vincent here trying to go for more, and a 3K for MATTJESS.
And it's just a full sweep, man. Pull out the broom. It's just absolute madness here from the side of MATTJESS, right? It is just them going forward, and we kind of expected this, right, El? We kind of expected that there is a certain point in this game where MATTJESS is just going to straight up disrespect whatever TARINGBABI is doing, and they are just going to roll forward in this one. Here's the attempt on the sniper, and he hits two! One with the Colt, however. Flick is there. Yetcha, the redemption on the sniper. 4K for him. ㅍMatch is on the other side of the map and looking for a chance, but Yetcha is looking for the ace instead. And he is already running towards the direction of A site. He's already has his eyes trained on the A sign player. And there is just a distraction happening here from Vincent, and that is an ace for Yetcha to finish off the map of port. Pure domination from MATTJESS. But what else did we expect?
What else did we expect? They were going to dance Bulldogs all night long. And I don't feel like we even got past the first song here, Sneaky. The remix has not yet happened for TARINGBABI. They cannot keep up in the rave pit here. So far, I mean, just like you said, what did we expect, right? We expected nothing less from MATTJESS being aggressive on the BL side. That's a given, but being aggressive on the GR side, that's MATTJESS for you, right? Like, a few teams do it, but no one does it like them. And I feel like TARINGBABI, the glimpses of hope was just on their GR side. We've seen the swap of the guns going to the double TRG. We've seen them trying to go aggressive at the early parts of the game. But the problem is, it's MATTJESS. If this was another team, like, for example, we have ourselves Acceptance versus TARINGBABI, we have ourselves Attras versus TARINGBABI, you could have done that. But the problem is, it's MATTJESS, right? It really is just the name. It really is just the team. It really is just the players that you're going up against. All attackers, by the way. Every one of these players on MATTJESS had a history of being an attacker or is currently an attacker. So, well, it's hard. If you're defending, they're just gonna be attacking. Even if they're defending, as MATTJESS going on the GR side, they're still doing the same.
Yeah, and it's just unfortunate that this happened, right? Because there was a bit of a hope at the start of the game here for TARINGBABI, especially when they were kind of pushing on the long side and, you know, trying to kind of meet MATTJESS at the gate, right? But it just came to a certain point where MATTJESS just said, hold on, All right. We can outplay disrespectfully in the BL side. Maybe we're going to try and slow it down and try and punish more of these angles here for the side of TARINGBABI. And once the confidence was kind of removed from them, you can kind of just see MATTJESS kind of doing whatever they want in the map. You can see Ninkyu already at the precipice or at the entrance of House B without any flashes whatsoever. So, yeah, TARINGBABI needs to figure out how to gain that respect from them.
Yeah, exactly. But I feel like that's port done and dusted here, Sneaky Frog. I want to hear what our panel thinks of this remix done by MATTJESS. Bipolar, Salvatore, what are your thoughts on this dance floor?
Oh, what a matchup that was, El, and I feel like we have a lot to break down here sa ating on the first match, right? We do have TARINGBABI. Actually, I would like to commend their very first round, right? Their first 2 rounds here, they got in towards Z, CA. They had full map coverage on the GR side immediately right off the bat, but it feels like, you know, at the end of the day, once that confidence and once the disrespect coming in from matches that, oh, you're nothing but low lives to us, hits in, it's gonna be rough. And we literally saw that in the last couple of rounds here on Port. But how about you, Salvatore? What did you take away coming in for Port?
Yeah, matches kind of locked in when there was like a hyper aggression here for TARINGBABI. The first 5 rounds that we saw inside of a port, it was definitely some huge CA control being prioritized by TARINGBABI, and as well as some fights that are happening inside of LA. They were denying every entry here from both ㄍMatch and as well as Ninkyu, which is a nice touch because those technically are the 2 players that are really hard to kill inside of this specific match. But it kind of looks like TARINGBABI has a bit of a comfort inside of port, which is considered like one of their best maps entering into Sea Masters Summer when they were still qualifying for Rosea. So yeah, TARINGBABI, with the collective experience that they have inside of this map, really fared pretty well up against MATTJESS. But like I said, MATTJESS locked in. We had Zach hitting some insane shots, Vincent now making the right calls, and then Ninkyu still disrespecting the defense here of TARINGBABI alongside Jason. So yeah, MATTJESS really turned the switch when there was like a bit of a trouble or a threat looming into the corner. So yeah, TARINGBABI had the gameplay, but MATTJESS had the mind that they wanted to win so bad. So yeah, TARINGBABI was not able to recover. They were just garnering some space, but were losing so much duels from Ninkyu's defense and as well as ㄍMatch's presence, even getting that 4K. So yeah, MATTJESS collectively was the better team, but we have to give props where props is due. TARINGBABI still showed up inside of port.
Yeah, amazingness, man, right? Map awareness was there, map control was there, despite them being on the BL or even on the GR side, but it was still a rough time for them. They still had a pretty tough time up against MATTJESS. But MATTJESS, man, you saw it quite clearly, right? Even on the BL side, even on the GR side, once they were there and they were able to make a statement wherein TARINGBABI just went into a 2v4 at the last minute of the round. So at the end of the day, it was always gonna be tough, even if they got these like opening picks. But those opening picks were not really impactful picks. It was like 1 or 2, which is not enough to shut down matches. But now, looking at the replays coming in from our game, just like what you said, Zach hitting insane shots, and that's what we want to see.
And this is like one of the few rounds where Macrayan as well as El Compe were getting some huge numbers here on the BR side of MATTJESS, which is uncalled for. Usually, as GR, you try to defend here top in as well as bridge of your own bridge, right? So it's kind of looking at a way that there's going to be like this looming effect here for TARINGBABI to play like the Filipinos inside of CFSC, which is kind of effective. When in the past few rounds that we saw from El Compe and Macray's aggression, it turned out pretty well, and they had very huge returns. But of course, MATTJESS is a team with 5 pure aimers, even going as far as Zach, who used to be an attacker for CFS Esports, really using the TRJ as well as his aggression to aim at to the enemy's head. Really proved to be the better prospect here for the series specifically. So yeah, Port kind of looked like a Port that wanted more fights instead of playing defaults and executes by Polar, which is very far from the Ports that we usually see. Take a look at TARINGBABI. They wanted very much aggression inside of this map, but they were not warranted to by MATTJESS, and the score reflects that. Despite the number of kills here from Penjat and as well as Jangar, look at the number that ㄍMatch collected.
Oh yeah, man, you saw him in port and you see him once again, but this time he has a 100% rating and a 95 as well on Ninkyu. Not his most entirely explosive performance, but it is just MATTJESS being MATTJESS things and giving ㄍMatch a little bit of a spotlight. But look at TARINGBABI, man, 12 kills on Penjat. He's still fragging and he's still the top fragger coming in for TARINGBABI, so he needs a little bit more oomph. But yeah, Jangar as well. I feel like these three, Jangar, El Campaign, as well as Benjat needs to provide more, at least to give some activation form here towards Bakryer as well as Protoss. But yeah, 13 rounds was what we watched here on port, and only 3 going into the hands of TARINGBABI. Now, we will see our set MVP for this match. Who do you think this is?
Hopefully it's ㅍMatch because of his blast out performance, and he is with a 1.77 kills per round. He's almost going double on
That's
that
big.
area, and with a 3.83 KD for ㅍMatch to finish things off inside of port. He was doing double duty. He was using the TRG and he was using the HK to the success of matches. So yeah, props here for ㅍMatch for maintaining his form, and a huge improvement from the prior series that we saw ㅍMatch perform. He's no longer the player that uses himself as a shield for his teammates. He's definitely the sword right now that is used as the gladiator's entry to the site. So yeah, well played here for matches inside of set number 1.
No more sacrificial lambs here. It's all just gonna be firepower and as well as bashing of the heads mula or coming here for matches. But it is gonna be our set number 1 done, and we'll be coming back after this short break for our set number 2 matches, and TARINGBABI will continue after this.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And he
Uy,
gets the trouble.
grabe!
Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Kaya pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade for PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP!
Let's continue the action here on CROSSFIRE Philippines with the CFS Summer Masters. It's time for the second set or second map for TARINGBABI as well as MATTJESS. It's gonna be Black Widow. Any thoughts before we head on to the cast yourself?
It was wide open, bipolar for matches to pick this map, considering it was one of the maps that was picked, honestly, from their prior series against Attras Esports. And TARINGBABI kind of missed out on the detail that Black Widow is also a map that is heavily dominated by matches all throughout the years of their competition here on CFSC. So TARINGBABI will be playing a handful of Black Widows has played a handful of Black Widows on their career, but not really on the level up against matches. So it's going to be scary at the same time, going to be cinematic here for matches. They just need to be prepared for some angles that they are not ready for, especially for a player like Zach. He's going to gun out for those off angles.
Yeah, that's gonna be a question, right? Are they gonna be ready for a revved up Cebuano squad just like MATTJESS? It's gonna be insane here, especially on the BL side coming in for matches. But of course, before we head on to our casters, big shout outs to you, Juani. Big W's towards you. But of course, we will head on to the game. So it's time for Sneaky Frog and as well as Ed.
Thank you very much, Bipolar and Salvatore. Sneaky, we're finally heading into the Spider's Nest here. Black Widow is up next. And I'm going to ask you a question. Right? In our stat sheet here, it said that the pick rate for Black Widow is a whopping 21%. That's picked 6 times only. But can you guess how many times was Black Widow picked as map 1 or 2, not as the final map?
I would say, like, if I can remember, like, once, right?
Twice.
Twice.
Including this one.
Ooh, I thought it
Including
was a
this one,
TP
yeah.
game.
So that's how rare we're getting to see Black Widow, right? Of course, Mexico is still up there, but with Black Widow being very rare, it comes up as a topic wherein you're going to have to think, why are teams scared of picking Black Widow? Why are teams so unfamiliar with getting Black Widow in the veto?
Because they're busy with the Eagle Eye gang. And I feel like that is one of the main reasons why. I feel like everybody and their mom knows how to play Black Widow, but at a deeper level, I feel like teams still cannot figure out the more, let's say, direct contact in the map compared to the other maps that we do have. And, before I further my point, quick shout out to MarineTop6585, the man who's always in the YouTube comments and the community comments as well. Big shout out to that guy, as he's a supporter. But my point is, Black Widow, it is a map that is very hard if you really do not know what to expect coming into this one, especially that it is going to be MATTJESS on the BL side, if I'm not mistaken. So they're going to get the slight advantage at the start of it, unless that TARINGBABI can also provide that same aggression that we saw at the start of Port. And I feel like that is definitely a possibility for them to, kind of score some points in this one, right? I feel like if they can get some good fights on long, keep it connected with the short players as well. And, it is definitely a possibility. But I feel like this is also a very good test for ㄍMatttJESS and the boys, right? The snipers on their side, because this is a sniping map low-key. And, Zach, I feel like he's missed a few times in that last game, but I feel like he won't miss this time, man.
Yeah, the stage to frame fight, the LA fight towards Terrace, right? And sometimes the house B to the B arches sniper fight is something noteworthy to see. But I feel like we haven't seen Black Widow all that much, because if you think about it, it's one of the most played maps in not just in the esports scene, in the game, right? So we're going to be heading into our live counts to see what our teams think of this map at the start.
Sit down, InQ.
First pillar.
Okay, finally. And all of those comms, I only heard first pillar and the first blood. Looking for here by InQ.
InQ. AK-47 has been very effective in this map specifically, and it is going to be as effective as before from now, but El Compe will get his own double kill on the short side. Protons with his own getting Vincent on the long swing, and Jason is gonna poke and prod on the B side. He is gonna get Jangar. So attacks on the A and the B side. McCry spotted out in the open, and the crouch burst with the AK-47. Oh, so effective, and El Campe forgetting that angle is possible from the catwalk side. Ninkyu looking for the third.
Oh.
And it is going to be Proton spotted. USP avoided and pulls out the zone. Ninkyu with a very good start in this game, getting a flurry of kills.
4K exactly here for Ninkyu. And that's where the problem lies here for TARINGBABI. You played so much Black Widow in a rank match, in a DMs, right, and FFAs, that the idea of how to play this map is very convoluted. But Jason, he's trying to think of a straightforward way to try and duel people here at House B, and they're gonna go in. But Ninkyu just sliding on over here on POC.
There it is, and Ninkyu, Yetcha getting their own kills on the other side of the map. El Campe will be getting Yetcha. Ninkyu with his third already in this round. Could it be his second 4K in this one? El Campe trying to run as fast as possible with a smile on his face. I think he knows what is happening in this map, and Ninkyu going for the full hunt. Zach on the short side already. And a bit of an awkward moment on the jump cross. Zach has already made it on the bottom side, and El Campe will be getting Vincent. Flashed on down, but Ninkyu is ready for it. His second 4K already in this map.
Okay, if this is a 10-0, hopefully not. And Ninkyu still gets 4Ks every round. He's about to get 40. He's gonna average 40 in this map.
He's
That is
averaging 40.
one hell of a style. But Jangar trying to take a fight, he will lose, and that's how it's be given up here by TARINGBABI. They're gonna go on anyways.
I don't think Ninkyu's even tap walking at this point, but Ninkyu will be finally taken down for his sins. Yetcha will be getting taken down by Protons, who's picked up the sniper. And El Campe will be trying to look for another head in this one. He's been pretty good from this short position so far. Vincent has already made it all the way to POC, but he will get poked out. Really good cover here from El Campe, but Jason from the backside with his own AK-47 has gotten the short player. 3 versus 2. Penjahat and Protons on very low HP. McRae only the one on full. So I think since the C4 is still dropped on POC, it's just going to be them just defending the A side.
Okay, I thought that was a nice lineup, but Penjahat will get one more here. Jason, it's all up to you, buddy. C4 down on ramp. It's kind of winnable. Seeing glimpses here of the Virtus.pro idea with the AKs on hand, but nah. Not when Protons is hitting shots like that. TARINGBABI gets themselves around on the board. El Campe seems to be the only one enthusiastic about it. They still have a long way to go here on Black Widow, and it all starts with a pick, possibly from Penjahat by Yetcha and Vincent. They're trying to attack LA. Protons is right here.
Protons, nice shot here on the Yetcha. Vincent is going to be coming up next, but bit of hesitation from his side. I think probably Vincent is just using the death cam of his teammate here just to make sure that long is fully cleared and to put Protons in a bit more of a predictable position. Ninkyu has to get this short play in order for this A-side take to work, but this is a bit aggressive, man.
Woo!
He continued the spray.
One more.
That's rough. That is rough from the side of MATTJESS. Left, right, and center mistakes happening, but Zach not gonna doubt that. One tap on him. But there is 2 other players on the A side. McCry is going to spot him on the underside of window. El Campe looking to see if he can help his teammate. And Zach has already made it on the backside of Train. And a really good cover from El Campe once again. He already saw the fate of Zach crossing into Train, but he gets taken down by Vincent. What can the captain do from his position? He's gotten 2. Short. Penjahat has already arrived. And Vincent, he's in pillar, my friend. It took him 2 swipes, and he finally finds him, gets the damage, but not the kill.
Exactly. TARINGBABI showing signs of life here, and I feel like it's more on the MATTJESS side that's causing problems for themselves. This is not a map, Sneaky, where you can just 4-1, right? It's a wide map. You have 3 lanes. 3 lanes very, very far from each other in terms of rotation. As much as you tap walk, as much as you run from one point to the other, it's gonna take you at least 10-second stops to go from mid to LA to maybe water side on B. And it's not like Port, right? It's not like Eagle Eye. It's not like the maps that MATTJESS has to play, but they're still gonna run on through. Ninkyu is going through, but Jangar gets a kill.
Ninkyu. Utility is just a suggestion, my friend, if you do have bullets like that. Oh my goodness, it's like a magnet to their heads. Ninkyu, I think I think you should not listen to your captain and going back to EBR. Just keep the AK in your hands, buddy.
Yeah, Virtus.pro, what have you done? Shout out.
What have you
to-
done, Virtus.pro? This is your fault, KSA.
They're going back. Still the same 2-1-2.
They done ruined the tier list.
And then they're still going for the aggressive push here on every single side.
Why not? It's been working. Jason out in the open. Where is the Coffin player? He just gets Benjahot fully down. Protons will get the flick on Yetcha. El Campe will get Ninkyu. Jangar will get Zach. And
Okay.
Protons will get his second one. All right, MATTJESS, you need to calm down.
Okay.
We're
I feel
getting
like
a bit too
we're-
wild in the B side.
I feel like we're in Bootcamp Dragon room number 13.
Yes, sir.
It's chaotic. This time, instead of a 2-1-2, we're gonna be seeing a 3-2. And guess what? Ninkyu, well, he's not gonna go straight to House B, but it doesn't matter. Jason gets the first kill. It's time for the opposite side of LA to get the kills, and Yetcha going in, but this is just a bait play.
Yeah, Yetcha in his usual role of being the guy that is first in without any help whatsoever. McRae finally getting Ninkyu and Yetcha at the same time! But hold on, wait a minute! El Campe still could do something, but it was all hype. It was all shots. MATTJESS getting the finish 4-3. And yeah, just like what I said, the BL side, it's a hard side to stop if, if you can't really contain all this offense from the short and the long side.
Yeah, and MATTJESS, even if what they're doing kind of looks dumb from the perspective of analysis, right? It's more on TARINGBABI lacking the setups to punish these all-around pushes on the maps, right? All-around pokes and prods for the side of MATTJESS. Protoss being here is a good idea. That's gonna stop one. So you're forcing MATTJESS to rethink, okay, we need to find the sniper first, but for sure, Protoss is gonna rotate, right? But Ninkyu is still going on mid. It's like the third time.
For Benjahot. Oh! Hits the 180 on Jangar as well. Zach will be getting McRae and Ninkyu, of course. The first place you go to when you're pushing that stage side is window A, but he gets taken down. El Campe will get Jason as well. Good shot there from Protons. And Zach, the only one left alive, and he just so happens to not have the C4 and or his preferred weapon. So Zach is going to try to do this with the HK, but Zach, at one time, he was also a rifler back in the day. So he is very familiar with the, at least the AK CFS, but with the HK 417, he did get the cheeky one-tap earlier. But I like this adjustment, though, from TARINGBABI, right? Just avoid the C4 as much as you can, and instead of fully fighting Zach in unfavorable angles, you just go for the full retake.
Exactly. We're gonna see it.
Oh.
Zach, a bit of missteps here and there on the ramp angle, but
It's
okay,
back for long.
that. Can you plant on that stand on the top?
Yeah, you can.
You can, but
For the
he
long
chooses
plant.
not to. Chooses not to. Gotta play towards long. HK in hand. Taps are required. But will they happen though? Protons and then Campe a bit together, a
Good
bit
angle.
too far away. But yeah, the angle's nice.
Ooh, but they do spot him. Jiggle peek. Headshot here on El Campe is needed. Protons is gonna keep defusing. He doesn't care that there's a player on long. TARINGBABI tying things up once again. What a back and forth by them on Black Widow.
And they can possibly take the lead here on the final round in the first half, Sneaky Frog. A lot has happened. If you take away the name, take away the HUD, guys, the heads-up display, that's what it stands for, on our screen, you're going to think that this is just a random pub match in the afternoon where two teams are betting money on it and it's just randoms in the server. But no, this is MATTJESS and TARINGBABI. Welcome to CFS Team Masters, and they're going straight to Site B.
Jason with the jumping USB getting El Campe. Yetcha with a very fast kill on Jangar. At the same time, they're chasing down the door player. And Benjahot will not be living that one. All 35 bullets going to his body. But Vincent, cheeky wallbang on McRae as well. That's what we call map knowledge. Proton's the only one left alive. And he will get taken down. Vincent taking matters into his own hands and getting the lead back here for MATTJESS.
Yeah, albeit it's competitive. That's what I would call it. It's competitive. It's entertaining. And MATTJESS, well, I feel like they're asking us, are you not entertained? But here's communication.
Set dua. Satu turun ke bawah.
Nice.
Satu turun bawah ya.
Okay. So 3v4 in the end of it, Sneaky. And they're trying to take LA here, TARINGBABI. No one's on A side, but here's Zach on short.
Yo, Zach, there's already a guy on site. McRae spotted, Proton spotted as well, so he's going to try to parse these two players on the A side. Out of nowhere, his teammate just pops out, and Yti actually tanking the bullet for his teammate. Zach is already on stairs. Zach with the tap, gets the headshot still on Proton's. McRae stuck on the underside of window A. Zach on 1 HP. Headshot here for him once again, and Jangar will be getting Zach. Vincent, Jangar out in the open. Sniper shot, not hitting twice. Vincent still playing in the exact same spot from earlier. USB running out the bullets at the wrong time. One headshot, one body is all Vincent needs. And Jangar with another miss, but look at this. Vincent using the cover on the sword side. Jangar with a smile on his face. He's just going to use the USB. It's a bit of a hard fight, but he finally gets it.
Okay. From the level of Grandmaster, every single miss, bullet after bullet. It's like the round was going down. Grandmaster, Titan, Epical, Mythical, all the way down to Platinum. I feel like the down fight encapsulated it all. But yeah, round here for TARINGBABI. What was that? Okay, let's keep it going here. Ninkyu, even on the GR side, he's pushing and he's gonna get one.
Yeah, but Yeta's already here though. That is gonna enable him to be a lot more aggressive. Ninkyu actually shooting his teammate. Hey, wrong guy, man. Capwalk is still occupied by your teammate, but no longer. El Campe will be getting Ninkyu, but Yeta from the behind. Damn, he just pushed up all the way in mid. He did not care if there was an opponent or not, but Vincent is going to be carrying whether or not this A side is going to be taken by the side of TARINGBABI. Proton trying to dance around the metal box. Vincent trying to dance around in the pillar side. Flash grenade not going to make it in time. Vincent is going to die. 2 versus 2, once again, a situation that is very winnable, but Proton's dancing around the pillar, making yet to miss. Zach with his own USB, jumping across bridge. Protons, yo, the guy's on site!
What?
What is happening?
Okay, so finally, this is a timeout,
Yeah,
100% from MATTJESS. And this is, I believe, the second time that a Rosea team has been able to take the lead against a Filipino team. The first one was Veterans in spring. I need computer run the VOD review. I want to check if that is correct, but this is the second time, I believe so, that we have seen a Rosea team get the lead, at least for a set, right? Yeah, and of course it had to happen in Black Widow. There's a reason why they don't pick this map, because the point I was trying to get at, Sneaky, right before we headed to the comms in the first half, was the idea of how to play this map is so convoluted because it is so apparent in the scene, right? In the competitive scene, in the casual scene, in the FFAs, in the DMs, the RMs. You don't really know like what is the best way to play because everyone is running their own style. So maybe that is the problem of our teams here in Masters, that okay, if I'm going to practice Black Widow, who should I take inspiration from? Is it from teams overseas? Is it from teams in this region in the same Masters League? Or do we just cook up our own? All three options have its merits, but all three options has its downsides. So I feel like what they're trying to think is, okay, let's save up what we cook up on Black Widow because some other teams might read it because of how apparent and how exaggerated this map has been seen in the game itself, right? It's everywhere in every single server. So it's so convoluted how you want to play this map. There are people who like to push like MATTJESS. There are people who like to play this calculated like Virtus.pro. And then there are some teams that try to mix both of them, right? For example, let's say Alliance from last season in Black Widow. But yeah, it's just craziness. It's chaos in the form of a map. And I feel like that is what took TARINGBABI to the lead. And MATTJESS, come on, man. Pure aggression. Let's put a bit of brains here. Let's put a bit of macro. Vincent, I know this is a casual day for you, but we need to see more ideas, right? Even if it's just a little bit of two steps, right? Throw in a flash, then you go in. Ninkyu, for the love of everything that is Cebuano aggression,
you need to calm down.
Stop pushing. Yeah, stop pushing.
Because I feel like that's in the expectations now, right? For the side of TARINGBABI, that they are going to be rolling forward. Even if they are on the GR side, they will be taking catwalk, they will be taking ramp, they will be taking short. And, you know, that is, you know, very common punishes, right? If you are in a, let's say, just like what they said, bootcamp dragon, you know, the usual punish when it comes to 8v8s, especially when players pushing in short or in long is you need to really just hold metal box or maybe try to bait your teammate into hard peeking into these very hard to clear positions. But yeah, we're just gonna take our sweet time in this one. It seems like one of the teams ran into some issues here with their tech, but we are just gonna call it a dead round. But yeah, interesting game so far. Honestly, TARINGBABI countering a lot of these plays that MATTJESS is actually doing, and I feel like they're kind of just controlling themselves and going too hard in any of these fights. They're kind of avoiding the continuous fight that MATTJESS wants to see in the map, and as soon as that one fight goes, they're gonna cancel immediately and they're gonna foray somewhere else here.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like if you're TARINGBABI, right, you expect this nuke push to happen anytime. So you expect the Jet flank to be all the way up in your respawn. And if you've seen that like 2 rounds or maybe 1 round, you're going to expect it for the rest of the game. And being passive for TARINGBABI is nice, but when MATTJESS stops doing these aggressive pushes, like I feel after this timeout, they're gonna try to do that. What do you do now as TARINGBABI, right? Are you going to overcomplicate things, or are you gonna do the same thing that MATTJESS has been doing on their BL side, wherein you just push, you just try to make plays, you just make sure that Protons and PHT get those picks with the snipers, or do you just snowball onto the side, right? I mean, if you think about it, MATTJESS when they're playing defensively, they don't really hold all that close towards the angles, right? They don't hold the house B angle. They don't hold the I forgot the window on the house B. Yeah, they're just very far back on the side is what I'm trying to say. So if you can somehow put MATTJESS in that kind of position, then I feel like this is going to be easier for TARINGBABI nonetheless. Even if MATTJESS continues to push, even if they go passive, it's just a matter of aim duel at this point, because you saw that one round where Zach tried to post plant from afar in terrace. He tried. I feel like the idea there was, okay, I can out aim these guys. Oh wait, maybe not. They throw some punches, right? So the idea there of you can out aim a Rosea team is gone. You need to outthink them. You need to outstrat them. Ninkyu, I like your pushes, but too much is bad. Too much is bad for you, right? And for your team. So I don't want to see that every round. I want to see you elsewhere, not in mid, not in house B. Just hold, stay close, and then just do the things that you've been doing, but this time with a bit of taste and refinement.
Yeah, gonna be interesting to see what TARINGBABI has to offer, especially in this BL side that they have been so good at so far in this one. MATTJESS having to be the ones having to play catch up this time,
and they're not pushing
I think
anymore.
we are good. They're in play. The game's in play.
Yeah, they're not pushing anymore. Finally,
It looks
but
like
never
my
mind.
average epical game in a ranked match, just like what you say. It's like that's me on long already pushing, but 3 of my teammates are in base.
You're giving it to me.
But they
too much
are
credit.
moving.
This is legend sneaky. You're giving too
Legend
much
is
credit.
crazy.
You know what? Hard cap legend 5. Wait, Jangar finally, and I mean, I said it before, stop pushing MATTJESS, but given the ample amount of time has passed, the edge is gonna go down, and this is an opening for TARINGBABI.
Oh, Zach missed. He's going to have to get out of that position, but he's going to have to re-peek as well. Good
more.
shot coming in from him.
One
Going to get
more.
the second one. Yes, he can, but he could not pull out the goal just in time. Spray here from Vincent. Will be getting 2. Protons will be getting Zach in return. Jangar, the only one left alive.
Expected.
Jason getting the shot in. 6-6 here for the side of MATTJESS. And yeah, I mean, you could kind of see it, right? You can kind of see it working here, El. They just kind of lost a bit of fights here on long. If Zach missed his second shot, that would have been A-site here for TARINGBABI.
Even the push towards water side, right? It did a lot of damage here onto Jangar, brought him down to 4 HP. Looking at the fights here on LA, Probably took a lot of damage, and the rest was history after Zach got 2 kills. It was the low members that were left, right? So going back to our live screen, in the tiny screen that is going to be enlarged right about now, Vincent is holding S short. That's what we like to call it. But Proton's not peeking just anytime soon. So maybe they're just trying to set up the LA push for now, then he tries to make his move. But Vincent is all too much aware of it. He's gonna use some util, and Protons, up to you to make move right now.
Oh, Vincent catching Protons within the smoke before it even blooms. The InQ headshot here on El Compi. Zach with a hell of a flick here on McRae, and Yetza will be getting Jangar. It is just a straight up sweep. And it seems like after that timeout, MATTJESS here like, all right, it's time to, you know, hold some angles that do make sense, and we will see what the gap is like here.
Exactly. They're doing the same approach that MATTJESS has been doing, but they're doing it in a slower tempo, which gives MATTJESS a lot of breathing room. No breathing room here for Zachlo. He's not breathing, and so will El Compe. As it's now 4v4 Sneaky, they need to punish that short player, but he's too deadly.
Yeah, but Dinky's just gonna swing it, right? Yeah. That's this classic Dinky right there, man. Looking like Tetsu in early morning, but they 3 versus 4. Still can't be winnable here for the side of MATTJESS.
Oh,
Vincent
wait.
cannot get the spray on Jangar. There's
He's
presence
stuck.
on short. Yetcha's gonna get him. Headshot for him. Yetcha with his third.
What?
And he gets the 4K. Yetcha, the man who usually we don't look at the statistics for, but he is absolutely frying in the map of Black Widow.
He's absolutely frying, eyes wide open here for Yedja, seeing everyone even through the smoke. And that is MATTJESS with the separation of 2 rounds. Ninkyu, he's not pushing mid, he's pushing short, but it's still the same damn thing. Elcomp is right around the corner and his gun is peeking out!
Oh, and sometimes, just like what I
Physics.
said, size
Physics.
does matter from time to time. But El Compe, unfortunate for him that this is happening. But at the same time, I feel like MATTJESS has a bit of an idea that it is going to be TARINGBABI staying in the base the entire time. And Ninkyu, I feel like Ninkyu and everybody on MATTJESS are already very familiar with this kind of playstyle, because this is very common within the country.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you know, TARINGBABI is just trying to see what kind of map control that they did get at the start of the round. What did their patience reward them with? And it seems like it's not too much.
Exactly. I feel like nothing has been given here for TARINGBABI. And also, kids, just a side note, do not face the wall when you're hugging a corner, because you know the game physics, right? That's how Elcompe unfortunately passed away in this round. But Rido,
Oh,
they get one.
one for
Another
one.
one?
Oh,
There you go.
another one though for Penchahat instead. Jason is now down. 3 versus 3. No, Ninkyu crossing the windows once again. You have to be careful about that. You're gonna have to jump in between, especially when you're up against Protons here. And I like this though for Protons. He's starting to kind of get the habits of the pre-firing sniper in this one. But speaking of snipers, Zach with that one. HK417 is about to shred absolutely everybody on HP. And here comes Ninkyu with his own EBR. And will be getting both. MATTJESS, it kind of feels like there's a defense and there's just one guy assigned to go behind him.
Oh my goodness. And if there's one guy assigned to go behind them, there's one guy assigned to go right in front of them. That is going to be Ninkyu holding short still, refraining from the shenanigans towards mid, ramp. But yeah, I feel like TARINGBABI, don't overcomplicate things. Just go for the straight up push. You've been doing the proper steps, but the thing is, you've been doing it for too long. I feel like the setup is what is taking time here for TARINGBABI, whereas when MATTJESS was attacking, they just ran through. And that's exactly what you need to be doing. So, against MATTJESS, but you can't exactly run through Zach, especially when he's scoped in. 5 members here on TARINGBABI on LA, and they're about to execute Sneaky.
Zach, got up in a highlight. Oh, is he actually looking for a highlight? Accidentally switched to my original language there, but it seems like that TRG is not speaking Filipino, unfortunately. But this EBR and HKR, and all 4 members are down. On the ramp side, they do not even make it on the ace site, and it's a 10-6 MATTJESS with the sweep. Granted, TARINGBABI did kind of get a fight going in this map, but, you know, we all know what the ending of this story is. NT from the side of TARINGBABI, but MATTJESS now 4-4 in groups. How have they done this?
Okay, I mean, finally, getting 8 matches done. There's still one more to go, and it's the big brothers of Cebu here versus Stallions. So that's a day, that's a story for another day, right? The win streak here for MATTJESS is well and truly alive. TARINGBABI, they just got run over. But after the Boo Dots remix was done, they just hit the break beat, and they just put brakes on the beat here of TARINGBABI, not even letting them score after that timeout. Well, I feel like this is the classic MATTJESS that happened, I think, with veterans as well, wherein they were getting run over, they hit a timeout, and then, okay, time to play serious. And that's what serious MATTJESS looks like here on Black Widow. Rarely do we see it, but when we see it, it actually is pretty good, much like the map itself. So, yeah, Sneaky, I feel like if you are MATTJESS, this streak, you need to keep it alive. You have to face the rainstorm that is Stallions, right? You need to keep this fire alive. You have to put every single thing that is combustible, that is flammable here on the fire, just to pass through the rainstorm that is going to be the final match. But if ever they fail on the final stage of this group stage, or the final match of this group stage, do you think this 4-5 record is enough to keep them afloat for playoffs?
I feel like it could, but someone else has to go 4 and 5.
We gotta do the maths.
In the top 6. Yeah, you gotta do the math. I think the contention here for whoever is gonna get playoffs really does depend on how MATTJESS does up against Team Stallions and how Team Acceptance actually does against Team Stallions, right? Because they will be facing them on back-to-back days. MATTJESS, obviously, that is their last match for the entire group stage, and it's the same as well here for Team Acceptance, right? I mean, it really is the competition on who can really go the distance up against Team Stallions. And maybe if you're on the side of MATTJESS, if the prophecy is that strong, you know, a win might just be on the horizon.
Yeah, MATTJESS, the win streak is true. TARINGBABI, nice try, guys. I like the Black Widow playstyle on the defense,
sure.
but on BL, we need to refine it. Not quite my tempo. Is it your tempo, panel? Bipolar Salvatore, what do you think about this one?
It's hard to say, pero mahirap naman talaga timbangin yung ating labanan, no? But we do have a little bit of leeway here to still keep on speaking another language. But Salvatore, what a fight though coming in for TARINGBABI. They defied the odds there in the first half, and I feel like they had a little bit of chance there. And you know, the scrims coming in for our Rose teams with the Filipino teams have been playing pretty well. This is a prime example of that kind of, you know, mindset that they're actually doing pretty well now here in the Masters, but it's still not good. But what are your thoughts here coming into Blackwood?
Yeah, look, it's paying off for every practice that they made with Filipino teams, especially in a map like Port and Black Widow, wherein usually teams really do get a huge of an advantage when teams do get aggressive, and they get rewarded from that because of their sheer skill of dueling. And see, TARINGBABI really used Penjahat and Protons for that specific role. So them starting at the strong side really proved to be like a very good start for TARINGBABI. Protons was hitting, Makurai was roaming around the map, and Penjahat was hitting some insane shots. So that's a good start for TARINGBABI. And they went as far as forcing a timeout out of MATTJESS, which is uncanny for MATTJESS to be even calling for, considering how huge of a macro they have as a team. But you know, MATTJESS once again turning on the switch in the second half. Zach and as well as Vincent just doing what they can just for MATTJESS to survive, not them wanting to win, but they just want to survive every bit of round that Makurai and as well as Jangar is delivering for this team. And for ㅍMatch to be doing the things we are seeing right now is just absolutely insane. He was overlooked and now we're seeing him. So good thing here for ㅍMatch that he utilized all the hate he's fueled by spite right now to be powered up here for MATTJESS. Well played for TARINGBABI. It definitely paid off. Every single practice that they had for every Filipino team and as well as veteran really proved to be an evidence here, Polar. That once you practice, it definitely gives you a huge reward, and that competition that we brought to MATTJESS really proved to be very, very strong and could suffice for a different day.
Let's see if it will keep on continuing, especially when Protons, El Compa and as well as Jank are putting these kinds of numbers, right? Especially on Protons with 83% in terms of rating. But for MATTJESS, again, 100% here coming in for Ninkyu. Might as well end it off the entire series with Ninkyu as well, getting this kind of like stat line. 21 and 10 and 12 headshots again. 13 for Vincent. And of course, the man of the hour, ㅍMatch, is still on fire. Goddamn, MATTJESS has been a one insane of a player, especially here on the second half. Just look at that. 5 straight rounds on the GR side, and no one can stop him. From pushes to mirror holds and to sheer aggressiveness, MATTJESS can still outfrag most of these players coming from TARINGBABI. A total of 16 rounds and 6 only going towards TARINGBABI. Now we do our set MVP, and again, it is gonna be Ninkyu.
Well, definitely, TARINGBABI slowly, steadily improving, which is one of the terms that we like to use on Master Spring that was very much overused by Polar. But right now, we are going to use it because it's very much appropriate. This is one of the few times where TARINGBABI was able to get 10-0'd by Virtus.pro. And take a look at the improvement right now. They went as far as actually scoring at least half of the map sets that we have, but still, Ninkyu did not see any improvements here for the side of the Rosea teams because he still played out of this world. As GR, he was pushing Catwalk, CB, and as well as Safe Zone like there was no enemies. So 2.10 KD here for Ninkyu and a 0.57 headshot per kill for Ninkyu's AK-47 as well as HK-417. So yeah, we're not really sure what weapon of choice here for Ninkyu to choose for the following weeks, but kind of looks like AK-47 is a good fit here for Ninkyu, and he's still our MVP. I feel like every week that passes by, he's that consistent top fragger and a threat for each and every team that he plays against. And considering that they will be using this as the fuel for their match against Team Stallions, Bipolar, I feel like they're on their way towards a very good direction.
You know what, Salvatore? I feel like the weapon of choice is not gonna be an issue here. I feel like Ninkyu is the weapon coming into these matches for matches. So that is gonna be an insane thing to see, especially that they're going up against STS next or one of their matches there. Again, looking at our recap, we did start on port wherein we did also have a little bit of good fight coming in for TARINGBABI, but it almost was just gonna be the same kind of thing. A 3-10 scoreline. They saw some powers and they applied it even more here on Black Widow. That's why they got 6 rounds out of 16 in the entirety of BW 4 matches. So nonetheless, it was a big fight, right? We saw Vincent actually, you know, face palming and actually scratching his head on what's happening in the entirety of Black Widow. We should be dominating. This is our map. This is my map for Vincent, right? So out of that though, 16 rounds is still good enough for them to close it all out. We did not see Ankara, but you know, I feel like everybody knows now at this point that we cannot go to the decider, especially coming in for these kinds of match. But we do want to see that in the next coming of days or next coming of weeks. So hopefully improvements there as well. But time to flip the switch, Salvatore. We do have an interview mamaya-maya lang. At ngayon, may kita natin, no, amazingness, no? Grabe, Salvatore, kakaiba, no? Kasi kung iisipin mo, tinanong natin sarili natin kanina, kaya nga ba ng TARINGBABI tapatan or i-replicate dito yung ginagawa ng ating veteran right now on the master stage? And it looks like yes. And this is very fast, no? Kasi last time, veteran and as well as riders not really having this kind of form. Pero with TARINGBABI only having 1 season right now sa buong master stage natin, already sa kalagitnaan ng kanilang journey sa buong masters, they're already putting up 6 rounds, and that's, I would like to applaud that kahit papano, kahit natalo sila dito sa buong series na to.
Parang marami tayong napulot dun eh, no? There was a lot of plays dito ng TARINGBABI that really showed that they can fare up with every aggression na binabato ng Filipino team. Kasi yun yung asset ng mga Filipino teams eh, no? Yung galit talaga. The aggression to take space and the aggression to take fights. MATTJESS and Execration really do share the same wavelength na pag-aatake talaga, kailangan may galit ka, at pag-aatake ka, kailangan alam mong may tutok ka, no? So MATTJESS, Execration, sometimes Team Stallions, actually most of the time Team Stallions, and as well as CBF, though. They really do bank on their aggression to be their identity. I feel like TARINGBABI, with their experience from Screaming Veteran and as well as some teams inside of the Impact Regiment, it really paid off to the point where TARINGBABI already has this identity, Bipolar. No, we're still seeking from TARINGBABI's identity from the prior weeks, but right now we see them as definitely the underdogs who has very, very huge upside and potential for them to be able to compete with the very best here in CFSC. So yeah, very well played dito para sa side ng TARINGBABI kasi naiintindihan talaga namin yung hirap para makipaglaban sa isang Cebuano, no? So kung may hirap sa loob ng sub-base, meron talagang hirap sa loob ng Black Widow. Nakakalain mo meron na, pero kulang-kulang pa rin talaga because nag-activate dito si Yetja, and then Zach just chose to be like, you know, a very huge marksman para sa side ng MATTJESS. Kaya napakalakas ng presensya ng MATTJESS sa loob ng mapang yun. Saan lang talaga, no? Siguro we will be putting TARINGBABI in a higher ceiling right now kung kaya talaga nila paabutin sa Ankara. At sana actually, no, we still have week 4 and we have regionals, no, in the corner pagkatapos nga ng ating playoffs. At sana talaga makita natin ang teams tulad ng TARINGBABI, no, Amonra, Veteran, Cold-Blooded, Raidas na magkita-kita ulit for that potential storyline na wait, may nakuwang set or even better yet, the whole series ang isang Rosea, no? So yeah, yun talaga yung inaantay natin for the improvement of the Rosea teams talaga, Bipolar.
Yeah, tsaka kung isipin mo, I feel like the best way to describe right now ating mga Rosea teams, especially itong TARINGBABI, parang pumasok sila sa isang museum, tapos nakita nila yung Mona Lisa, pero to really appreciate and to really understand that Mona Lisa or that Filipino teams pagdating dito sa buong CFS PH Masters is they need to get closer to that and actually study the whole painting, to actually get the bigger picture and to win even more rounds para makahabol tayo dito or at least get these maps, no? But yun na nga, talk about it even more. Ito na ang ating MVP for those entire 2 sets. It's Ninkyu with the 1.94 KD and the 97.8 rating. I feel like Ninkyu, hindi na siya matitinag dito. I feel like they are ready for Stallions.
Well, Ninkyu, ready for Team Stallions? Honestly speaking, no, pre, I feel like Ninkyu is quite aware naman, no, na yung mga makakalaban niya doon is mga dati niya ring kaalyado, no, in the Ubek Maniac Spectrum. Kasi kung maalala nyo, no, Ubek Maniac Team 2 rin dati si Ninkyu. Kasabay niya dito sila Dre and as well as sila Yobs. So kung meron mang player na mag-i-stand out sa parating na series na yon, bipolar, it's definitely Ninkyu. Kasi kilala niya by puso yung mga players nga na yun. And they also share the same skill, no? Kung paano nga mag-headshot sila Kano at sila Loy, ganyan na ganyan din talaga si Ninkyu, no? From the gameplay that we saw from him using the AK-47 and the HK-417, no? So yeah, Ninkyu is prepared for that upcoming battle and I hope no rather na talagang yung mga iba yung mga kakampi tulad na lang Vincent who's gonna be making the calls and Zach who will be facing off against Revenge, no? Like a name that we haven't mentioned in a while, no? So nakakapanghayok talaga na makita ang Team Stallions versus Matches na ilang linggo na lang makita na nga natin. So definitely well played for Ninkyu and sana may pagpatuloy niya pa to yung gantong init kasi kakailanganin talaga ng Matches ng kahit anumang klase ng lakas para sa isang laban tulad ng Team Stallions.
I mean, nakakakilabot, no, na we're almost there for Matches. Isang, possible matchup na lang and we might just see them into playoffs. You're making us a believer, Matches, and we love to see it even more. Hopefully, you do prevail, especially up against, after this kind of win up against TARINGBABI na clean 2-0. There were some struggles, pero at the end of the day, it's still a win. So, a win is a win para dito sa Matches. But, we do have a little bit of an interview coming in towards you guys. So, mag-antay-antay lang kayo. Pero, Salvatore, ang dami natin kailangan i-digest dito and to think about it. Parang Matches, I would like to ask you, are they ready now? Parang, is this playoffs? Sapat na ba yung gantong Matches na makapasok sa playoffs?
Honestly, Ramon tuloy. Honestly,
Yes,
bipolar,
honestly,
no, feeling ko, yes, Sneaky Frog, no. Feeling ko talaga may hinahanap pa talaga ako para sa Matches, no. Kasi alam mo, just suave, yung mga ganitong klaseng bagay, hindi ganun dapat natin nile-level when it comes to the place itself, Feeling ko yung presence talaga nila pag nandun na yung mga kalaban nila. Feeling ko dun pa natin siya pwedeng ihulma. Kasi honestly, the matches last time was Attras and now TARINGBABI, no. And I feel like it's still not enough because Team Stallions has a different tier, different level, and a different approach of gameplay, no. So Matches in terms of dueling kaya nga talaga nila, but in execution, no, nakita mo naman sa mga laban nga nila from Team Stallions, Virtus.pro as well as Execration na meron naman, but sometimes it always gets exposed, no. So ganun talaga. I feel like Matches, there needs to be more, and since tatagal naman sila sa panahon na bago nga nila makatapat ang Team Stallions, they have a very lengthy period to prepare for Team Stallions. Siguro, no, bipolar, kung iba lang siguro kalaban nga nila, baka pwede pa sila makapag-playoffs, pero tanging siguro na mga sarili pa nilang kadugo ang pwedeng pumigil sa kanila para hindi pa mag-playoffs dito ang Matches, no? which is a sad scene, no, for Matches kasi ang tagal na nga nilang ginugusto na maging consistent for their playoff appearance and Team Stallions pa mismo yung magtatanggal.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it is a test, no? Or at least why not end off your journey or start off your journey sa playoffs with this kind of matchup para talagang malaman kung kaya nga ba or sapat nga ba yung gantong kind of players up against gods coming in dito sa STS. And I would like to say, no, I feel like they have a pretty good chance since nasa rebuilding phase pa rin naman dito ang Stallions. They're still, finding their real form na nandito na ngayon si Revenge, that they're trying to get back even if KLP does play, minimum or at least the minimum games that he is required to play. So, still, there's gonna be a lot of things to talk about, no? Pero I guess we're just having a little bit of time here before tayo makasama natin si Ninkyu. Alam naman natin, ang kable ng papunta dito sa Cebu, medyo malayo nga lang. So, pinapagdikit ulit yan natin ng ating production crew. Dumadayo na sila dyan, nasa barko na po ngayon. Magantay-tay lang kayo. But, again, no? Matches, man, it's making everyone believe that the hope is not really in J Kim's form, but it's in Matches form na parang, Matches, kaya pa nga ba? Is another Cebuano gonna be qualifying? Hindi lang ba 3, hindi lang ba 4, hindi lang ba 1, Di lang ba dalawa, baka tatlo pa yung makita natin dito or for matches. And if you think about, what if, yes, group stage, ginawa rin pala ditong training grounds lang ng ating matches, nakuha nila yung mga sagot nila, tapos sila pala makakuha ng EWC, slot natin dito, what if? That is gonna be insane. Pero ngayon, malapit na natin makausap dito si Ninkyu. Alam mo, Emlo Potato, oras na ata para kausapin natin dito si Ninkyu. Oras na para
Mochi.
makongratulate natin ang ating match MVP. Ninkyu, halika na. Yan!
Bossing! Ningyu!
Boss.
Bossing, congratulations muna, no? 2-0 plus nakita namin dito, AK mo, HK mo, tumatama sa Black Widow mismo. May onti lang kaming katanungan, Salvatore, take it away.
Ayun no, Ningyu, grabe. Parang nakita talaga namin na yung port medyo nadalian kayo, pero parang naging alanganin yung Black Widow eh, no? Napatawag ka nga kayo ng timeout. Bakit? Sino ba ano ba ginagawa ng Taringbabi particular? Baka may specific ka na pwedeng masabi dyan, Ninkyu, no? Paano ba kayo nahihirapan ng Taringbabi? Kasi sumasabay sila sa init niyo, no? So, ano bang specific na player o baka may ginagawa yung Taringbabi mismo na nahihirapan sila, Ninkyu, na makabaril din pabalik?
Ano po, ang kasi hindi na matama. Tapos ping dito, 100 ping dito. 100 ping.
Bossing, di ka ata rinig sa BMix, no? Pero sa mga hindi po nakakarinig sa ating stream, ang sabi po dito ni Ninkyu na lag daw po. Medyo naglalag daw po. Ninkyu, ayusin mo na muna yung mic ko. Sasamahan ka na muna ng ating production member dyan. Pero yun nga, no? Bipolar, ikaw ba? Ayoko sabihin di ako naniniwala, pero ikaw, isasalo ko na muna sa'yo siguro yung, yung burden na to, no?
Sige.
Naniniwala ka ba na lag sila Ninkyu?
Ako, oo. Sabi ko nga sa'yo, malayo naman ang connection ng Indonesia pati dito na Cebu, no? So kung isipin mo, parang 100 steps muna bago makita dito ni Ninkyu yung kalaban niya. No? So somehow it is. Pero I feel like 50-50 yun. Salvatore, feeling ko, just like what happened before, no? Kasi nakita naman na natin matches struggling versus veteran, I believe. So parang it also might just be deja vu, pero I mean, Ninkyu, sabi niya yun eh. Sabi niya yun. Paano gagawin natin?
Iwala na lang tayo.
Diba? Pero gusto ko nga pigain, no? Yung after that overtime, kung ano nga ba talaga yung naging reset nila dito, ano nga ba sinabi ni Vincent para talaga makuha nila yung mga next couple of runs. Kasi after that, no, parang the gears have shifted. Parang hindi natin nakita yung similar first half natin dito for matches.
Parang pinako na nila sa 6 yung no? Yung Taringbabi. The moment na nakapag-timeout dito ang matches. Gusto ko na lang malaman, no? And same goes for here, Bipolar, na feeling ko naging extra talaga yung mga paalala dito ni Vincent kung anong dapat gawin nila. Kasi parang naging effective na yung mga laban ni Zach, ni Ninkyu, as well as ni Jason, no? Na hindi na nga hindi lang sila basta-basta. Si Etja nagpamalas nga din ng kanyang pag-headshot, no? So nagkakaroon na nga siya ng onting spotlight para sa side ng matches. So yun, nakaka-curious honestly, no? Pero kasi, is it really a match na gumaling ang Taringbabi or matches was just, trying to be normal, no? Not really professional, kumbaga, no? Kasi parang ibang matches yung nakita natin sa loob ng Black Widow, which is a conversation na feel ko medyo sensitive nga siya kasi hindi mo talaga pwede maturo na matches, baka nag-iba lang talaga. Ano ba masasabi mo, Bipolar?
I mean, I feel like there's a lot more things para si Ninkyu na lang yung makakuha or at least makasagot ng ganitong mga tanong, no, Salvatore. So why not, hilain na ulit natin dito si Ninkyu para makausap na natin ng todo-todo. At may kita rin naman natin dito mamaya si Yetja na sa likuran niya na napaka-eto. Pero Ninkyu, mic check muna tayo. Rinig ka na ba sa... Yan! Dinig ka na ata dito. Maraming salamat, Ninkyu. Again, Salvatore, take it away.
Ayun no, Ninkyu, nakita naman talaga natin na hindi naging madali yung Black Widow. Sabi mo nga talaga, lag. Pero parang after nung timeout, nagsi-okay na nga yung mga tao dito sa, sa matches. Kasi naging effective na yung mga laban mo kala Penjahat, dito kala Protons, no. Ang tanong namin dito sa'yo, Ninkyu, pagkatapos nung, during the timeout actually, no, nung nagtawag kayo ng timeout, ano bang sinabi ni Vincent? Ano bang naging adjustment nyo para ipako nyo yung scoreline ng Taringbabi dito at makuha nyo na yung Black Widow?
Defense lang po, wala defense lang. Wala defense lang.
Talagang
defense lang, no? Pero pinupush mo yung catwalk. Ayan, kita Ninkyu, nakikita kita. Defense,
kasama sa defense yun.
Kasama pala sa defense yun.
Kasama yun sa utak ko, nag-push bigla. Kaya nag-push na lang ako.
Di lang isang round yun, maraming rounds yun, Ninkyu. So,
Marami yun.
Kasama yun sa defense, no? Ninkyu, I would like to ask you, no, kailangan natin i-address dito ng onti. I mean, congratulations muna sa inyong 2-0 up against TARINGBABI, pero bukas, or I mean, next matchup nyo, medyo mabigat na, no? I would like to ask you, and as well as yung buong team, handa na ba ang buong matches, pati na rin si Ninkyu, para makapasok sa playoffs with a possible win up against Stallion?
Opo, handa na po kami makapasok.
Paanong paghahanda ba yan?
Ano po, practice lang po. Practice lang.
Wala kayong parang pinag-usapan? Ano nga ba yung ganito? Kahit
ano
konti
po,
lang.
practice sa throwings. Then paano pumasok sa site.
Ooh, so
Nagmamamix din
very
sila.
Opo.
Okay.
Ay,
That's good.
Ito Ninkyu to, may tanong ako sa iyo Ninkyu, no. Kita mo nga naman na nagawa na execration, no. At feeling ko dumidikit na rin yung FERVID. Tinalo nga nila ang Team Stallion sa mga mapa, hindi natin ine-expect na matatalo nila ang Team Stallions. Ngayon, ang tanong ko para sa matches, kaya nyo bang gawin ang ginawa ng execration at talunin ang Team Stallions? Kasi pag tinalo yung STS, sure na makakapag-playoffs kayo. Ayun, tatanungin kita Ninkyu, no, puso sa puso. Kaya nyo bang talunin ang Team Stallions at baka may mensahe ka para sa kanila?
Ano po, di ko po alam eh. Masasakit sila bumaril lahat.
Pero masakit din si Ninkyu.
Chamba lang yun lahat.
Sakit din si Ninkyu.
Uy, naku! Hindi namin tatanggapin yan, Ninkyu. Sabihin mo na lang, ang galing ko kanina sa GR side. Ganun na lang. Okay na yun, di ba? The defense is aggressive. Ganun na lang.
Parang di naman ganyan yung mga turo ni Boss Chris no? Bipolar.
Hindi ganyan yung totoo, no, Ninkyu. Ninkyu, last question na seryoso, no? I mean, para lang kasi nakapag-practice na itong TARINGBABI natin up against Filipino teams. Meron ka bang nakita na parang, wow, kakaiba to. Parang merong magandang ginawa ang TARINGBABI up against matches, up against sa inyo?
Po, dalawa nila Arctic, kaya mahirap namin pumasok sa site. Dalawa Arctic.
Kaya rin pala nakita natin parang kakaiba na minsan yung pag-execute nyo, no, para talaga maiwasan yung snipers natin, no, dito sa ating TARINGBABI. You know what? Ninkyu, maraming salamat sa pagsagot ng aming mga tanong and pati na rin dito sa ating, possible na one more fight para makapasok ang matches dito sa playoffs. Onting pagbati para sa mga sumusuporta sa iyo, Ninkyu. Oras na para mag-shoutout and pasalamatan lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa iyo.
Shoutout po kay ㍍MatTJESS tsaka kay Bossmat. Salamat sa suporta sa ㍍MatTJESS at kay Rachel Anamaya. Yan na po. Thank you, Bipolar and Salvatore. Thank you.
Ay, ang sweet ni Ninkyu ngayon, Salvatore. Sana makita ka pa namin ng todo. Kay Sneaky din, Ninkyu.
Shoutout si Sneaky.
Thank you po kay
Sneaky
Sneaky and Mochi. Yun.
Ayun, kahit wala dito, na-shoutout pa din. Iba talaga si Mochi.
Ayan. Ayun mo lang, shoutout kay L.
Shoutout kay L, pati kay Ramon.
Kay Boss L.
Yeah.
Tsaka kay Ramon. Lahat
yun.
Okay.
Yan,
Thank you.
Lahat na, damay na daw lahat.
Maraming salamat, brother. Congratulations and good luck sa susunod nyong laban. Maraming salamat, brother.
Thank you po.
Congrats, thank you. Solid.
Salvatore,
Yeah,
what else can we say? It feels like nawalan na lalo dito ng ng pressure ang buong matches. Onti na lang at malapit na sila tumungtong dito sa atin.
Grabe si Ninkyu, parang medyo tumitiklop nga siya pagharap niya na yung mga hari Hindi na siya makapag-concentrate. Pero I feel like there's still some attitude looming in pagkalaban niya, like let's say Alliance, or Virtus.pro. Pero there is a very, very good amount of respect para sa Team Stallions na hindi talaga magiging madali yung journey nga nila heading into playoffs. There needs to be a miracle talaga for for the side of matches rather para makapag-qualify nga sila. Kasi 4 and 5 parang alam mong may sabit na, may taning na para makapunta pa ng playoffs sila. But nonetheless, we wish matches good luck para sa laban nga nila for Team Stallions.
You know what, Salvatore? Oras na para mag-move on tayo dito sa ating first matchup. Oras na para makita natin dito mamaya ang ating veteran and Attras. Tatagos nga ba dito ang players natin, the two-time hopefuls for veteran, or will Attras actually have that silver lining up against this matchup? Magbabalik po ang CROSSFIRE Philippines Summer Masters 2026 after this.
lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na mabutuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And he
Uy,
makes it a double.
grabe!
Saving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Fervent race here dito sa house.
Ano dyan, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
Maligayang pagbalik dito sa CROSSFIRE Philippines with the CFS.PHT Masters Summer 2026. Kami pa rin ninyong panel, Bipolar and Salvatore. At ngayon, ibang laban na naman ang may kita natin. It's Veterans versus Attras. Salvatore, it's gonna be an interesting matchup, no?
Definitely, no? Considering na ito yung rookie versus veteran na usapan, pero parang nagmumukha pang veteran ang mga rookies natin dito for Attras, as veteran is still yet to make a score sa kanilang winning column dito sa ating Masters Summer, reminiscent of the run that they had during Masters Spring. Kaya iniingatan na rin ngayon ng Attras yung winning ways nila, no? Kasi inaasam pa din ng Attras Esports na makapasok nga ng playoffs, and that will mark one of the few teams on their rookie season na makakapasok sana ng playoffs alongside Kiertas, no? Kaya iniisip ko talaga ngayon na para sa side ng veteran na sana ipagpabuti pa nila yung gameplay nila, kasi umaabot na sila sa level na dumidikit sila sa matches, pati na nga rin sa acceptance, no? So what more pa kaya pag tumapat sila dito sa Attras Esports?
Yeah, yun na nga, no. I mean, let's start it off with introducing Veteran, ang ating unang team na maglalaban-laban sa labanan na ito, no. Veteran has been, again, just like what you've said, improving nonetheless, getting those rounds in. One of the first few teams in the Rosea squad na talagang nakakuha ng rounds. But man, oh man, what a great scene it is, and what an honor to see EV9, 27, even drones getting these frags up, kung saan nahirapan ng multiple teams na nakalaban nila just from the sheer firepower na nabibigay ng ating mga players, the clutch potential, the percentage is there, plus the players now looking better than ever, even though kahit minsan wala dito si Fires. Veteran now is very much in top shape.
Well, definitely maasahan na ang veteran kahit wala nga si Fires, pero syempre, no, bilang isang fan din ng mga mahihilig sa headshot, hinahanap talaga natin ngayon kung nasaan na nga ba si Fires. Buti pa si Ajax tsaka si Zac, nakita na natin. Si Fires hanggang ngayong week, wala pa rin na tayo nakikita, wala nga sa kanya, wala man lang balita, wala man lang abiso, o kaya mensahe man lang para dito kay Fires. But nonetheless, no, the performance still of veteran, okay pa rin naman talaga with their recent outing with acceptance. Nakita mo talaga na 20SM as well as EV9 is showcasing a different level of EV9 and 20SM respectively, no? So hindi man naging maganda yung first 4 matches nga nila, ang nakikita ko pa rin is pure potential para sa veteran na mas umangat pa sa level nga nila ngayon. And they said it best, no? Nakakapag-scrim na nga ang veteran with some other impact teams, and same goes here for TARINGBABI, na baka nga ikaganda pa, no? Mas ikataas pa ng level ng veteran yung approach nila dito, no, when they're facing off against Attras, who is already struggling right now sa kanilang summer season. So if veteran sees this as an opportunity, they definitely should, considering na some of the players here has played internationally, and ang nakikita natin dito is definitely the rising of performances nila EV9 and 20SM.
Oh, definitely so, right? I mean, we have to flip the switch here na rin in terms of language, but we did see a lot of like powers, or at least like amazingness here when they were up against acceptance and as well as matches. So I don't doubt that they have the power to at least take a map out of this series from Attras. Yes, Attras is still the veterans in rookie form, pero it's still, at then they haven't been the best. Their lose streak right now has been 3, might be number 4. But Rectard, coming from veteran, did say this from our question, which says, which opponent are you looking forward the most in week number 3? What can you say to them? Attras Esports, good luck and have fun. Give your best match. A man of few words, Rectard, but a man with many bullets coming into Crossfire.
Yeah. Good choice of words to para dito kay Recnart, and we gotta respect his choice of actually picking a team here on week number 3. So Attras Esports is also like one of the few benchmarks like CBF and as well as FERVID that if you cannot beat those said teams, there's not really a place for you in the tournament. But for the results that we saw from the matches of Veteran and as well as CBF, they kind of look like, you know, they were prepared, but in terms of aim, they're still raw. They still have that potential not tapped just yet here for a Veteran. And right now, it will be tested with the weeks following to that match. It's now week number 3, and hopefully Veteran is now ready for war.
You know what? The war begins here, especially up against Attras. And let's introduce their opponents right now. And with that, good luck, have fun. I feel like Attras has a little bit of, a little bit of things to look at now up against Veteran. But of course, it is Jake, MC, RG, RTA, Kid, and Kai, or K, going up against these kind of teams. But again, the man, the myth, the legend, Jake with the R. With the hope actually to give a little bit more hope pagdating coming into Attras, because he has been the solo fragger that is only up in terms of KD. He has been a firepower na really needed here for Attras.
Definitely, Jakim, he's mean, he's bad, and he'll probably body slam any family member that you have because of his sheer strength that he has.
Damn.
And Jakim, I do feel like he has that kind of presence that he can shoot through your enemy's defense, and as well as create some space for his teammates to benefit on. But I feel like Attras has yet to punish that, or just at least utilize that, I should say, because Attras has been struggling for matches like from their match against Virtus.pro, and as well as towards matches, because Jacob can top frag, but somehow, some way, they still find a way to fumble any sort of opening Jakim does for his team. So Attras needs to realize that this is not just a 1v5 place that they have. They have to realize that they have a gem of a player like Jakim that does this on a regular basis. So if you're CRG, if you're Kid, you need to lock in, because Jakim is a generational talent that has visions better than anyone does when it comes to, top tier opponents. Like this one on Veteran, I feel like this is now the adjustment that they need.
I mean, at the end of the day, right, a solo man trying to live up to the expectations of everybody, and as well as carrying an entire squad, is going to be having that pressure, and as well as this kind of like duty to perform. So if he does it, and if that pressure comes into his mind even more, well, it's not going to be a good sign. But CRG coming from Attras did say this with this question: this season will give the top two teams with the EWC slot. Why do you think that you deserve it more than the others? Because we spend more time on practice to make our team become better. And I like that coming from CRG, because multiple teams here in Masters Summer did say that they are more prepared. They are obsessed with preparedness, just like Stallions, just like VP now trying to be the standard of CrossFIRE Philippines. So with CRG saying this, can that practice really come into form? And is that practice enough even up against Veteran? But now with the head-to-head, who is these two players that we have to look on in this matchup?
Let's see, it's going to be none other than Shock versus RTA. It's going to be the battle of the fragging IGL. Shock has been the very best player right now inside of Veteran, alongside Twentism, who has been delivering some very good plays, and as well as some mid-rounding, because Shock has been on a rise in terms of his KD and as well as his showmanship, trying to be one of the players that has the ability to frag against a top-tier Filipino team, and RTA as well, joining the ranks of KLR, KLB, and the bunch that has the ability to frag despite, still being the micromanager of the team's movement around the map. And I feel like it really rose up his numbers. It really rose up to a number that is very much respected, because Jakim has added the mid-round flavoring that Attras desperately needs. So RTA and Shock will definitely determine the pace and the tempo of the maps that we will be playing. But since this is an Attras series, bipolar, I feel like the saturation of Ankara and Eagle Eye will be seen, because that is a possibility here for Attras. But they have been playing that for quite some time now. And if you're a veteran, your veteran move will be banning one of those two maps.
Yeah, let's see if it is going to be kind of that situation, especially here in our map veto for our matchup number 2. Let's see, what did they pick, Salvatore?
Well, let's see. It's going to be needing a very deep look of the map. And for the first time in the season, Attras will be playing inside of New Compound. They played a handful of Black Widows in their matches inside of Impact Spring, but they only played that in this season once. So there is a possibility we might just see Black Widow potentially. But for Attras, they still want to priority Eagle Eye alongside Ankara. So if they don't have the chance to pick Ankara Songkara, they will choose its brother in arms, that being Eagle Eye. So, despite them being able to choose the map, this is going to be the advantage here for Veteran as they chose the strong side for the first half. And meanwhile, on the second set, we have Attras utilizing the strong side of Compound, which is definitely punishing here for Veteran. If they do not get the maximum rounds playable inside of their BL, they'll be having a hard time adjusting heading into the second half. So yeah, very good picks here for Veteran and as well as Attras. This is a respect ban, honestly, here for Attras, since they banned out Port. They lashed out one of the few maps that Veteran is hoping that they would be able to pick, but New Compound is not really far in the park in terms of like having Veteran being able to pick their maps.
Yeah, you know what, Salvatore, I might have a little bit of a hot take here. I feel like these maps here are more catered towards Veteran, because we saw in Master Spring, Veteran did play a lot of Eagle Eye up against big teams like STS and a lot more others. So yes, Attras knows how to play Eagle Eye 2.0 at the very end, and especially with their matchup last time in this map alone, they do have a lot of powers, but that requires so much for these two teams to actually provide them with round wins on Eagle Eye 2.0 with New Compound as well. Veteran knows how to play this. That's why they prioritize it first rather than sub-base, rather than Karu, rather than Black Widow. So I do agree with you that we might go toward the decider here, and this might just be the very first time that a Veteran or at least as a Rosé team might get a map here. But let's look at the prediction. What is the situation there for our casters and as well as the panel desk? And I guess it's time to show my prediction here, because it's the first time that I will be rooting especially for a map win here for Veteran.
Okay, so I cannot blame you, honestly, Bipolar. With their presence from the series against Matches and as well as Acceptance, I kind of agree with you that there is a possibility that we might see Black Widow. But this is Attras, who already had priority in Eagle Eye, and when was the last time that you saw Veteran play inside of Eagle Eye? And I feel like that's already the guaranteed set. But what about New Compound, man? I feel like it's also a map that can be struggling upon the side of Attras. But, you know, Veteran might be able to pull this off, and hopefully that will be the case, because we have given so much hope for Veteran that there is no longer none for ourselves. So, Veteran, if you're listening right now, there's only enough hope in the world, and I hope it's already enough for Veteran to see Black Widow, and I hope that is going to be the case, Bipolar.
I mean, I hope that the hope coming in for my one prediction here for Veteran, and as well as the 32% that are really gunning it for Veteran right now to win, is enough for them to actually get a series win, or at least a map win, in fact, right? But Attras, just like what you've said, Attras is Attras. Attras is a Filipino team. Attras is very tenured. Attras is very, very good, despite their losses previously for their matchup. But nonetheless, it is going to be Eagle Eye for our map number 1. So let's introduce our casters for today. It is gonna be El and as well as Ramon. Come here, guys. Come on. There we go. Ramon and El, it is gonna be one hell of a matchup, right? We do have Veteran as well as Attras. I would like to see your specific thoughts here coming into this matchup, Ramon, because you did have that close encounter with these like Rosette.
I did. It's very interesting to see that these teams are working hard every single matchup, right? I mean, they've been very open about how they've been struggling with the previous matches, simply because of how much firepower PH actually brings to the team, with a good mix of team play as well. That did really surprise these Rosé teams. But overall, I think it's a good effort that they've been scrimming each and every time. A lot of the PH teams right now, including VP. So very much a shout out to VP right now, very much helping the Rosé teams to kind of develop overall. But I think this is also a good test, in particular for a Veteran right now. Considering that Attras are somewhat in a state that they need to recover, this could be a good time for them to actually clinch up that first set, man.
I mean, let's see, right? It's gonna be still a question mark for everyone here, and even for our viewers. But for LL, as a coach, as a bird's eye view for these teams, what do you think is gonna be the possibilities here for these two teams to actually claim these rounds? Is it gonna be a 2-0? Is it gonna be 2-1?
Contrary to my prediction, I almost put in 1-2 or even 2-1 in favor of a Veteran, because Attras, in their current form right now, yes, we have seen glimpses of excellence from this team, but then again, those are only glimpses, right? We've seen their match yesterday versus Virtus.pro. It's sort of an improvement, or at least something in the sort of fighting back, right? The moment feels like it's all for VP. They did not even get, I think, 10 rounds. If I'm right here, against they did, yeah, but still they lost devastatingly on both maps, right? Nothing to be said here for Attras, but I want to see Veteran like improve even more so because they're that close to taking a team, and Attras is ripe for the taking.
You know what, El? I do agree with you on that. But I think we have a little bit of help here coming in for something to point out in this matchup alone. Salvatore, we do have Rosia's hope in winning a series. This has been the top tier players, or at least the peak of the improvements coming in for Veteran. What do you think about this?
Well, this statement has not been any truer right now because Veteran from Masters Spring, they were the ones who took Team Stallions into a 5-4 half inside of Port, and Veteran is one of the teams that really pushed the port of both acceptance and as well as matches. So if there's any team right now from the Rosea region who has the ability to take down a Filipino team, it's definitely Veteran. These players have international experiences. They play Crossfire inside of our server despite the absence of it in the Indonesia region. So this is not just passion anymore. This is just hunger for a Veteran to be able to reclaim what rightfully theirs. It's the ability and the title to be able to, create that moment for Indonesia as a country. So yeah, there is a possibility here for a Veteran to do that up against Attras, but this is honestly Attras Esports who still has the strength in them to defeat a team like Veteran. But hopefully we do have the hope that Veteran does pull it off, that amazing 2-1 or even better yet a 2-0 here for Veteran. But yeah, with the absence of fires, I feel like it will definitely dip in terms of firepower, but hey, who are we to say that EV9 and Twintism cannot step up?
You know what, it's still gonna be a tough fight, right? It's still gonna be a struggle for our Rosea hopefuls Veteran here to win actually a series, but we do have that little glimpses, just like what El has said, that we might have a little bit of foresight in towards their their winnings here in the group stage. But for Twintism, it is the closest shot of pulling Twintism is their closest shot of pulling off a win. So especially with his recent performances coming in for Port, what do you think about this, Ramon?
I think very much true, right? I mean, him being on a sniper, him also being in a role where it also becomes like a sort of spot where it kind of flexes around whether we see Fire is in the lineup or gonna be Twintism. I think Veteran just have a system where whoever they feel like wants to kind of step up to the plate, it will be the man themselves to play on that spot. And right now it's Twintism who, on the times that he has been playing, he's been pretty much doing a lot of work with how well he has been utilizing that sniper. And to also kind of double down on what Salvatore said, I do feel that Veteran have a problem where they kind of rely on one player to kind of force out all their firepower. We saw that from Fires, and I feel like if they do that to Twintism as well, it's going to put a lot of pressure on this player. So hopefully Veteran can kind of bundle together as a team to kind of relieve that pressure off him.
You know what, Ramon? Twintism has been really, really explosive. Do you have a little bit of thoughts there, Salvatore? Do you want to add something there for Ramon?
Yeah, definitely Twintism is a player that outside of Fires can really deliver on a role that he's very much comfortable on. So Sniper is currently the meta right now for a lot of teams to be able to push in the hyper-aggressive meta, wherein you were able to push the long angles very, very frequently because the Sniper opens up the map. And I feel like a player like Twintism is able to do that for Veteran, and that's why we're seeing some bits of success from their series on matches and as well as acceptance. So yeah, I definitely agree with what Ramon said.
Yeah, Twintism might just be the key for victories here for the side of Veteran. But we do have one more here, and it's going towards Attras. Attras Esports looking to bounce back after a loss, a multiple series loss now. I believe it's 3 losses now for the side of Attras. Is there hunger here, or is it just gonna be complacency for Attras here?
I feel like it's neither, right? It just might be confusion inside of the game, inside of the server when they try to make their place, because we know that they have a system backing them up, right? We know their coach Ang is trying to implement the system onto their IGL, RTA. It almost seems like they're the same person, right, when they're inside the server. But then again, the difference between Ang and RTA is going to be that experience that this current team lacks, right? They're the rookie here in Masters, and as much as it is their first season, well, Veterans, that's only their second. So the sophomore versus the first years here in our school is going to have a skedaddling, and Attras, if they want to come back, this is the perfect time to do so. But my question is, right, can they?
Yeah, I mean, let's see, right? I mean, at the end of the day, Veteran is looking for some kind of validation. Meanwhile, redemption is what Attras sees in this kind of group stage. So let's start off this matchup with our first set. It is going to be Eagle Eye 2.0. You know what, Ramon and El? Take it away.
Thank you so much, Bipolar and Salvatore 10K. This is going to be very interesting, L. The matchup between Attras and Veteran gives somewhat of a vibe that it could go 0 to 100 real quick. But I do feel like the pressure will not only fall on Twintism himself, but on RTA. I like the conversation that we had with involving Ang in this sort of discussion, right? It kind of feels like they need some sort of that decisiveness a little bit more. They need to be proactive. They need to capitalize on a very fiery hot Jakim to kind of put the pressure on the side of Veteran right now, because at the moment it's not really the case.
Yeah, it's not really the case. I feel like if you are Attras and you're not making use of these resources right in front of you to take maps from the top dogs in our league, what does that say about you when you are going to be facing a team that actually does not have coach, right? Veterans, as much as they are one of the two teams from the Rose region, it's only TARINGBABI actually that has a coach. Their coach name is Kanjiro, while Veterans, it's blank, right? There's no one in the slot for them. So technically, it's the 6 men of Veterans trying to create the plays, and if that somehow, right, produces the numbers and the impact that it wants to do versus Attras, who has a whole system, a whole strategy, a whole tactic revolving from their impact days up until here. Well, what does that say about the higher ups that are trying to get themselves here in Masters to make a name for themselves, but making a name, need to introduce yourselves first with the communication.
Paano mag-smoke? Tara, tuloy na natin to, pre. Sa inyo muna sila, pre.
Nag-smoke sila, pre.
Baka lumaban,
Kailang ang bunker niya.
Isumok sa niya.
Alam mo ko dapatin, napapalugas.
Masok ka! Ayan.
Gubuta para. Good, Iger.
Masok. Atas.
A little chaotic on the comms there. I do like that energy. You do see that out the Veteran right now, as they are going to be starting on Eagle Eye. GR side coming through for Veteran. A very early smoke to kind of place down on the Atras's face, as instead of trying to pivot away, they're just going to go in for the swing. Twintism on the shot. Entry coming through from Kid. Already on tap A. Drones trying to bounce back from momentum, but Jakim just slurring down the offense coming through from Attras Esports.
Yeah, EV9, look at this. He's wrapping around, going through dugout, and he's trying to wrap, but RTA is here. If he reads this right, it could be for Attras this round, but Veteran, that was a nice idea. Now it's left to 2 members, Ramon.
Exactly. I think Twintism lost out on the timing on the tower peak, as K will get one. And Twintism with a 3K, he needs an ace clutch to get themselves the first round on the Eagle Eye map. The problem is his location is known and RTA is gonna hunt him down. Attras Esports, brutal on the execute.
Very much so, but even if you say Attras is brutal, you can say that the Veterans held their own, right? I mean, with this initial play right here on LA, they're gonna have to start fighting, Ramon.
We do. And Kid again, back on being that attacker, and Twintism just gonna feed an aid to his face. Veteran putting up one hell of a fight up. It's Attras who are just setting up their execute, as Twintism will get that second kill. Jakim surprising Twintism back on that tower position, and EV9 he needed to lock in, and he gets himself the first round on the board for Veteran.
Okay, Ramon, I think you're gonna have to work overtime, and me, I'm gonna take it back here because the speed of the game is crazy, and this one I like from Veterans. They're keeping up the tempo. They're the ones keeping Attras in check, but a mid push is going to come out here of Attras just in time before Jakim comes into the door.
Woo! Mr. Jakim bounced out of the door as Jones will get one and a second as well. Reknart is wreaking havoc all over the hotel position. Veteran, they have fire in their hearts right now, and they want to get the first set for Rosea with a 2-1 scoreline up against Attras.
Yeah, and they're just fanning the fire here. They're not quite happy with the results. They still need to make sure that there is oxygen in the air, there is wood to put on that fire, and make sure that they find enough fuel for themselves to get more rounds. Now, that failed. Nade here from EV9 will not do damage, but okay, looking to do some here, looking at the scope bunker. We're gonna see the replay, Ramon, and I like the way that Reknart held his own here on the bar, hiding behind the pillar, getting the third, and that secured the round there for Veterans. But going back to our current round, right, we're seeing a setup here for Attras. LA push it might be, but Jakim has some ideas. He's gonna be separating himself, going towards mid, while the rest of Attras try to hit side A.
Dude, they're having good setups right now. And I like this from Veteran, but unless CRG can do something, then setup does not matter at all. RTA was second, EV9 just shutting them down with one singular HK. This is beautiful coming through from EV9. Does get themselves the 3 kills, but Reknart has to do the legwork now. 1v2 and the C4 planted, and he is already stuck inside bunker, spotted by Jakim, gets the damage, and it's already done from Attras, 2-2 to get them even.
Okay, so in hindsight, right, I want to take us back in time before Jakim ever stepped foot inside Attras. If it was BD, if it was Bernard here on Attras, I feel like veterans would have more of a chance. But the veterancy here from the former Fervid player is going to help Attras, but yeah, they're just going in towards side B.
Yeah, exactly. Already towards the B site, and RTA putting this in disrespect with a one-tap on towards drones. But Shock and Twintism, they're coming out with the left hook, right hook special. 2 kills for Veteran. And they plant the C4 down, so putting a bit of pressure back on Veteran. They're coming out of the smoke. Shock with the run and gun. Kid down. It's all up to Jakim. And even Jakim can't save them this time. Veteran pumping the brakes out the window. They want to fight up against Attras.
And I said earlier, Ramon, the TARINGBABI match, that was the second time a Rosea team got the lead versus a Filipino team. Ladies and gentlemen, we just seen the third. Veterans 3, Attras 2, and Attras, as much as they like playing close and aggressive here in Eagle Eye, Veteran can match that pace and is looking to take the fight even towards them with this hotel exit play. But EV9, no help whatsoever, try to just play up and close. And Shock, just waiting inside the bunker. Not much contact being made except for Kid poking and prodding here on door mid. So far, Attras, I feel like a change of direction is being called right now. May it be from RTA, may it be from Jakim, but the call is nice. We need to see the setup, but looking at the map, number 5, EV9, lurking up already. They might be getting caught here, Ramon, if they don't move fast here, Attras.
Absolutely, door mid. May push top drones. Get shot from the Arctic as well. EV9 trying to respond to the aggression. Attras already on the way towards the A side. K does not even clear Shock. He gets himself the kill. Jakim bounces back. Finally gets himself the trade. But Twintism and Veteran, they're getting the leg up on the matchup so far through the smokes, through the walls. Drones is getting himself the kills that he needs. That's its Kid all alone. And Kid gets the 2K. 1v1 for Drones, the hero for Veteran. He has to save it big. He has to make it huge. Kid, he made a bit of a sound cue, so I think Drones has an idea. And I don't think Kid even realizes that Drones is this close to getting himself the 4th round for Veteran. He does it with the shot. What? The sniper goes ham all the way towards top A. It's Veteran with a 4-2 scoreline.
And Attras, man, you should be doing the reverse of your name. You should be going forward. Abante lang dapat. Pero they can't do that when Drones is right in front of their faces, getting that quick scope now. 2-round lead for Veterans. Attras, as much as I like their execute, the wraparound by EV9 was not noticed, so they might do that again. EV9 knows that he was not noted. They don't know where he came from. They just know that he landed on site A for the retake. So, Attras, slowing things down here, Ramon. Putting positions where the players should have a good matter of killing. But maybe Veterans expected this. These guys are no joke. These guys are no newbies, and once we see the setup, I want Attras to challenge that, and if it goes towards the Indonesian side, man, it's going to suck here for Attras.
For sure. All the weeks of hard work and experience coming into play. Drones realizes the peak coming through from K and takes him down. Jakim on the other side as well. Finally get the IGL of Veteran to make it a 1-for-1. A bit of damage has been done over to the setup of Veteran. But they're still layering down that LE position, looking like they're expecting Attras to go there.
Exactly. So 1-for-1 trade to this him. He sees someone, but just how many is his question. Jakim with the setup, and here goes Attras towards side A. Drones is ready.
Drones on the off angle. Surprises RTA as well as CRG. This is huge coming through for Veteran. Attras have walked into the sight lines.
Wait.
But Jakim could be the hero. Kid on the second frag as well. EV9 will have to go down to Jakim. Veteran bowing out to Attras with a beautiful shot coming through from bunker.
Yeah, I feel like he's the only one here carrying Attras to go forward. the veterancy of this man. I've said it earlier, Ramon, coming in from Fervid, he knows a lot of tricks. He's trying to salvage his team, but it's him alone versus veterans who is playing aggressive right now. Shock, right next to you, right?
Huh? Oh, Jake him! He gets
He's
run
out!
over!
He's out!
And Shock gets himself the easiest kill
Oh!
of his life. Twintism. Oh, if you would have gotten the kill on Kid, that would have been a huge pick. And Kid finally shuts down Shock. Again, the forward is coming through for Veteran, paying off in dividends to get the 1-for-1 again.
Yeah, but who really lost someone here? It's Jekim down. That's the raid boss. Drones is down, but this is possible for the 3v3.
Rekdart also with the kill onto CRG. Twintism the second time in a row. Missing the shot on the sniper. Doesn't even connect with the Colt. But a second chance at life.
Oh!
And Kid hunting down the kill. Twintism still wins it out. But all that was could be a bait. Could be a switch. Attras doesn't have the C4 towards that LA position. RTA gets the kill kay Reknart. 2 versus 1. And he's running all the way towards the B side. They know what's coming for Attras.
And now RTA has to do it all. IGL, he doesn't have the angle. They're hiding through the RS position. They have to go to car. RTA is taking his time. And he has to peek though. They already have the angle.
I think he knows. I think Twintism saw a glimpse of RTA trying to rotate back on towards that B site a lot of time.
He's hesitating.
And a lot of eyes, exactly. He's hesitating because he knows that Veteran could have just rotated off the silence that he has made all throughout the map. And he hasn't made his presence known, so he's using this time to clear every corner, every angle, and now he makes noise. Now is the time for Veteran to swap in.
Woo!
Coming out for Twintism, and the Colt stage 2. Another round for Twintism, another round for Veteran.
I like this. Looking at their face cams, not a single shed of joy. They know that the work is not yet done. But they have done a lot indeed here in the first half, looking to get that 6-3. But Attras will not go down easily. If Jekim is alive, it's going to be hard. But Kid just gets deleted to Intism. Man, this guy is popping off, but the rest of the Attras going through hotel. They have 2 members to worry about though.
EV9, golden headshot, CRG down, but there's still RTA to worry about. There's still Jacob to worry about. Pistols out, flash is coming through. Jacob will get the trade of his life, but EV9 has done the damage done. It's a 3v2, forcing Attras to play a bit more proactive. They're holed up towards that hotel position.
They're moving like Filipinos. They're roaming around the map. Look at this. They already have bottom mid. They already have the LA area. If they go for the rotate, they just might be dead to Twintism, but that's 2 double snipers. Twintism has the angle. He needs to not miss. Eto na nga. Oh! But he loses K. 2v2 though. And there's still plenty of time, Ramon. I almost thought they were becoming Filipinos. But pardon me if Shock does another one.
There's another one maybe. Gets the kill, gets the second as well. Shock igniting the hope for Rosea to claim their first set in the Eagle My Map. It's 6-3 in the first half, and it's the highest lead Rosea has seen in a master stage.
Shock factor for the final round of the first round. But here, Willis is
Solo ko na kaya to, Toy. B-side. Pihin natin itong buong hotel.
Humble bar. JPB OP. Ada.
Wow.
Oof.
Okay.
Holy.
I'm just going to call them brothers. Veterans Bang. Nice shot. Nice shot, Bang Twintism. But they still need to do some more here. They're gonna go to hotel where K is watching.
Absolutely. And I think he also knows the pressure of holding hotel solo. So it's good for him to kind of go back and layer down that bit of defense that he still have on that B site. Giving Veteran now the space to work with. Finally get the execute that they're looking for. Shock could get caught, but a good movement to drop down over towards the BR position. Attras, they have the info about Shock, but are they really convinced that B-side could be a call for Veteran?
They might be selling the fake here. Look at the C4 going out. They still have Twintism holding this mid doors, and now Attras, the rotation is messed up. 3 players going towards site B and bypass. And now they can just split towards mid. I like this from Veteran.
Absolutely. All backs turned, the smoke on their face as well. They have no idea what's coming up from the back lines. K with one, but that's only one. Shock on the second kill.
What?
This is Veterans' best form yet. As they're taking Attras one by one. It is EV9 to put the final nail in the coffin in this round for Attras. It's Veteran in a 7-3 scoreline.
Mark that scoreline, ladies and gentlemen. 6-3 scoreline. We've seen the first perfect macro play from Veterans, and Attras not backing down, letting Jakim take the reins here. Is going for a push in LA.
Jakim, the spearhead from Attras, again becoming the nuisance now for Veteran this time as he takes on Twintism. RTA on the second as well, doing a good job of mitigating that mid-pressure coming through for Shock into a 3v5. Attras playing the proactive game.
Yeah, and now they have a man advantage, but Veterans is not really new towards this kind of situation. They played the almost whole of spring with man disadvantages, so still, they can try and come back out of this round, but the map control that Attras has is just too much to handle. With this push coming out from the houses, Jacob's gonna go down. Kid, it's all up on you, and he's very low.
He's getting headshots. Regnard continuing the aggression on Kid. Attras throw away the man count advantage. It was a 5v3 to start with, and now they got the numbers down to even. 1 minute and 20 for Veteran. They have the map to play with. They have the mid side taken. But Attras have that info gathered on that mid side, so all they can do is lay it on the defenses on both the lanes.
Yeah, the best move here for Veteran is to group of us 3 and then just ransack one angle here at the time, because looking at Attras, they chose to play 1-on-1-on-1s. That's 3 1vx's, if you will. Even with the rotation, if CRG goes down here first or K, it might just be lights out for this round.
You can say that they're separated as CRG gets separated, bisected even by drones on the setup. As EV9 just runs and guns down K as well. The most precise we've seen from Veteran. As it's now going to be down to just RTA, the leader, the captain, and Ang's right-hand man spotted because of the peak. And Drones picks up the 3K. This is Veteran on their way to claiming the first bacon of Rosea to an 8-3 scoreline.
And that is disrespectful right there by Attras, calling the timeout as late as this. You should have went and called the timeout when it was, I feel like 5-3. That should have been the timeout. Right? When you see Veterans fighting back, this is not just another Rosea versus PH squad fight. You're going to see them in their best form, especially after that macro round example from 6-3. I think after that, should have been the timeout call, but Ang thinking otherwise, right? Still could be comebackable, still thinking that, hey, we are Filipinos, we can take this in our own way, we can use our own macro, our own aim. But Veterans is putting that big comma in his sentence. But what if we can do that as well? And we can do it better. So I like the way that Veterans has been moving the phases as well. Locked in. Contrary to TARINGBABI, right? This team is more tenured. This team is more respected. This team is more, what do you call it, disciplined in terms of their emotions and their tactics. So not a surprise to me that even if I voted 2-0 towards Attras, that just might be the bias towards the Filipino. But hey, if Rosea is improving like this in Eagle Eye, a map where you do not see in the ranked matches where Veterans has to scrim technically with other teams to get reps in, then we are in for a Rosea up boom in the next coming seasons. But this is the seed that has been planted, Ramon, and I'm excited to see that tree grow.
Let me tell you something, El. One of the reasons why Rosea only has a few representatives or only few people signing up over to the qualifiers is because a lot of people in Rosea believe that PH is impossible to even get one set on. Impossible because our playstyle is very macro heavy, very aggressive. So much emphasis on team play. Very hard to kind of counter up against a region that hasn't even seen professional Crossfire play because of its absence. But now Veteran are reminding us that firepower is present everywhere else. And now they are doing it, man. 8-3. They only need 2 more to claim that first set.
Yeah, I want to see the adjustment from Attras. They won't go down fighting, and CRG is going to make a display of that.
Yep, a good shot coming through. And now they know the info. CRG handles them with a 2K. RTA the leader. This handles Veteran to go in like a meat grinder. 3 kills from them. 2 versus 5. Drones and Twintism left all alone.
So far, timeout good here for Attras. Leaving Drones and Twintism. The technical snipers here for the Veterans squad. Trying to look for picks, and I like that they're not rushing things, right? You know Twintism, he's good for that shot. But he just needs to find his timing. Problem is though, K is looking towards the tight angle, but Kid is right in the open. He's gonna take him down, and that's Drones out as well. So timeout is converted here by Attras, but Veterans, they know the adjustments already. They saw that Hotel was packed with a crossfire, and now they want to strike back coming into this round. Let's see it. C4 going towards mid, a bit of hesitation here towards the LB angle, but still, there's going for Shock towards mid. He's really deep, even through the mid doors. And the plant has been secured. Veterans now just need to wait for the rotation of Attras before they make any weird moves.
Exactly. An adjustment that they're not even going to go for. That Hotel push again is K. Lines up the shot over to Twintism. That's the sniper head-to-head. Now taken care of by K on top A. This is a 4 versus 5. But he was only one part of the equation. They set up that door mid spot for Veteran. They're looking to strike back with a strat that they've run. One of the previous rounds where they just overwhelm and flood in towards that lane position. But time will tell. They are going to be going at it because look at that. They're not even going to go for it right now.
Yeah, Jacob's just spamming the angle here on lane. So far, I feel like that diverted the attention of Attras to go towards B. Just get the Kid here in the rotational spot. But yeah, Veterans going to a Hotel. They have to face towards CRG again.
Have to do what they do till. The contact play didn't work out the first time. So now is it time for CRG again. Taking out Reknart, no trade coming in for Veteran. Shock placed into the crosshair of CRG, who only gets that 2 kills. Attras lining up a back-to-back flawless round in their GR. And Drones, the last victim, will be the 5th round win for Attras. They are catching up, L.
Slowly waking up from this nightmare Attras. They still have ways to come back into this game. They don't want to be the first team that is ever defeated by a Rosea team in 2026. But Veterans not sly as well, not shy, and no slouch in trying to make this attempt happen. Even when they're in the lead, Ramon, you can technically say they're still in the mindset of coming back, and I like that rogue mindset. Back them in the corner, make them fight for their life. Veterans, even when they're in the lead, they're not gonna take that lightly, and they're still trying to go for this mid approach. But I feel like they can't really think of whether there is someone here on bypass or GR spawn, right? Holding on to that thought. We're going to be seeing the same default for Attras, and I want to see something new from Veteran to break that one.
For sure. Gotta remember, L, that this is more than just a video. The side of Veteran.
Oh.
Still need to make sure that everything is pristine, but Attras get themselves the 2 kills. Twintism swaps over to the M14, and Jones for the shot as well. Hold on. Veteran, they're coming back to life in this round, but shot on the entry. But RTA, right place, right time for him. He drops the C4, and it's all down to Drones. But Drones can't do everything for Veteran. Despite the good entry coming through from Shock, it is still Attras to line up that 6th round.
Yeah, but now Veterans know that this is a 3-2 default for the side of Attras, right? Even if the map is kind of static, it's still the same setup right now for Attras if you look at our game. Very much different. The differentiation is for Veterans. Is they're trying to make sure that the 2 members of Attras on B can get damage. Just ask for rotation before they go back towards A. I feel like that's the play they're trying to cook here with our tactics. So far, Veterans breed and maybe do something better, but Drones just gets taken out again by K, and that just worsens the situation for Veterans.
Getting a taste of their own medicine as well. If you remember the same jump peak that Kid did, now it's also punished by Drones in the same spot, the same mistake. Veteran shutting out RTA with a shot coming through. Shock as well to take control of Hotel. Hold on. Veteran Might run away with the round, but if they keep going towards the B site, that is a full stack of Attras on that B site. Kid pressured up, good flash coming through. So Yutel is on point. Twintism on the flank. He's running towards Attras right now. He got himself the kill over the K as well. Jakim, the last man. He's been the top-rated player for Attras, so he needs to go huge. I like the adjustment for Veteran. Instead of coming to the B site, they're running towards that A site, but Jakim realizes shot coming through over to Twintism. 1v1 up against Shock as well. He's low on HP. He can just plant the C4 and just hunt down the objective. Force Jakim to play on your own terms. Jakim! Destroyed in the hands of Shock right now! Veteran on set point!
Ayo Pergibang, and don't mind my bahasa. But veterans, let's go guys. That's really a well-played round. They take out the 2 members on Hotel, just like I predicted. And now they try to go back towards A because they know that even if we ensure the fight here on B, the 3 members from A will rotate fast. We saw that fight on site B happen, but after that shenanigan here from Attras where they forgot about Twintism, 2v1 at the end of it, the veteran Jakim tried to salvage it, but he got dinked and he got drop-shotted. 9-6, Ramon. And veterans, well, I'm all in, baby. I'm all in.
Hey, let it ride. That's the mindset coming through for this, for the side of Veteran. And imagine how huge this would be for the region of Rosea to claim this win. Hope ignited in the fire of Rosea, and not just for the Indonesian teams, the teams all across Southeast Asia, not just for the Philippines, to actually be recognized that this CROSSFIRE sort of esport, it can be played by you. And I'm talking to you, the viewer. Hope is in the hearts of Veteran, thanks to the flank coming through from Twintism, thanks to the game plans that we've been seeing laid out by Shock, the IGL. But they know that the job is not over. They don't need 9 to win a whole set. They need 1 more round to finally claim the first ribbon for Veteran.
Oh, tensions are here for Attras. I mean, their backgrounds might look jolly, but I assure you, that is just the external factors looking in. That is supposed to be them. If they got in the lead, if they got in Veterans, in the backhand of this map, but Eagle Eye, I'm all in for the bird's eye view of Veterans winning their first set in a map where you have to specifically target it when you ask for a scrim with other teams, right? You don't see this in a rank match. You can't 5-man this. You can go, the deepest you can go in an informal setting would be a pub game, right? You can ask another 5 to play Eagle Eye. But then again, if you see this level of quality from Veterans where they take their time, they know that in the rounds that they're losing, there is a set play going on, or there is an identifier that they can exploit. They're adjusting. And that's the important thing I've been saying over and over again from spring here to summer, adjustment in the mid-round. If we ever see a Rosea impact where we have Filipino teams and Rosea teams,
yes,
I feel like Veterans can be the top 1 or 2, if not a mid-table team. But now they're on 9, 1 more nail in the coffin for Eagle Eye. And are we going to be seeing the winner here for Veterans? Let's see on their BL side with the same approach by Shock towards doors mid and the same 3 members towards LB. But no differences again here for Attras. 3-2. It worked before, it failed before. Are you just going to wait here, Attras, or are you going to let Veterans pick you off and try to strangle you with every single play as K is down? Shock next up.
One of the biggest challenges they have was K, and Kid as well, firing on all cylinders. Despite the pick-off on top A, the fact that Kid gets the 1-for-1 still pleases Attras. The conversation to maintain their position on Eagle Eye, but the position on Hotel CRG now possibly in the conversation for contention right now. EV9 drives in towards the peak, but he's not dead. CRG doesn't win the fight on yet. He's also calling for rotation out for Reknard, some assistance. Now being brought out for
Whoa!
CRG. Good flash! And good spray that for Rekdart as well!
It's happening!
4 versus 2! It might be happening, L! The first win for Rosea might happen before our very eyes. One good shot from Jacob could shut that dream entirely.
I like it.
2
They're
versus
rotating,
3.
Ramon.
The hesitation, they're rotating out.
Yeah, they're not hesitating. They're making sure that they're playing the map. 50 seconds left. The C4 is down. Jacob has the rotation. And it's EV9 all alone. But damn, that was a round. Hey now. Don't dream it's over here for Attras. Take a chill pill. That was almost the taste of victory. But that is just a free sample. Veterans, you have to double down. Another round here towards mid. But look at Attras going on LB.
They're not going to be passive anymore. They're not waiting for Veteran to come to them. They want to take the fight, knowing that they could have the superior aim. But the smoke placed down is good cover coming through from the side of Veteran. They're not even going to take the space. And they're just going to go back, leaving the LB pressure to come onto the Attras side.
I feel like EV9 knows that there's someone up close. That's why he's not trying to take a hotel solo. So there we go. Contact has been made. Shots have been fired on the minimap. And they know that RTA and CRG is here on the crosshair and that box and on that hotel entrance. So Veterans thinking that A just might be their angle. They have to deal with K. So it's up to Drones or to Twintism to take this fight. But where are they in right? Shock is right here. Drones is still towards on B side. The C4 is towards mid. They just might go for the A split here. Where the rotation for Attras for the lurk is very, very fast. And here they come, Ramon.
K is getting pressured. And that's a hungry Veteran that want to take that A site. Bunker held down. Flash coming through. Jacob! Headshot found! K with the headshot as well. Trading blows left and right. 4v4. And an instant CRG claims another one of 4. The side of Attras. K with the 3K as well. Ooh. And Veteran can't bite the cupcake of a victory yet. As Attras will get themselves another round to the boot.
So far, that rotation from the flank here for Attras did not even have to work because K just eliminated every single one of the Veterans members and they're going for a fight on LB!
And they killed off Jacob too! EV9!
Raid boss down!
With the golden hands, raid boss down as you mentioned. CRG now has to make a move now. Pulls into the smoke and even claims up 2 people from Veteran. As Attras blinding the dreams of Veteran of a first set win to force out OT. It is going the distance for Veteran to claim themselves this Eagle Eye.
Not backing down just yet, Ramon. It's not over until it's over. They are making Veterans work hard for it. And I'm all in it here for the coin flip of overtime, Ramon. So far, so good. Veterans, they have been adjusting to the default here by Attras. But Attras, they made specific moves. Namely, that push towards hotel entrance where they had the crosshair and the 3-man push as well where they tried to fight off this aggression by Veterans. So Veterans, they just threw a Hail Mary on that final round of regulation and it failed. So now they have 6 more rounds to try and prove that they can get a win versus the Filipinos. But man, I already consider this a win. Taking a PH team to overtime, that's the first. And now they just might be able to break a new record by getting a set win. But hey, we'll have to calm our hopes here. Bring down our eyes back to the ground, even though the Eagle Eye is watching these 2 teams. The bird's eye view says it's not quite yet done. So Ramon, let's reset here for a bit, and as well as the viewers, right? I know you guys are excited in support or against Attras or Veterans. We don't really care, but we are about to witness history here on overtime.
It could be. It could be the redemption arc coming through for the side of Veteran, being the first, one of the first pioneers of Rosea teams coming through towards Masters, now making their history mark if they do get themselves this first set win. But Attras still a threat that they cannot ignore. Still going to be a threat all the way towards that BL side. But yeah, Veteran, first shot in and RTA down. Their IGL is not even going to play Crossfire.
One more! And he's continuing to do it. 3v5 right now, Ramon, for the side of Attras. CRG, Jacob, he's the only one here, but he does not check the mailbox. Oh!
Shock will get the run and gun. They get themselves Jacob.
Calm down.
Drone showing a different look. Good shot coming through from K as well. The over-aggression, the over-excitement, the fact that they're this close to claiming history is becoming the bane in the existence of Veteran as K claims 2 kills from the sniper. And Reknart EV9, the last 2 from Veteran, will map to go huge with a play.
They're staying together. Endorse mid. They can go anywhere at this point. They can go towards LB. They can go back towards bypass. But same thing here for the Attras members. They're trying to go towards site B. If they don't expect this flag, if any of the top box break and they hear a footstep, K and CRG will be wise to it. But oh, they see one!
And they heard him. They know where they're coming from. At least one of them. Reknart spotted, so we'll confirm that Attras can finally walk further and plant a little bit more open compared to the previous. That comes through. Reknart, W rotation. Good timing as well on K. Dodging the shot. Doesn't hit any member from Veteran, but the quick scope does. Reknart 1v1, but it's CRG that still wins it out. The headshot is pristine. Attras finally leads it up over the Veteran.
Finally, a breath of fresh air here for Attras and a sigh of relief even. Now K has to find a mark here towards Hotel, but we see this first 2 kills by drones. I feel like they could have just chilled because after 20 goes down, they get J Kim. It's a 4v2. That was the round to win, but they kept on pushing. And Veterans, we can't be doing this mistake if we want to get our first overtime win. So yeah, they just have to calm down, right? I said it to you, now I'm saying to them, calm down, let the situations happen, and let it come to you. But K is trying to go head straight forward towards bunker and room A, trying to find the pick. Is he going to be lucky though?
Oh,
yes.
Lucky enough to get themselves the kill on Twintism. That's a nat 20 on towards Twintism right now, so it's a 4v5.
Oh, the head.
Drones with that second sniper. Doesn't hit the shot over to CRG. Doesn't even pull the trigger. And Shock has a very good idea. Pushing up, but K spots him on the jump peak.
No.
And a quick punish from CRG. Just takes down Shock. They have to move forward now. Attras have an idea. They can go towards that LE position.
Oh my goodness, CRG is just going straight.
And RTA, second layer from the offense. Reknart spotted. Reknart with a kill. But it's still going to be Attras' land to take control of that A site. The picks are happening. And the kills are moving forward 11-9.
Okay, Veterans, this is their last hope of getting a GR side win. But to be fair, their BL was kind of looking better. EV9 though, exploring mid.
Again, on the shot, Reknart done as well. Whatever moves Veteran are trying to do, Attras have written the book. And I wanted to by center, but hold on, EV9 gets the 2K and has 3 kills to go. But J Kim, the Grim Reaper himself, finds EV9, and it could be the final dagger in this Eagle Eye map.
It could be indeed. Veterans, if you can force golden round, that's on the record. Coming down or coming up from 9-12. We just really need a bit more fuel, guys. But if you think of it, right, if I was in the Veterans squad, I'd be surprised I even made it to 9. I'd be surprised I even made it overtime. So maybe they thought that they could end this in regulation, but they did not think that they would be going to overtime because it's either they win big or they lose big. Maybe that was the mindset. They did not prepare themselves for overtime. So, well, the veterancy in the situation from Attras, right, is showing. And Veterans, if you want the true win, you're gonna have to work for it. Take it to the golden round. 4 straight is required, but Attras is not gonna make it easy.
Of course not. The exciting prospect of Attras who came out of Impact. We were excited to see them, especially after an outing versus VP in the Swiss stage. Of course, up and down from the performances, but coming into this, it's brutal. On the side of Veteran, K with the shot as well. A second for K is not missing any more shots, as every single one is an impact shot coming through towards the Veteran side. 3v5. And they're struggling to even get out of doghouse right now, El.
Yeah, 3v5 indeed. Low members here, Kid and J Kim, but CRG is already flanking, and it's gonna be a surprise for Veteran.
It is. Hold mouse 1, and CRG goes ham on, and he's eating up Veteran alive. And it's all up to EV9. Gets sprayed down onto RTA. 2 kills for the opener, but the closer goes to J Kim. Attras making the impossible seem a little bit possible. But in the end, it is a tragic sort of win as Attras themselves get the Eagle Eye map they were looking for.
That was their map pick, and it's not as clean as they wanted, but they still managed to get the victory, Ramon. Honestly, we call this a fair victory. Yes, we won, but at what cost? Our Rosea team showed us our weaknesses. Our Rosea team took us to overtime. Is that a slap in the face? No, it's literally a punch to the gut even here for the side of Attras that, yes, we may have upset Virtus.pro in the Swiss stage. Yes, we may have lost to the big league, to the big names yesterday and some other matches, including MATTJESS, right? But when it comes to Rosea, we can win. But hey, winning like this, you guys coming back out from an overtime that you forced and then you just steamrolled. Sure, the overtime is a steamroll, but the whole game in regulation was not, right? Veterans made them work for it, and I feel like even if the veterans lost this map, I feel like it's still their victory in our eyes, and I'm sure in the viewers' eyes as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're hitting the shots as well as having good macro. I mean, the full focus on their BL side to continuously put pressure on door mid, where it's kind of been the softer side on the side of their GR for Attras, has been a good breaking point for this team. Consistently finding openings from that LA push that they've been looking for, as well as actually having good trading across the board for the side of veteran on their BL side. And we continue to believe, especially for this veteran team. But Attras still showing them the door out on this Eagle Eye map, a map that they still prioritize after we've seen a lot of their Ankara matchups, right? So you kind of have an idea of how good their macro has been, steadily improving despite the loss coming through from Virtus.pro yesterday. They're still showing us that this Attras Esports team is still something to look forward to. But you know what? I gotta give credit over to the timeouts that we've seen from Attras. We kind of saw quick 180 from K as well as for CRG as well. The way that they've been holding both their lanes respectively has been a good way to kind of start off their defenses. But before all is said and done, let's throw it over to the panel to quickly talk about this Attras win. Bipolar and Salvatore, take it away.
What a fight, what a duel, what a matchup that was on Eagle Eye 2.0 Salvatore. But the forefathers of Rosea, veterans, did fall at overtime. It was this close from claiming their very first map win, but we saw 9 rounds, a dominating fashion in the first half, Salvatore, for veteran. But Attras is Attras, and they won't back down from any fight. Oh, microphone. Yes. As I'm saying, no, talagang it has been a very, very tough fight for both of these teams. Veteran has been, trying, but they're making these fights very difficult to win for Attras. But Attras denies the upset for Veteran. So let's talk about it even more about Salvatore.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad here for Veteran going as far as scoring 9 rounds here up against Attras. But apparently that's as far as they can go, because even in overtime, they get shut down here by Jacob and K, 2 players that Veteran desperately needed to take down during their first half and even on the second. So amazing entries from Twentism and EV9 were not enough because Attras got the strong side on the second half, utilized RTA and CRGs to the fullest prowess that they can hold both hotel and as well as second mid. So effectivity from Attras on the timeout was definitely felt here by Veteran, and despite Veteran's aggression trying to play like the Filipinos, it kind of fell short because like Attras, they know how to play like the Filipinos because they are Filipinos. They have the heart of a Filipino, and they were able to stop it down. Sadly enough, everything that Veteran led up to the overtime was able to read here for the side of Attras, and you can see a bit of disappointment here for Veteran, but you gotta still give them props. We're still proud of our Indonesian brothers out there, still proving that there is a steady improvement and there is a rise to the top here for Veteran, because they can boastfully say to anyone that we forced overtime, we made overtime here for Attras, one of the few teams that had the upside potential in this match. But yeah, my goodness, what a denial here for Attras.
Yeah. Attras' amazingness was after that timeout. We really saw Attras like gun it every time and just read the playing field so well. But Veteran, I think it's safe to say that we can call you kababayans at this point, and also kapatid. That is what we call brothers or also sisters, right? For here in the Filipino language. But man, Veteran, you did not give us a bad performance here. This was not even on par. This was a birdie in terms of like what we call golf terms. But man, you saw Shock, you saw Drones, you saw Twintism and EV9 working hand in hand, even Reknard, but it was not enough after that first half. They were struggling and they were very much eager. The greediness came into effect and Attras just played well. They banked on CRG holding down Hotel immediately, holding down it with one person only. And Veteran didn't even notice that they can just go and push LB just because K wasn't even always picking that 60% of the time. But when K was there in front of the face of Veteran, shotgun sniper, long range angles, pistols in hands, he was dominating that fight immediately. I would like to say that it wasn't only just J Kim and as well as CRG giving a little bit of edge here for Attras, but it was almost the sniper we call K, because he was also up against two snipers, Drones and as well as Twintism, but he always wins the fight on that BL side. Let's look at this. A total of 22 rounds with a Rosean team in this matchup. Who would have thought that? Look at that first half. 2 consecutive runs every time for Veteran to claim a very, very good lead. But it was all in vain after J Kim, a performance of a lifetime together with K. Man, 100% rating, a 70.5 for K. But man, Twintism and as well as EV9 and as well as Drones, we do not see you blindly. We see you in full form, brothers. You are amazing at least.
Bipolar, no one thought this was even possible. No one thought that Veteran would come as close as they are right now, because as a region, they were denied of their own league and as well as the opportunity to play at their own server. They're sharing the server with us, and with that opportunity given to them, that they were able to show that they can still fare with the Filipino teams. They were given the Rosea League, given enough routing for them to have the same ping against Attras, and there was the potential right there. When given the opportunity to train, they definitely lived up to the expectation that we knew they were capable of. But still, this man is the silencer, turned Eagle Eye into a library of people cheering for Veteran. And J Kim with the 1.79 KD leading up to the second half. He was the only net positive player, but he was able to lift up all of his teammates from RTA to Kid and as well as K to secure all of their own individual performances and lead Attras to victory. So huge shoutouts to J Kim. He's our MVP.
The hope does it again, right, for Attras, and he keeps on giving. I loved what Attras did there on the GR and as well as BL side, but we do have to continue the fights later on. We're going towards New Compound, a map pick for Veteran, and we'll be back for more action here at CROSSFIRE Philippines after this.
careful, but he gets the shot. And he gets the trouble.
Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. And pinakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Namaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade sa PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP!
Welcome back to the CFS.PHT Masters Spring 2026, and let's continue the battle here for veteran as well as Attras. But here on the panel desk, it is Bipolar and Salvatore. Salvatore, what a map that was. We had a lot to digest, but we need to move on to new compound. Any thoughts on what we should expect here for both of these teams?
My God, this series like we're watching inside of a Roman Coliseum, asking the people, are you guys not entertained? Because that has been the most entertaining match for this day, and we still haven't reached Virtus.pro versus FERVID territory yet, and already Veteran is making the lasting impact that this series might just go the distance of hitting set number 3. New compound, you mentioned, Bipolar, is a map that Veteran has yet to play this year, and I feel like Attras is already seeing some gold on the far end of the finish line, because this is a map that they're all too familiar with, despite it being close up against teams like SGJ and Acceptance inside of Impact Spring. This is still all too familiar for a player like Jacob, because this is a map that Fervid played for the rest of for the rest of Master Spring. So I feel like that veterancy of Jacob will be able to carry to the victory here of Attras. We saw how impactful he is of making sure that every team member of Attras is also playing good, because RTA and CRG were able to pick up the scraps and play very good Eagle Eye because of Jacob's performance. We might just be able to see that inside of New Compound. But for Veteran, hope all is well for this team, because they have yet to play Eagle Eye, but they play damn good. So New Compound might be the same here for Veteran.
You know what, Salvatore? Veteran doesn't actually need to do a lot here in terms of changes, right? In terms of strategy, because you also see some individual plays coming in for Veteran that can be amplified in the map of New Compound. That is what this map gives you. You can see drones going on that TRG once again, but on their GR side, they need to be dominating once again. But you also see Attras having this kind of 1-4 setup that can possibly happen, especially when they want to push towards B side. But let's see if they can really give us another entertaining side. It's time for our map number 2. It's gonna be New Compound, and it's time for Ramon and as well as El.
Thank you so much, Bipolar and Salvatore. It's a good day in New Compound, and an even better day for Attras versus Veteran, excuse me. I think New Compound could be a good deciding factor right now, because considering, yes, Jacob is the central player for this Attras team, considering the amount of times that he has played here on FERVID. But I gotta give a lot of respect to Veteran right now. The way that they have been countering the setups over at Eagle Eye, a lot of hope that they could actually find a way to answer back against Jacob.
Yeah, I feel like even if we haven't seen the New Compound of Veterans, there's a reason why a team takes a map, right? And the reason could be that they were void reviewing, right? They did not get that close on Eagle Eye if you did not know what Attras was doing in that map, right? And I feel like for New Compound, sure, I mean, you see this Attras team and the FERVID squad from JKIM before, right, playing a New Compound, and they were kind of okay in it, right? Not perfect, but okay. So if they did the same here, as in like they did in Eagle Eye, the map pick for the side of Veterans, I feel like is a bit more comfortable, right? I was thinking, what if Fires was here, right? But we can't really rely on him too much. He's not playing. But man, what could have been the difference? I just wanted to see that maybe next week, right? Maybe when he's free. But yeah, if Veterans is this close to taking win, we really need him back.
For sure. We'll need to see if the macro also kind of stays in place for the side of Veteran, because we've seen a lot of good ideas on their Eagle Eye, which gives us a lot of hope for how they're going to be able to fare up against Attras. But Attras themselves also like to play this map back in Impact. We'll see if that takes shape. Let's take a look at the con.
Wala si A.
Check lahat ah. Mag-aya ako.
May dulo ba?
Meron tumakbo.
Okay. Everyone's dead. Here for Veterans, it's Reknart and Evin all alone.
We're active on the push towards that mid-con position. And Reknart and EV9, last two players that have pushed up that CA control, have locked themselves out of an island. They're trying to swim towards land right now as Attras have claimed the land over towards LA. Good shot coming through from EV9. But Jacob again, the villain in the stories of Veteran as we speak, gets one more headshot. And EV9 will get another name towards Attras. So it's a 1v2 for EV9. Closest member is CRG and he also takes him down. Attras Esports lay their first claim in new compound.
And I don't feel like EV9 you should be spamming that box with an HK, right? You should be spamming that with an EBR, but yeah, I feel like you see that mid round here for Attras when they got the 4v2, they just collapsed on mid-con. Kid's gonna collapse here on Elado.
Good shot. And on a sniper. Gets taken advantage by Shock, who also gets that 1-for-1 as well. Good trading that we've been seeing for Veteran. We kind of also saw that on Eagle Eye. They need that consistency to come out of them as they now place themselves on the default positions.
Exactly. Is this a triples? Everyone's sniping. What? Or maybe they just picked up the gun here from Kid's Carcass. I feel like they're just trying to abuse the picks. I mean, Drone, Shock, Twintesim, all of these fair snipers, but Twintesim is the one that you're really backing on, right? I feel like they stopped pushing Store A because they know that the rotation is coming, so they're banking on Twintesim to find something here towards EA, towards Curve, even towards Pillars B here by drones, but it's not going their way, right? Attras is not buying the hook, so, well, Veterans, they have to swim a bit deeper, but nice try with the util there, EV9.
I mean, I like the idea. You want to smoke off EA, and that's the perfect place to kind of shroud yourself in mystery, especially onto K, who's also been a key player from Eagle Eye. Gets the shot into Twintism. That is a leg. But nonetheless, Jakem and K, they put down the defense towards drones and EV9. Twintism on the shot as well. He needs to do more than just one. Pulls out the Colt, but it's not going to be enough. Jakem with the headshot, and Jakem on the second as well. It is mind-blowing from Jakem to get a 2-0 to get to our chest.
He still has the same scoreline from the previous map. In 2 rounds, he's garnered 5 to 6 kills both times, right? Here on Eagle Eye and on your compound. But K, taking the aggressive angle, will be taking out Shock. Might go for more here, but Kid is also taking his own duel.
Yeah, we're coming back to regular programming. You kind of expected for Attras, getting very aggressive on the line. And Kid on the shot as well. Twintism did not anticipate the peak coming down on Kid, never even needing the double peak coming through. But EV9 has gone ham in towards RTA. Good shot from Jakem though, to upset the odds over to the side of Attras. It's down to just Reknart, but Jakem continues to become a threat on the side of Attras 3-0.
It's all headshots here for Jakem. And the fact that he's awake means that everybody else is awake here for Attras. He's just sending it on mid-con.
Jakem, first contact in, but he also gets flashed. So there's no way that you get at least one member from Veteran. It's EV9 who gets that first contact. 5 versus 4. They made noise over towards that LA position. And Veteran have somewhat of a decent sort of pick over to Jakem. That's already more than half of the firepower gone for Attras.
Exactly. I feel like though with the slower approach, Veterans cannot really find that same tempo here in a new compound. They're gonna try though towards mid, but it's an EA guy waiting here. Kid with his own TRG. The wraparound not happening towards Store A. We're waiting on Twintism to find, or rather drones to find something here on Store B as well, so they can pinpoint exactly where they need to go. But the problem is rotation, right? You need to be able to take care of K. And if you don't, there's the members of Attras coming flooding in once you even step foot into this site B. But Twintism trying to hold on to tower before his boys go. It's just a matter of seconds now.
Solo hold from K. Even though K is just close by, they only need K to stop Veteran from getting to the site. That's 4 kills from the sniper. As K single-handedly shuts down Veteran, that is a 4-0. Attras are not stopping anytime soon.
I didn't know Attras was expanding its computer cafes to Indonesia. Because K, he's showing them a highlight that you can put in the stores. And K still continuing. Drones dead. Shock very low, but a trade by Reknart is incoming.
At least they get themselves that frag. But Kid is still relentless. The pursuit on the kill onto Shock and even gets the second as well. This is the reawakening of Attras as we know it. They're taking picks left and right. And they even force out the kill over to EV9. It's just gonna be left to Reknart. But he doesn't even have the C4. And all his friends are dead. Flash shot by Kid. Doesn't get the headshot. Finally does on the second peek. But K is still there. And K lands the shot. It is a 5-0 for Attras on new compound.
They have waken up. They don't want to be the first team to lose to a Rosea team. Yeah, enough shame. Twentism though. K is dead. But Jakim still again here at mid-con.
Second time's the charm for Jakim. Doesn't get the kill over to Drone CRG with response. Jakim gets the highlight that he was looking for. A 3K from Jakim. And Kid to clean it all up. That is Attras Esports. Going forward all the way towards mid-con without any hesitation whatsoever.
Now, reset indeed here for veterans. Because Attras, what they have been doing after they secure 2 or more kills is everyone just slams their body towards mid-con. They just make sure that no one here from veteran can, go squeak around the map. And if they have to go anywhere, right, to go somewhere in new compound, you always have to go through mid. That is the center point of this map. And with Attras just putting a lot of bodies there after getting the man advantage, yeah, you can lurk all you want. You're gonna have to get the C4 that is probably down on mid. Or even if you get the plant, we're still gonna slam as 5 towards you guys with 5 members in one angle, all armed with HKs, which I would like to say, Ramon, headshots upon headshots upon headshots here for the side of Attras. Even the snipers, right? Kid, K getting the headshots. Of course, Kim, leaderboard headshot here right now in terms of the game. But veterans, you guys play EBR more. Use them. Don't try to match the Filipinos where they're strong at. Try to find your own spice. Try to find your own weapon to deal damage with. Because if you're trying to match the HKs, sure you can. But not everyone on your team is fires, right? You need to use that EBR. You need to use that TRG. Whatever it may be. Maybe bust out the Scarlight even, right? Bring it back. But that's a lot of time here for veterans to think about. Let's see if they can manage to find around here. Or, pull out that 6-3. Similarly to Eagle Eye.
Want to take it even further? Maybe a chainsaw for Reknart.
Nah.
Maybe a step too far. Maybe a step too far. Right?
That's right, man. That was so spring. That was so spring, man.
Maybe a Lewis gun. Nah. I don't see that happening. I don't see.
If you notice it, right, Ramon, in terms of the weird guns being used against Rosea teams, it actually lessened. I think CBF was the only team that did this, but yeah, never mind them. I want to mind what Attras is gonna do here on Pillow once a Kid gets naded out and planting CRG here on the corner.
No way. This is the spot that you've been teaching me, Al. CRG with the shot. Baiting Reknart to beacon. Drones on the shot as well. Snipers heavily prioritized. Heavily on the last 2 kills. And EV9, he wants to move forward. He wants to challenge Attras on store B. He hears the drop, and he hears K dropping on the floor because of the USP. Kid on the peak, Drones on the shot to get it a 2v2. But Attras are right behind. Twentism has to realize this. Good nade, good damage, and a shot. Rings true on the J-Kim. RTA, the last man. And he has to run. Veteran, they're on the way towards B site.
Oh, Twentism is being chased. RTA is here, but it's 2v1. See first down. All up to him with his HK to deliver the victory. If he can get Twentism, it's Rose that's the problem. But RTA just gets sniped out. No, sir. We're gonna get our round right after our timeout. And we will deliver in a very hype way possible. Veterans on the board, but can they continue this momentum to get 3?
A steep mountain to climb. But they get through step 1 first, and that's the first round. Getting a bit too antsy for those first 2 kills, but the recovery for Veteran is to be noted. Thanks to the sniping coming down for Drones. As well as the to pump out the break strategy for the side of Veteran to take control of Store B. As Veteran, they want to go back to back. It's already towards the mid side. J-Kim gets the one and the second as well from K. This is beautiful coming through from Attras and even gets the third kill as well. A Veteran stopped at the doorstep and they cannot get any sort of breakthrough towards the mid side.
Yeah, look at this now, Ramon. That is what I've been telling you. Once they get 2 or more kills, the Attras members are just wrapping towards mid, and it's RTA with the first contact.
Backstab. Oh, definitely on the front. He slapped down drones and RTA gets the 2K as well. Attras are not laughing any longer. They know that this is serious business and they want to go huge over to Veteran with a 7-1.
No, they're pushing mid all the same, but they're only going to beat the C4 holder. Why is Strangesym here? Why is he now with the pack? He's holding the C4.
Oh, how is Jacob on top already? Gets the headshot, K on the second as well. Yet again, Attras have dropped the C4 and are forcing Veteran to play on the terms of Attras. You can't claim the site and not plant the C4, man. Because you don't have the C4 at all, you have to fight through it. And even get the pickoffs. K on the angle. This is diabolical from him. Lands the second kill. And it's all on EV9. Good nade, good damage. It's Kid, the only casualty. The worst time to pull out the nade. And the quick punishment for Jacob will land the 8-1.
Not gonna lie, Ramon, at the start of this map, I was hoping. But the more I see, the more the reality seeped into my brain. I am now back to my normal form. A transfer was this, an Eagle Eye. Come on, let's be real. You guys play Eagle Eye. You guys are good on that map. Not as good as Virtus.pro, not as good as Stalios, not as good as some of the top teams. But hey, you can play that. But why be taken to overtime when you can just do this ransacking in new compound? Granted, it's the better side, right? It's GR. But then again, it's still ransacking. Where was that in Eagle Eye? Was Veterans only good on that map? This convolutes the situation for Veterans, right? That are we sure they can win? Or is it just Attras in a bad form, right? For a specific map. Right now, reality has been set and we are back to normal crossfire behavior in terms of the regions, Ramon. Veterans, steep mountain to climb, but if Attras can do it versus them, why not them against Attras?
Honestly, El, I like the discussion that you have put forward. That Eagle Eye map has sparked a debate. Was it a bad form Attras that has led to that OT, or was it a Veteran that is finally getting the results at least that they were looking for from the practice, from the scrims? As they now have a 3-man stuck onto pillars, but Attras has read that book. They're the ones who were the authors of that push. 3 kills in a blink of an eye, and RTA is leading by example. 5 versus 2. Plat will come forward, and CRG finds the kill onto Shock. It is just Wintism, but he waves the white flag of Akol to the faces of Attras. 9-1.
Oh, it's just like the stone of Sisyphus. Veterans, they rolled that the stone ball all the way towards the mountain. They fall, and that stone ball is just crumbling back up, and they cannot fight against Attras, man. 2 snipers left in 3v2 situation.
Wintism, nice shot, good cult shot as well. We needed that energy.
Oh!
We need a sort of lifeline coming through, but K is still here to deal the death blow over to Veteran. Finds drones 1 HP, and it's more than just 1 HP. It's a shot ringing true for Attras to lead 10-1. 2-0 victory. Attras moves forward.
Oh my goodness. It's like Sisyphus, really, the situation here for Veteran. But congrats to Attras for taking the 2-0 victory anyway in, well, a topsy-turvy fashion in the very hard-fought overtime and a steamroll here on new compound. Ramon, I'm gonna just go back to my analogy, right? It's Sisyphus. Veterans is like Sisyphus.
Yeah.
They rolled that stone ball all the way up the mountaintop. They just needed 1 more step to getting there. They slipped, and look at what new compound did to them. They all fell apart, back down to level 1 all over again. So I feel like, emotions aside, we have overestimated Veterans and underestimated Attras in the situation, in the context of the game, right? Eagle Eye, it could be a number of reasons, right? It could be Attras having a bad game. It could be them mixing up communication or trying something new. It could be veterans just popping off on that one. As recency, scrim recency bias, maybe, or it's just, an online map for them, right? But once a Filipino team realizes that, hey, there's something at stake here, even if we're not going for the playoffs, technically with how we have been performing, there's still a stake here that we do not want to be the first guys to lose to Rosea. So now, they lock in, and when the Filipino team locks in, that is the usual scoreline that you're gonna see in the PH versus Rosea matchup in new comp.
Yeah, for sure. And an outing as well coming through for veteran by the end of it as well. We've seen some hope coming through because of the eagle eye, but the way that this new compound has already hit the nail on the head as well, El. It was what we kind of expected, but the idea that the hope is there for Rosea as a region, right? And veteran it's very poetic, being the top seed coming through ever since spring because of the results, because of how well this team has been known. Back in the golden days of Indonesian Crossfire, they come back into this form where they need to kind of adjust to the playstyle of the Philippines time and time again. They have a lot of struggles over the spring, and today it was no different, but that eagle eye was something special. And hopefully that is something that can spark the hope for Rosea as a region and for veteran, that they know that that first set is still possible, right? But again, Attras, what an effort performance as well for Jacob across the board, man. What good shooting as well for K. This guy is going to be in the conversation later on for MVP, but I feel like that's a hot take for me, right? But what about you, Bipolar and Salvatore? Do you believe that this Attras game was something that I'd say is a fluke, or is it something that they have to go over? What do you guys think?
Well, I feel like it is gonna be something to look forward or to look out for. Kailangan nila dito tingnan yung mga mapa nila nila Ramon, because pwede naman na tayo dito mag-Tagalog, and I feel like we can immediately come into contact sa ating mga Filipino viewers. But before that, let's switch up a little bit here, right? Big congratulations still for Veteran and the rest of Rosea, because they are one hell of a fighter coming into this master stage, right? We saw them come into full form. We saw them give hope not just for the Rosea team, but for the entirety of the Filipino community here at Crossfire. Big ups to you guys. But we have to digress. We have to talk about the winners here. 2-0. Attras, you are insane. Nagising sila dito, Salvatore, kung saan naalala nila Pilipino nga pala sila, at kailangan nila ipanalo to in a fashion na hindi man lang makakahinga dito ang veteran.
Kamandag talaga itong ugat dito ni Jacob, no? He did not stop looking good sa loob ng dalawang sets na nilaro ng Attras for headshot machine side of Eagle Eye. Siyempre, ganun din naman ang makikita nga natin mula nga sa kanya. And K, my God, what a presence, no? Nung simula talaga nung Eagle Eye, medyo nagkakaroon pa na siya ng onting pagkabagal, no? Nag-aalangan na pagong siya dun sa loob nga ng Eagle Eye, pero dito talaga sa compound, nagkukuneho na. Ang bilis kung kumilos, ang bilis din kung mag-quickscope, at higit sa lahat na naramdaman talaga ng veteran na may mga bumilis din na aspeto para sa side ng Attras, which is the pacing indeed, no? There was not really much of catching up from drones, and as well as Shock. They were not able to go for the mid round because there was no team that was forcing the mid round. It was just pure reactions. If veteran can score, that is good, but this is Attras trying to dictate the pace on both BL and as well as GR. So that's good that Attras Esports was able to do so. So with 18 kills for Jacob and 16 for K, we already know who is the crowned MVP just by looking at the ratings, Bipolar.
I mean, it almost looked na pure 0-10 ni ating labanan dito sa ating new compound, no? Veteran, they did play this before. They did have this in their map veto from Master Spring, pero this time it looks like it's only Eagle Eye that they know fully well. Attras in new compound is a force to be reckoned with. Look at JK Man, look at K, and as well as dito si RTA. Gumana ng todo. Shinut down nila yung mga pumapatay na sa kanila na si Drones, si Twintism, pati si EV9 in a form na ayaw na lang natin tignan dito yung kaliwa ng ating mga screen, because Attras, yan na lang ang tignan natin because they are one hell of a fighter din naman, no? Talagang, uy, guys, come on! 2-0 natin to after that overtime dito sa ating map number 1. And what else can we say? Attras is Attras, and Attras is a winner. Ngayon, may kita natin ating set MVP. Sino nga ba yan, Salvatore?
Yan natin, si K actually ang kukuha dito, no? 4.0 KD para dito kay K, no? And I feel like naramdaman din talaga ng veteran yung yung mabigat na kills per round dito ni Kay. You know, he was going as far as good for 2 talaga siya sa mga ibang rounds. But what 145 KD does not give justice kung gaano ba talaga ka-impactful si Kay doon sa mga ginagawa niyang pagbabantay ng A, pati na ka rin ng B. No? Yung curve, hindi nakakapasok. Yung metals, hindi nga rin sila makabuelo. No? So everything na ginagawa dito ni Kay is definitely picture perfect. And Attras really benefited from the man locking in from his specific role, that is the TRG. So yeah, well played here for Kay, and he really does know how to play. Apparently, ito nga TRG nga na to, no? And they really understood the assignment na yung unang nangyari sa Eagle Eye, mabilis lang dapat natin makalimutan. Pero dito tayo sa loob ng new compound, maghahasek nga ng lagim. And this is Attras in their form that is very, very much exciting to see.
And this is a Attras that is gonna be looking better, no, as the days go by. You know what? Looking at the recap, 9-13, 1 and 10, one hell of a fight. At least, no, for veteran, if you think about it, tuloy-tuloy na dito yung domination nila in terms of getting double digits sa buong ating mga series, no, in terms of round wins. So, there's to inform. Pero itong Attras natin talagang nagsinanganan todo. Parang sabi nila, oy, let's win this every now and let's end it here sa ating new compound. J-Kim is our match MVP with a 2.05 KD, 1.30 na KR, and a headshot percentage na I feel like pwede pa natin yung gawing 0.8 na din kasi every time that J-Kim is shooting, he is good for a head. An SR na 0.36 and a rating na full on force. 100%. Walang namintes, walang kulang, lahat ibinigay ni J-Kim.
Grabe men, J-Kim no? Kaya niya magpasahod ng tao, kaya niya rin talaga magbigay ng isang malupit na deliverance ng pagka-crossfire dito. Si J-Kim na mismo yung nagtitiket sa mga MMDA officer. Ganun talaga kalupit maglaro si J-Kim dito, and I feel like that's we're seeing the surface level of J-Kim's performance kasi yung potential nga nyo was definitely impact summer 2025 when he was still joining Sunday Shrooms. Pero ngayon, naramdaman niya na nga in his rookie season dito sa Masters. So from both Fervid and as well as Attras, the impact, the hope, ang pag-asa ng Attras ay nasa palad netong player nga na to, and they still have a handful of matches to play, no, bipolar. And if there's any time for J-Kim na mag-lock in at talagang tulungan ng mga kakampi niya para makamit ang playoff dreams ng Attras, eto na yung pinakamagandang oras na yon para kay J-Kim, and hopefully talaga may babago dito para kay J-Kim and the rest of his teammates because they really need to settle etong mga scores nga nila sa mga susunod nga nilang mga laban. And J-Kim really proved dito sa veteran na you can have your crowning moment, pre, pero ang maalala pa rin ng mga tao is kung sinong tumapos nito, no? Well played for J-Kim.
Tama ka dyan, Salvatore. Sa kanila ang corona, pero kay J-Kim ang trono. Yan ang makikita natin dito with the hope, with J-Kim. And grabe, no, I would like to commend especially dito yung kanyang Eagle Eye 2.0 despite them having going overtime na talagang hindi niya pinalampas dito sa GR side nila. Itong players natin that we call drones, Twintism on high mid. At talagang iba ang kamandag dito ni J-Kim on both of these maps. But right now, pwede natin makausap in the interview. We welcome you, the hope, ang pag-asa ng Attras. It's J-Kim, our match MVP.
Hello po.
Bossing!
Boss.
Bossing!
Kamusta ang buhay-buhay?
Okay naman. J-Kim, you know what? First and foremost, no, congratulations, brother. 2-0 up against veteran. Yes, it was a little bit shaky dun sa ating map number 1, pero a win is a win. Tama nga ba? So, Salvatore, any questions?
Alright, J-Kim, no, kailangan na nga natin pag-usapan yung dapat pag-usapan. Feeling ko alam mo na nga pumapasok sa isip mo ngayon, no? Doon tayo sa Eagle Eye. Pre, ano nang pumapasok sa isip ng Attras nung nagtawag nga kayo ng timeout nung una, tapos ayun na, nag-lock in na dito ang Attras para makuha nyo yung 13-9 sa loob ng Eagle Eye. Pero bago mag 13-9 yan, nag 9-6 pa yan eh. Ngayon, anong pumapasok sa Attras? Anong sitwasyon at kalagayan ni J-Kim at ng mga kakampi niya nung mga oras na yun?
Nilamig po sila eh. Pinatay namin yung aircon. Yan lang lalamig. Naninigas yung mga daliri.
Well, mga kabataan naglalak din yung mga daliri din pala nito, bipolar no? Buti na lang talaga. Pinatay yung aircon. Nag-lock in talaga yung J. Akala ko time out para mag-usap-usap.
Yun na nga
time out pala para magpatay ng inverter.
Nag-time out ng 2 minutes para kunin yung remote na mawawala daw kanina. J-Kim, you know what? Tama naman.
Oy,
shoutouts din kay Boss Ang, no? Shoutout sa'yo, Bossing. Yes, kamukha ko daw siya pag nagla-livestream ako dun sa isa ka. Pero J. Kim, I would like to ask you, bakit nga ba, yes, siguro nakikita naman natin dito na nigas nga dito yung kamay natin dahil sa aircon ng buong bootcamp nyo for Attras, no? Pero, ano yung nagpahirap doon? Why did it took some time? It took overtime pa para ma-close out dito ng buong Attras ang Eagle Eye 2.0.
Siguro
Ano
yung
yung nagpahirap sa inyo doon?
yung sa per power siguro kasi nabigla rin sila. Ganun.
Still.
Mm.
So feeling mo
Kami.
naman, Jacob, ikaw yung hindi nabigla. Okay.
Nakalaban ko na kasi sila last time eh.
That's true. Salvatore, any more questions?
Ayun, Jacob, no? So, ngayon, kailangan nyo na gawin yung comeback, no? So, ano ba yung nagpanimula ng in sa puso na to para magawa nyo yung comeback, no? So, ano ba yung naging susi nyo para mabawi nyo yung laro sa loob ng Eagle Eye?
Tiwala lang sa isa't isa. Ayun.
Tsaka pag-asa at kapit-bisig,
pag-asa.
no?
Sugod na lang ng sugod, no? Talagang Pinoy kung Pinoy. You know what, J. Kim? Eto, no, I mean, let's move on dito sa ating matchup natin. It is still a win. Pero after multiple losses dito sa inyong group stage, no? Ang dami natin. It was 3 losses, no? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Pero, ano ngayon ang nasa vision ni J. Kim pati ng buong Attras? After multiple losses, now a win up against Veteran. What's the next stage para dito sa Attras?
Paano ba? Ayun, basta hindi kami nawawala ng pag-asa.
Kasi nandyan si J. Kim.
Aray ko.
Talaga kasi ang hope, no? Bipolar. Yan na ang nickname
Andyan ang
natin
hope.
para dito kay Jacob. No?
Totoo naman. J. Kim, again, congratulations, brother.
Thank you.
This was amazing to see na talagang hindi kayo tumigil sa pagsubok dito up against a Rosea team. Any shoutouts, oras na para pasalamatan mo ang kailangan pasalamatan.
Shoutout sa boss namin kay Boss Oma. Shoutout kay Coach Hang. Shoutout sa jowa ko kay Jillian Esmas. Shoutout sa inyong lahat dyan. Yun lang po.
Maraming
Thank you.
salamat, J. Kim. Oras na para magpahinga ng
Tapos
konti, no? J. Kim, si Coach ang kailangan? May papashoutout ba? Okay,
Shoutout kay Boss Ang.
Shoutout si Boss Ang. Kay Boss Ampoy.
Shoutout daw kay Ate Sammy. Yun,
Yun, shoutout sa Baby Loves ni Boss Ang. Pati na nga rin kay Boss Ampoy. Maraming salamat sa panonood. Nakikigulo kanina eh.
And again, J. Kim, na maraming salamat, brother, para sa oras mo. And hopefully, makasama ka ulit namin dito sa next coming of matches nyo, no? Para makita ulit natin kung ano nga ba ang nangyari sa Attras. J. Kim, congratulations and thank you, brother.
Thank you po.
Salvatore, again, amazing na silang makita mo dito kay J. Kim. And totoo naman, no, hindi nawawala ng pag-asa dito ang Attras despite them having multiple losses. Kung in contention pa rin naman na pwede pa sila makapasok dito sa playoffs.
Kita mo naman, no, Bipolar, na hindi lang naman veteran yung tumatarget dito kay J-Kim pag nasa loob na nga sila ng laro. No? A lot of teams really do bank on na mapilas nga nila si J-Kim dun sa 5v5 scenarios, no, para mapadali yung round ng kalaban. Kasi pag alam mong nandyan si J-Kim sa lobby, pre, kailangan mo na nga magtago-tago. Maasahan mo na lang talaga na yung sniper mo mapapatay dito si J-Kim. So yeah, definitely naramdaman ng veteran yung threat na position na yun. So they had to really do that sa loob nga ng Eagle Eye. Pero kita mo nga naman, he was just unkillable sa loob ng compound. Kaya, maaga talaga ang ceremonies dito ng Attras. They definitely deserve that W.
Yun ang undisputed kumbaga dito si J. Kim sa ating mga labanan. But, another undisputed team wherein they will fight up against FERVID. Virtus.pro versus FERVID Esports ang makikita natin sa panapos ng araw na to. Kakasanga ba ang ating mga oso or will FERVID ay Cebuano squad fight up against the odds? It's time for us to go to a little bit of a break. Magbabalik po tayo for our match number 3 after this short break.
Teka lang, naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na kukutuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot.
Uy, grabe!
Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. LB nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLB.
What is up, CROSSFIRE Philippines? At ito na nga ang ating last matchup of the day. Ako po si Sir Bipolar at ito nga naman si Sir Salvatore. It's gonna be one hell of a matchup makikita natin ngayon kasi kakaiba ito. It's FERVID and as well as Virtus.pro kung saan both teams now gunning it for that second spot or at least possibility of number 1. No? Yan ang pwede natin makita sa ating draw.
Diyan, Sir Bipolar, no? Nothing more of a pressure point para dito sa side ng FERVID kasi nga they're on their route to playoffs or are they really, no? Parang sa dami ng natapong talo nga dito ng FERVID na mula pa doon sa unexpected team, that being acceptance. Ngayon, nagkakaroon na ng onting taning ang FERVID kasi nga after this week, they will be facing execration and as well as a Rosea team if I'm not mistaken, no? So FERVID, they need to count their days or kung makukuha na ito panalo sa Virtus.pro, baka pwede pa nga sila nga makita ng daylight sa punong dulo, no? And Virtus.pro still a strong team sa laban nga na to, no? Fresh off their win against Attras at parang mas palalaguin pa na Virtus.pro yung chances nga nila makapunta na EWC.
Tama ka dyan, no, Salvi. Pero kung meron tayong EWC na pinaglalabanan dito, meron din namang labanan ng ating community members. It's the 1v1 showdown na pwedeng subaybayan natin on July 9. It's the last man standing. It's the 1v1 showdown. And here's everything that you need to know. Here's the game mechanics. Salvatore, ano nga ba yan?
Okay, so we have destruction mode tapos first to 10 lang to, guys, eh, no? It's a single elimination, best of 1, no extra rounds. Pag umabot talaga kayo ng 9-9, that's it, no? Pag talagang kailangan na natin ng winner, hindi na natin kailangan paabutin ng overtime. At ito lang naman yung mga weapons na kinakailangan niyo, eh, no? We have TRG, Colt 1911, pati USP. Knife, doon naman tayo sa mga normal na knife lang din, eh, no? Yung mga regular na variant lang din na ginagamit din natin sa mga CF balance, na that being yung axe, yung kukri, yung jungle, yung normal knife o kaya yung field shovel, kayo na nga bahala. Throwables nga natin, bawal tayo mag-smoke kasi masyado nang madugas kung ganun, eh, no? Flashbang and grenade, yun lang gagamitin natin. At kita mo nga naman yung mapa, no? Wala lang iba kundi lahat dyan nagsisettle sa loob ng TD ship, eh, no? Walang tanim-taniman at syempre kung sino man nanalo ng toss coin, kung di ako nagkakamali, siya ang pipili ng side. Pero men, sa mapa na yan, Bipolar, alam mo nang maraming naiwang bangkay dyan sa dami ng 1v1 sa mapa na yan.
Yun nga, nung kaming pangalang ni Mochi, ginawa mo ng bangkay dito sa mapang to. So yan din may kita natin dito sa ating 1v1 showdown, no? So yeah, ship is gonna be interesting, no, para sa inyong lahat. Pero ito naman ating tournament structure where any players from the CFPH community, and yes, tama yan, kayo sa ating community ng CFPH ang pwede maglaro from CFS Masters 2026 Summer and CFS PH 2026 Summer. Impact 2026 Summer as well can participate, actually are not allowed to join, no? It's all up to the community as well. Of course, tournament progression natin, qualifying rounds, guess what? Nag-start na po yan ngayon June 27, susundan niya ng June 8, July 4, and July 5. Then we go towards the quarterfinals kung saan I believe it will be on live sa July 9, semis, finals, and of course, yung ating sniper matchup as well. Ito na nga ang ating match schedule on July number 9. Tingnan nyo yan, 11 AM pa lang makikita natin elims niyan. It's round 32 rounds, tapos diretso tayo dito sa semifinals. Then we go towards the final matchup in 1 PM. Of course, to be decided pa rin naman, pero hopefully if umabot tayo doon, 3 PM magsistart ang ating top sniper match. Yan ang ano, abangan niyo yan sa July number 9 ng ating 1v1 showdown. Oras na para makita natin din ang ating highlights for the day. At ayun na nga, tingnan mo naman, Salvatore, on ship, eto na yung mga onti nating nakikita na mga players na nagpapakitang gilas from the snipers, from the USP. At eto na nga, in-expect ko baka marami mag-USP lang dito, Salvi.
Sabi, no, syempre, pag bakanting-bakante talaga yung USP, no, tinan mo, niraratrat lang din nila. Baka parang hindi na ata to sniper showdown, no? Papaalala ko lang, ang makakalaban nila dun sa top sniper match is yung top sniper from the preceding weekend, no? So, either, ayokong magsabi ng pangalan, baka yumanig kagad yung mga balahibo ng mga tao dito, yun, eh. Pero sasabihin ko lang potentially si Zach, Si Cetra, si Lance, si Revenge, si Ajax potentially, si Heck, no? Baka si Bipolar mismo, si Twentysim, no? Baka sakali pa nga, no? But nonetheless, no? So far, we're seeing some potentials naman dito doon sa mga naglalaro ng USP. Pero shoutout sa mga gumagamit pa rin ng Colt, ha? Honestly, it's a very underrated secondary. Shoutout sa mga nagmamalagokin, etc. dyan. Kita mo nga naman na very solid pa rin naman yung secondary na yun.
Yun ang Salvi. Tingnan pa natin dito yung ating mga extra recaps na this time we'll see the journey dito ni Atay GD, no? Kung saan ito ang totoong sniper. Never mind, naglabas bigla ng USB.
Shoutout sa mga ka-clanmate ni Rio, no? Ng Friday the 13th para dito kay Sukob. Yung ating makakaboga nga siya. Grabe. Parang si John Rio Barcoma lang din maglaro kung magboga lang din.
Totoo.
At nandito naman tayo kay actually sila pa rin. No? Alam ko lilipat na nga tayo. Si Ataya GD laban dito kay Sukob. So yun nga, sa isang malupit na shoutout nga pala ulit sa Friday the 13th na clan. Kaya mo nga naman, may mga pambato kayo dito para sa ating 1v1 ship show. Baka nga si Revenge, no, ang makalaban nga nila. We'll wait and see naman. Kasi marami tayong malalakas na snipers ngayon na feeling ko sana manalo na yung community ngayon.
Totoo, no? Last time kasi nakasama natin si KLP, pati si
Ellison.
Si Ellison, no? Si Ellison ang nakasama natin dun last time. Ang ganda ng matchup na yun kung saan very one-sided yung nangyari na hopefully manalo naman natin community members, no? Pero big shoutout sa'yo, Ellison, no? Hopefully you come back to the scene, my brother. But of course, oras na para dumiretso tayo dito sa totoong laban. It's time for FERVID and as well as Virtus.pro. Pero simulan natin yan dito sa VP, ang ating mga nagpuputing oso. And again, big happy birthdays or belated birthday dito sa kanilang CEO. Big birthdays to you, brother. And of course, Cetra, Elvin, Kellar, KSA, yan and as well as si Yobi, yan ang mga kalaban ngayon ng FERVID kung saan nag-iinit si Cetra man. Nakita natin yung kahapon on Ankara and everywhere all around. Pumapalag yan together with Yobi.
No, Cetra, his stats is just insane considering na noong mga nakarang araw nakalaban niyang Execration and as well as Attras, he has managed to score 1.91 KD para dito kay Cetra. It's always a high kill game para sa player nga na to, no? And big props to Yobib for now finally being back his golden boy form, no? Na noong mga nakaraan medyo nahihirapan pa nga siya, but clearly Yobib rather, no? Meron na nga siya nga magandang forma dito na I believe is a threat to a lot of teams kasi it kind of feels like Yobib has reached a certain meter na kung gaano ka-aggressive sila kasi feeling ko dapat ganun din kasunod dito si Yobib, eh. So he's really reliable on the 1v2s and it's pretty much very good, no, para sa side ng Virtus.pro.
Yeah, tama ka dyan, Salvi. Alam mo, as a firm believer dito ni Yobib from the day number 1, talagang nakikita nga natin na si Yobib finally back into the form na pagiging Dark Prince and Golden Boy natin. Pero looking at the journey so far, they did lose up against Execration. Pero kung di mo natitignan yan, it's almost a sweep up, no? 2-0 dito sa matches, 2-0 dito sa Acceptance, 2-0 dito sa TARINGBABI, and 2-0 din dito sa Attras. After that win mula dito sa Attras, no, kahapon nga lang yun, parang, talagang natuto na dito ang Virtus.pro mula sa match this spring and as well as sa qualifying stage. Again, ang pinupunto nga ngayon ng Virtus.pro is not just the trophy, it's not just the EW spot, pero ang maging standard ng buong CROSSFIRE Philippines.
Definitely, no? And Cetra said it best, they really want to achieve championship status at gusto nga nilang mapalago pa ulit ang pangalan ng Virtus.pro, no? And to quote a very, very amazing player and slash coach, no, ng dating Fairview Gaming Wolves, Coach 02, tinanong siya, this season will give the top 2 teams the EWC slot. Why do you think you deserve it more than the others? Ang sabi niya dito, and I quote, because we are still tactical superior than any teams in the tournament and we are made to win an international tournament. And definitely, he is right naman. Binuo ang SGJ core nila, KSA, KLR, Yobib, pati na nga rin si Elvin to appear in international tournaments. Ginawa nila yon nung kasama pa nila si Tino and they did it once again nung kasama na nga nila si Cetra. So, he's not wrong. He's definitely right. Isa sila sa mga teams na kinakatakutan talaga pagdating sa mga plays bipolar.
Yun na nga, I mean, coming in for parang never nagbago dito talaga yung vision ni 02, no? Kasi nung tinanong natin siya last time din na bakit nga ba kailangan manalo dito ng VP or at least get that EW spot, it's the same kind of answer every time. At yun na nga, no, this is what I want, what you want from a coach na talagang determinado sa kanilang goal. But right now, determination din ang kailangan dito ngayon ng ating next team. It's gonna be FERVID Esports kung saan Aris and his team needs a little bit more firepower here. Yes, they have it in the terms of Lance, the A7 Jade, Racifer, and MZ. Pero again, with the recent losses, no, parang biglang may malaking question mark na tuloy sa harapan dito ng Fervid.
Yeah, it's not just any loss, no? It was literally a landslide of an experience para nga sa Fervid. Kasi akalain mo nga naman, pre, they got blasted by Dre as well as Silent. Nandi nga nila inaasahan, if I'm not mistaken, that sub-base did not even go as near sa loob nga ng inaasahan talaga ng Fervid. And that was Fervid. Prior to that game, pinanalo ang laban against Team Stallion sa loob ng mapa na yun. So there's this quite of a crazy flowchart na nakikita nga natin sa season na to. No? Bipolar na si ganto, kaya talunin yung ganto, pero pagkatapat na nila si ganyan, hindi na nila matalo si ganyan. Ang hirap i-explain kung ano yung naging experience ng Fervid nun, and right now this is a recovery season. What I mean is, babawi na sila ngayon for this idea na, okay, andito na si MZ, we need to be perfect and we need to prove to Virtus.pro na eto nga talaga ang pinakamagandang move na ginawa namin as a team, because they defeated Execration inside of Swiss, which really showed na yun yung pinakamagandang off-season move. They defeated Attras, beating their former player, that is J Kim. So what is there need to more to say para sa side ng Fervid? You know, they already had the moves, pero parang tila sa group stage na to, medyo sumasabit na sila.
Ina nga no, parang eto na yung simula na nga ba to ng ating lose streak para dito sa Fervid, with them losing up against STS and as well at Acceptance, no, kung sabi mo nga kanina, it was total domination din mula dito sa Acceptance. They did win up against matches, TARINGBABI and as well as CBF, pero eto na, dire straits for Fervid. Even though dalawa pa lang naman yung talo nila, they need to prove a point here. They need to make a statement up against Virtus.pro, because if not, well, mukhang mapapajayo na lang ulit tayo dito kay A7J pati sa buong Fervid, because they need it very much clear. Yun na nga, journey for Fervid has been a win to lose ratio, kung saan may isa pa namang angat dito ang Fervid, but they need to bounce back immediately dito pa lamang sa Virtus.pro.
And they need to do it with a very, very good last impression, no? Kung gaano nga nila sinabit yung sub-base ng Team Stallion, so they have to do it now in the Eagle Eyes and Ancaras of Virtus.pro, no? Pero eto na nga, no? Coach Aris. Hindi lang isang coach ang makukuha na natin ng quote. Eto nga pala si Coach Aris ng Fervid. Tinanong siya, tingin nyo, kaya bang gawin ng Fervid ang ginawa ng Execration? And I quote, oo, kasi nagbigay ng positive yun sa amin eh. Kung kaya ng Execration, kaya namin. Tinalo nga namin ng Exe, so kaya namin dalunin mga tinalo nila. I believe this was from week number 2 nung in-interview namin ni Mochi si Coach Aris, and I feel like yung statement na yun, parang sa ngayon sa ngayon, siguro kung hindi pa natin nakita yung laban ng Acceptance at Stallions, baka oo pa rin sagot natin, but it has reached a 50-50 situation right now dun sa sinabi ni Coach Aris. Pero malay mo nga naman.
Alam mo, Salvatore, gusto pa ba ng onting init dito sa labanan na to? Kasi na-interview natin last time si A7J off-stream, no, or outside of the broadcast. Tinanong natin dito, outside of Fervid, outside of STS, sino pa nga ba ang talagang totoong target dito ni A7J? Well, sabi niya dito, Virtus.pro, kasi ayoko na mag-CF kapag natalo ko na team na to. Parang taps na agad yung journey pag natalo na to. So, tignan lang natin kung kakasanga ba yung sinabi dito ni A7J in this matchup. Pero, we do have our head-to-head here coming into our matchup alone, at ang may kita natin dito is gonna be KLR and as well as A7J. Wow. It's the power of the IGLs, it's the minds as well.
Parang nakikita ako ng 1-to-1 picture no? Pagdating talaga sa mga numero, no? KLR and as well as A7J. Parang onti lang yung lamang nila sa isa't isa, lalamang dito si A7J sa KD and as well as KR, pati na nga rin sa headshot per kill, but the smokes per round, I feel like mas valuable talaga yung pinoprovide na information dito ni KLR. Both are fraggers in their nature, no? But when we're talking about consistency in attacking the sites, pati na nga rin yung mga mid-round adjustments, pwede mong sabihin yun kay A7J. But clutch potential, presence sa IGL, tsaka sa pagtulong dun sa pag-e-entry, no, I can definitely give KLR to that any time of the day. Kaya well played nga naman talaga tong head-to-head natin, no? Pinagtapat natin ang dalawang kapitan ng dalawang panig nga na to, because it really highlights the importance of a true leader, no? You never really be too sure kung sino nga ba talagang leader ng tulad ng team ng Execration, pero dito merong absolute, merong pagsusundan, and both of these teams really do trust A7J and KLR respectively.
Yeah, let's see, no, kung talagang they trust them after this map veto. May kita natin dito ngayon kung ano nga ba ang lalaroan ng ating dalawang teams. 3 maps in your faces right now. They ban New Mexico, they ban Sub-Base, open ang Black Widow, pero baban niyang yon. Dadayo tayo sa new compound, pupunta tayo sa port, at saan kara pa tayo magtatapos?
I was surprised. Open ang Eagle Eye sa first phase natin. Open din ang Ankara sa first phase natin. and Black Widow as well, no? We had really many chances para piliin to ng both Virtus.pro and FERVID, pero tila sila din, no? Pare-pareho tayo dito sa ating casters desk and as well as panel na nagsawa na makita ang paulit-ulit na ang Karat Eagle Eye. Pinadaan na nga lang nila sa decider, baka sakali kinakailangan, but new compound. Grabe nga naman, no? A handful of times na napili nga to this season. Actually, kakapakita lang natin yun kanina. Right now, it's going to be prioritized by FERVID. The last time that we saw them play this, which I believe was against Attras inside of Swiss, no? And they will be starting GR side. This is very niche of them kasi pinili ng Virtus.pro magsimula sa weak side ng new compound, Bipolar.
I mean, feeling ko naman there's some sort of strengths din dito sa weak side ng new compound, lalo na kapag FERVID yung naglalaro dyan on the GR side. Kasi I would like to say napakaganda ng GR side dito ng FERVID because all they have to do is put MZ dito sa baba ng tower, tapos he will hold down the line and there will be players dito sa may EA to actually rotate. Isa na doon sa E7J and they might just have this kind of niche factor in terms of strategies para makuha dito yung ating first half. Pero Port, man, that is a question in itself, no? Kasi sinabi nga rin natin dito, nung impact stage pa lang, Ares and as well as Lance played this so well kung saan they dominated that as well. Pero Ankara, yan, parang maganda tayo pupunta dyan. But, eto na, mukhang mag-iinit ang laban natin lalo kasi we'll be looking at our predictions from the caster and the panel desk. May kita natin dito ngayon, it's a clean 2-1, pero ako ang nag-iiba, I am favoring towards FERVID. Meanwhile, 3 of our talents here will be favoring towards VP.
I feel like though, despite what happened last week, I feel like dito pa rin talaga magre-reflect yung preparation ng FERVID rather, no? Kasi FERVID has been preparing these kinds of matches against Stallion, so hindi na to bago para pagpreparahan din nila ang Virtus.pro. So I'm kind of sensing na dahil pinili nga nila yung new compound, they want something new out of Virtus.pro, but they do also have a new compound. Di lang nila siguro pinapakita ngayong taon. So yeah, they definitely had something in mind nung nakuha nga nila yung new compound nga na to instead of probably an Eagle Eye on the first set. Pero man, it is going to be a very deadly match. No? Mahirap sabihin na magkakaroon tayo ng sweep dito, no? Bipolar. Kung makita man natin yun, napaka-justified kung maugulat tayo.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the community poll, Salvatore, 68% right now, tumitibok papunta dito sa FERVID. Meanwhile, Virtus.pro only having 32%. Pero again, stats don't lie. Virtus.pro have improved so much to a point na kaya na ata nila dito mag-clean up ng every kind of team, even for STS. No, but FERVID is still FERVID and they are still gatekeepers up against any kind of team. So tignan natin kung kakasanga ba sila dito and can everyone raise their hands for these two teams. Kasi oras na rin para introduce ang ating dalawang casters. It's time for Sir Datum and as well as Sir Sneaky Frog. Pumasok tayo dito. Ayun na nga. Mga sir, kamusta tayo dyan?
Ito men, doing really good, not gonna lie, na napakasarap na nagtatagalog na tayo ulit kasi kanina pa tayo nag-i-English dito men. And let's go back to the Filipino style. Pero yun nga, low-key excited about yung series na to actually, Polar, kasi ayun nga, yung sinabi dito ni Virtus.pro that they are the best team strategically dito sa ating tournament. But I kind of look at these two teams na pareho silang malakas pagdating sa mid-round, but for all the different reasons, pare. I feel like VP can really operate even without much information. No, siguro na kung nakita lang nila kung nasan at yung sniper dito ng FERVID, like mahanap nila kung nasan si Kay or mahanap nila kung nasan si Lance rather dito sa mapa natin, and they kind of have an entire game plan already figured out para sa kanila dito. Pero para naman sa FERVID, ang galing nila maghanap ng sitwasyon dito sa mapa na mapapabigay ng disadvantage itong Virtus.pro, similar sa nakikita natin sa aggression dito sa Ankara from time to time, and obviously hindi naman sikreto no na FERVID kahit nandito sa GR side sila, pare, they are not afraid to poke and prod dito sa mapa natin.
Yun ang I mean, it's gonna be interesting, no, Sneaky. I feel like also, lalo na dito sa ating second map, kung paano nga ba gagana dito yung ating strategies na sobrang kakaiba, especially in the mid-roundings for these two teams. Kasi kung isipin mo, KLR has a mind that is so vast and has so many smartness pagdating sa mundo ng Crossfire, pero di lang naman yung kakalabanan niya. A7J is there, pero Dracifer is also second calling para sa team na to. So think about that a little bit there kasi baka maging factor din yun. But Dadum, ito na nga, FERVID and Virtus.pro, ikaw, are you excited? What are you expecting para dito sa ating dalawang teams?
Sobrang excited. Hindi ko alam ano yung na-expect ko dito, Bipolar, no? Given our map dito. Pero mas excited ako dahil yung unang mapa natin, New Compound. Guys, remind ko lang kayo nung huling beses natin nakita ang Fervid in New Compound, it was against Comeback Friends. And this is the worst game of the season of Comeback Friends. Absolute humiliation yung ginawa ng Fervid noon, no? 10-2, Luns completely outclassing Woos. Tapos, ngayon na ulit natin sila makikita dito up against one of the biggest dogs. Pero, yun na nga, Virtus.pro, di pa natin nakikita ngayong season sa New Compound, and that makes this very exciting, Bipolar.
Yes, very exciting, no? Sinabi nga nila na talagang ready sila sa kahit ano, and they are made to be winning, or they are made to be winners. Right now, let's look at something to look out para dito sa ating dalawang teams. No? Let's start it off with the help of this here on out. It's gonna be Virtus.pro. What is Cetro on this Masters season? Ikaw, Salvi, feeling ko kaya mo naman masagot yung ganon.
So, Bipolar, rhetorical question yan para tanungin kay Cetro kung ano bang meron sa kanya ngayong season kasi palagi niya namang ginagawa yan. Pero nagbabago lang talaga yung mga reaction natin kasi parang palupit ng palupit yung mga ginagawa niya inside of the maps itself. No? No other team other than Team Stallions has ever countered truly Cetra. No? Kahit nung natalo sila dito sa Execration, Cetra still performed really nice. Kaya nga dikit yung dalawang 10-8 na yun, no? Bipolar. It was because of the stability and performance of Cetra, no? Is this his dual season? I feel like it always has been, no? The moment na nagsimula siya sa Sunday Shrooms, he has always been that diamond in the rough. Tapos nung nakuha niya yung opportunity dito sa Evo's Arc, it definitely upgraded into the Heart Diamond na parang hindi mo talaga pwedeng masira basta-basta. And now, Cetra, on his year of 2026, mas lalo niya pang pinapangat yung stock niya to be the threat, not just here locally, but internationally renowned na talaga si Cetra, no? So this season is nothing new. It's just that amazing talaga habang tumatagal for Cetra.
I mean, I agree with you on that, Salvatore, no? Sabi nga dito ni 02 that the Philippine scope is online every time. Plus, kung isipin nyo, ang nakikita nating Cetra is not a local kind of Cetra. Every time that he is in these maps, every time that he is playing, we are seeing international Cetra kind of plays, and that is impressive nonetheless. Kasi not a lot of people can replicate that kind of mindset, or at least that kind of plays, and I love to see it here, especially up against Fervid. Pero ikaw naman, Sticky Frog, I do have a little bit of questions here, or just help me out na dito sa ating next point. Our next point will be yun na nga, no? It's gonna be, will history repeat itself for VP versus Fervid? Kasi last time na naglaban sila, they opened spring with a 3-set series kung saan nanalo pa rin ang Fervid.
Yun nga, man. I feel like if this was a third map na Eagle Eye para dito sa series natin, I feel like Fervid would have needed to win this one 2-0, no? Kasi I feel like medyo dangerous yung mapa nila na yun at this very moment. But, ayun nga, no? I feel like this also tells a lot about yung level na nakuha nga dito ng Fervid, especially all throughout itong group stage. Granted, no, yung form nila up against itong team acceptance was a bit shoddy, but you still cannot ignore yung nangyari dun sa series up against itong STS, no? I mean, it's still a 10-8 on sub base against one of the best sub-base teams, you know, went to overtime dito sa Ankara, pare, and yun nga, Eagle Eye, yun nga, no, needs a bit more practice para dito sa Fervid, pare, but in those first two maps, you can really feel the closeness ng Fervid dito sa ating mga top teams, and I feel like, yun nga, no, maybe this is the time that they can finally take out itong VP and finally A7J can slay his demons, pare.
Yun nga, no, I mean, kung isipin mo, Fervid play, look towards the top at nahanap nila doon is STS and Fervid, STS and Virtus.pro. That's why yun yung pinag-practice nila ng todo. So tignan natin yun kung talagang papalagpangarin ba sila or will they falter up against the Bears of Virtus.pro. Pero Daydom, D and Luns are fading and Fervid Esports needs them right now. What do you think about this? Totoo nga ba?
That's a bit of a rough statement to make dito para kay D and Luns who palagi nating pinupuri itong dalawang to, no? Ever since the start of the Swiss stage. Remember, Bipolar, ang tagal nilang undefeated up until that acceptance game na talaga nga namang mapapatanong ka anong nangyari, no? I mean, I would count that as a fluke, although I would admit to a bit of bias kasi grabe yung storya dito ng Fervid, no? Nanggaling ng Impact, big upgrades across the season, tapos pumasok si MZ and they have been unstoppable. Pero, yun na nga, cracks have shown, sabi nga dito sa ating nakasulat sa lower thirds, and hindi natin alam kung nasa ngayon ang Fervid. Although I wouldn't say that it's D and Lunch's fault. I feel like it's a grander scheme of things na question mark kung paano nangyari yung landslide up against team acceptance. Dito natin malalaman yun kasi what's a better test than fighting against some of the best dito sa CF Southeast Asia? We'll find out.
alam mo, tama ka naman dyan, Daydum, no? Pero kasi kung isipin mo, that also applies to acceptance. So I feel like it was really just, you know, the grander scheme of things talaga. But nonetheless, ito na nga, dadayo na tayo dito sa ating map number 1. It's time to throw it off to our caster. It's time for FERVID as well as Virtus.pro, Sneaky Frog, and as well as Daydum. Okay naman.
Maraming salamat sa ating panel, Bipolar and Salvatore. Ito na, Sneaky, it's time for the main event. A classic in the making, Virtus.pro laban sa FERVID. Ito, Sneaky, matanong ko na agad sa'yo. Let's get this out of the way. Is this going to be another one of those days na yung FERVID nag-hyper-focus sa top 2 teams natin? We saw this a little bit in Stallions, and it got raised again, feeling ko, nung nakalaban nila yung acceptance. Nakapag-prepare kaya sila dito sa Virtus.pro?
I feel like, yun na, yung preparation nila last week pa. Kasi, yun nga, no, judging from the team acceptance series na nakita natin, I feel like tama yung statement na sinabi ko, Dadom, na it kind of felt like they were trying to play Virtus.pro 1 week or like 1 day ahead, pare. Kasi, yun nga, no, if you are going into the game and gaganon kayo na type ng play where you're more passive, more trying to catch the opponent more than anything, no, tapos kalaban yung team acceptance, you know, that's not really gonna work kasi, yun nga, the proactivity on the side of team acceptance will find those holes eventually, no, and I feel like, yun nga, acceptance did a really nice job, especially si Ajax no time na yun. Oh my God, what a demon. Yun nga, he just absolutely fried yung buong team. Pero para naman sa FERVID, no, malay mo, di ba, worth it yung kanilang preparation na nakita natin from last time. I feel like yung kanilang style, or yung kanilang style from last day really matches yung match nila at the moment. I feel like, yun nga, no, FERVID, obviously, still a team that is very talented dito sa ating labanan. So I want to count them out, pare, for sure.
Absolutely. Ito na, simulan na natin ang laban. New compound! Set number 1, VP versus FERVID.
Tapos na ako, pakakunin na
ako. Si patayo. Kinang ina mo ba yan?
Tulo. Sorry.
Ikuha.
Natodra na ba yun?
Karo ako dira ang indang.
Sukan ako. Okay.
Kinig mo naman, Sneaky. Nagiinit na agad ang dugo nila dito. In LA, lots of presence for both sides. A7J magpipik. Kaso huling-huli siya doon ni KLR. The featured matchup, nagpakita kagad.
Literal na head-to-head, pare. Nakita natin dito sa LA. And with A7J out of the picture, Storage A is now wide open para sa Virtus.pro. And I really like this, no? Dalawa lang nag-take dito sa LA and may tatlong magte-take dito sa mid. That means 2 pressure points. Pero si Lance, nakita na dito si KSA. Yobi from the mid side, creating another point of pressure. MZ getting another one. Pero yun lang, Zetra and KLR will be sealing it. It's a 3 versus 1 Tracer mag-isa na lang.
Tapos di niya pa alam na nasa taas na si Elvin. That's Virtus.pro with a quick round 1. Ganda ng split nila doon from LA into mid. And FERVID, ito yung problema nila. You know, there's not a lot of sample size as to the updated strats ng Virtus.pro already showcasing us what they can do sa compound. Round 1 pa lang, Sneaks.
Yun nga, pare, we're getting some team vitality action dito sa mapa natin ng new compound. I did see that from Rock Esports, no, or Rock back in the day nung sina Snake at si Sniper, pare. Yun yung hilig ni Horus eh. Yung atakihin lang tong LA, pare, and he's gonna have a second teammate right behind him for the trade. Pero Lance, cheeky boost dito sa EA, pero hindi niya na makukuha kung sino man na naandun sa mid. Forced to swap as well. MZ, not a bad sniper, pero ayun nga, it's not the main one. Yun yung problema, pare. At katapat mo pa si Zetra, pare.
Exactly. Showcase of weapons pa rin, Elvin and KSA. Perma AK na sila dito, Sneaks, no, in Virtus.pro. Sticking to that mantra. Going towards Store B. Ano naman si Dracifer, who this time is all alone. Walang setup ang FERVID. Oh, what a shot! KSA is down, Sneaks.
Yun nga, Dracifer taking him out. Really good opening kill para sa kanila, pare. And he is gonna help him escape in the process. Pero si Yobib nakadaan na ng bintana. Walang nakabantay from the side of FERVID. And despite yung casualty dito ng Virtus.pro, pare, they still got the objective at the end of the day, which is taking itong control ng storage B natin, and pwede na sila mag-explore sa mapa, pare.
Question is, will they hold this? Knowing na kulang na sila ng isa. No? Yes, Yobib got in, but is that enough space? Zetra on the hunt at this point. Dito pumapasok yung sniper battles natin. On Zetra has been performing, particularly in the last 2 matches. I feel like Zetra, chinanel niya na yung inner international demon niya, and he's come to play. How he will perform against MZ, we'll find out. Elvin peeking, A7J spotted, and again, nahuli si A7J.
Yun lang. The power of the AK-47, pare. That faster recovery kahit naka-run and gun siya dito, men. And the run and gun, at least the first bullet, no, accurate naman dito, pare. So it does make sense for him to be rocking that, especially knowing yung role dito ni Elvin. Pero 20 seconds left on the clock para makapasok dito yung Virtus.pro. Papasok ng ating B-site. Lance can possibly stop this, but with only 14 seconds left, no? Dapat in the span of 10 seconds, may execute nila kung sino man na nasa loob dito, pare. Zetra swinging, killing itong si D, and Yobib already at the bottom of B. And makakaisa pa dito si Elvin, pare. And Fervid, just so you think, or just when you think you had the round, pare. Yun nga, even on a second, Virtus.pro can plant the C4.
And immaculate map timing, Sneaks. Literal, piso na lang yung natitira sa oras natin na itanim pa rin nila yung bomba. And Zetra making contact against D is what made that round happen para sa Virtus.pro. Oh my goodness, Fervid, anong pinasok nyo dito? Siguro hindi nyo rin alam. Setup coming in para sa EA. And I think it's about time na binigay na lang yung store A dito. They're not gonna put A7J there anymore, Sneaks.
Oh, for sure. I think yung long A lang naman kasi if ever you're gonna be defending it, it's kinda similar to what we see in the other maps. It's kinda like just another point similar dito sa hotel or second mid or either or, no? You just have to pick one kung ano mang kukunin mo dito. But an LA push doesn't mean na Matic A-take gagana yun, men.
Exactly.
But the way that VP is playing it, no? Kasi they're really forcing itong si A7J to make some really difficult decisions under time pressure, pare. Yun yung style nila, men.
Tapos mahuhuli ulit siya dito on the first contact from KSA. And that ain't no lurk. That's the NT. 3 players mula dito sa B-site. Virtus.pro making presence. Dito na rin si Yobib. But we've seen this time and time again, no? Early contact, get a kill, Mamba out, and then go for the split.
I think they also recognize that Storage B is one of the most important maps, no? Or one of the most important parts of the map pagdating nga dito sa kanilang mga B-take. And I really like it, no? VP, just clearing it. Tamang pasok lang dito sa Storage B and then use their superior numbers, no, para makakuha pa ng mas malaking advantage dito sa may mid-side. Racifer ready and waiting. Si Lance nakapatong dito sa pinto. Napakaganda ng flash. Double flash. At ayan na yung sinasabi ko. Super effective. Pero may titingin pa sa taas. Yan ang tanong. No one has noticed where Lance is. Lance has gotten KSA. No info on him. Pero si Yobib, spray down. Wala nang halos pala itong si Lance. And it will only be D left. And stuck na siya dito sa EA once again. VP kinda playing with the minds dito ng Fervid, no? This is low-key psychology, pare.
It is a clinic. Sa Sneaky, it's clean para sa Virtus.pro dito. And my question is, why is A7J the one forced to make these decisions? Usually, si Dracifer yung pinapadala dito ng Fervid para maghanap ng early contact or perhaps a little bit of early space. And they will change that mentality. For the moment, 3-2 split. Hindi na nila hayaan na mag-isa si Kapitan Lito. But that will leave one of the parts of the map dito vulnerable para sa Fervid. Lance, off angle, atop the box. Ayaw na ibigay yung pillar, Sneaks.
Yeah, para pakiramdam ko yung call dito ni Lito is like, man, minamagnet ako ng mga players dito. Samado ka ako. Parang kanina pa ako wina-one-tap dito by an AK-47 3 times. But at the same time, this is where VP's reads are now gonna start to come in. I think they're fully well aware kung na magpapa-backup na dito si A7J. So, they're still trying to avoid him as much as possible dito sa mapa natin. And at most, it will be Yobib with the aggression. Ganda ng kanyang spot, man.
Spotted. Swing out from Yobib, pero makatama din siya. That's the one. Looking for the second. And Dracifer with a nice trade finally. Nakasagot ang Fervid sa early contact dito. Pillars will be their domain for now. Pero Virtus.pro, makikita na sa A7J. Finally surviving the first encounter dito sa loob ng A site. Backing off. VP doing the same thing. Hindi nila kakagatin yung A.
Yeah, of all the players he tanks, he's Zetra pa pare. The man who is standing the farthest back sa lahat ng VP players dito. But at the same time, as soon as he saw that sniper, insta-out galing dito kay A7J. But this is now where Fervid's strength lies. Yung re-clear nila pare. Elvin with that very cheeky angle. Nakita na si MZ. AK-47 mapapalipad. Pero A7J with a very quick trade. 3 versus 3. But look at P-side Tadum.
Zetra on the perfect angle. 2 mula sa tower. Lance is down and B-side is wide open. Virtus.pro papasok lang. Kahit naubos yung utility lang dito 6. Okay lang. Post-plant is abound.
Grabe. And I feel like even on the reactions dito ng Fervid, kahit tama sila dito, man, there is at least one player or at least one factor na mapapunish dito sa setup ng FV. And seems like Fervid, yun nga, cannot come into the site anytime soon. A7J already out at mamamatay na lang dito si Dracifer. At doon na nga tumama, pare. Kasi sinabi may nag-messenger note to si Keller eh. Kahapon, men, sa leeg daw. Ngayon, mabait daw siya sa Fervid, sa Tagiliran naman.
Tagiliran. My God, Virtus.pro putting up a clinic. Parang tinututor tayo ganito mag-compound. No? And you talk about the mid-round of Fervid. Virtus.pro doing the exact same. Mas pinaganda pa nila putting Zetra up top, watching the flank, watching a potential peak, tapos sakto yung basa nila. Lance getting caught. And Virtus.pro getting the 4th round sneaks. At this conjuncture, ano yung pwedeng adjustment na gawin ng Fervid? Parang lahat binabato na nila eh.
Yun nga, napakadali sabihin, no, if you're like the average Crossfire player, bakit di na lang mag-push itong Fervid? I mean, VP is also anticipating that. Yan ang problema dito. Virtus.pro, the reason why they take so long na mag-setup kagaya ng ganito, especially up against teams like itong Fervid, like itong Team Stallions, is they really trying to draw out those early aggressions. Ayun nga, para makuha nila yung 5 versus 4 or yung 5 versus 3. And it works almost every single time, no? Kasi low-key, sabi ko tong Virtus.pro, 20 seconds nag-execute kayo, pare. Pero, you know, I feel like by the time the execute starts, alam na nila yung step 1 hanggang plant eh.
Exactly. And I think perfectly demonstrated yan nung laban nila, laban sa Attras, no? Jacob constantly getting berated by Elvin. Who, by the way, has got a 5.0 KD for now, si Elvin. Katabi niya lang si KLR, both 5 kills. Immense numbers already para dito sa Virtus.pro. Making a mid-approach. Pero tahimik ang compound.
No way you get this, Etra, no? That's a hard angle to clear. Oh, kina-cut off nila yung rotation all the way from EA, man. Pero dito na yung USP, dito na yung Yobib. Gets one, Tracifer, turn around. Spotted si D. Sa pintana, and he spams on Kellar. He didn't have time para umikot dito sa pangalawang player, pare. And KSA is already poking and prodding dito kay A7J, pare. No one confirmed in the B side. And look at that first spray on the AK-47. And Lance is gonna get taken down. And, ayun nga. MZ, the last one left alive, and I feel like we might need to do a bit of tweaking dito sa ating gun tier list kasi si KSA yung AK ginagawa ng S tier, pare.
Talk about the play from Yobib and Kellar as well. Picture perfect. Insta-clearing the entirety of B site. MZ gets a nice couple of taps mo lang kay KSA for his 3rd kill of the round. By the way, Sneaky, 5-0 na tayo just like that. And for Vid, wala pa ring timeout. I don't know what's happening, but for Vid, something needs to be done.
And yeah, we might need to put up some missing posters dito, pare, kasi we have yet to see Fervid do anything dito sa mapa natin. Not even on the defense, not even on the offense. And that just comes with going up against Virtus.pro, do, kasi napapaisip ka talaga na, ayun nga, no, Fervid, you really want to go as forward as possible, try to get as much map control as possible, no? Pero with the style talaga ng Virtus.pro, it really isn't just allowed. So you're kinda forced to play the game na, you know, you're not too keen to do, no? I mean, kaya naman mag-hold dito ng Fervid 100%, but not in the way that Virtus.pro is doing, pare.
Love the timings as well kanina. Nag-push si KSA after nung engagement nila Yobib. Trying to catch that mid-rounding, that mid-movement na ginagawa ng Fervid. Tas saktong-sakto, may dalawang nag-peak na tig-isa trying to reinforce that B site. So it's not just the aim sneaks, it's also the coordination ng Virtus.pro and also the read. KSA with the timing. And now we go to square one yet again for Vid. We've seen this setup before pero agresibo yung angulo ni MG sa ngayon.
Yun yan, down B. That's how you know how down bad itong Fervid is to get points dito sa mapa natin, no? Kasi yun yan, dito na nakuha yung store B and they are playing, you know, probably the best angle that you can ask for pagdating nga dito sa B side, which is yung ilalim. Problema nga lang, Virtus.pro. That's the type of thing na they would just mid-split for eh. You know what I mean? Like B-split, okay, may tao dito sa may dalawang tao dito sa ilalim ng B site. And then we're just gonna send Zetra papunta dito sa curve and see what happens. And I like what they did earlier, no? Nung pinush nila yung B, the entire job of Zetra was to just cut off yung mga A players dito from rotating, which is madness, pare.
This time, ibang trabaho naman para kay Zetra. Make the early push along with Yobib. B-site movement happening. Pero yung bomba nasa con mid pa rin, Sneaks. 29 seconds. Virtus.pro, master talaga sila. Maximize yung timer dito. And MZ about to make contact against Elvin. Crucial contact. Elvin staying alive for now. And for Vin, maganda pa rin yung hold nila sa ngayon. Lance with the pistol. Finding Case. Kaso hindi niya itama yung baril niya doon. KLR with the backup. And Case finally going down. KLR hindi makapasok. And Lance will get the collab. Triple and a quad. Lance explodes sa loob ng A. At yun, ang kailangan ng Fervid.
Yun lang, when your spacing is too good, sometimes you can get absolutely yoked like that. Grabe naman yun galing dito kay Lance. A good hold galing sa kanya pare with a bit of help from his teammate. And pakiramdam ko din that help was definitely needed because the pressure was already real. Galing dito sa Virtus.pro, papunta ng A-site natin pare. But yun nga, Lance, right place, right time para sa kanya pare at sakto ang kanyang tira.
And for sure, yung hold din ni MZ, no, crucial in that round. Kung nakakuha ng kill si Elvin doon, mapupuwersa si Lance so tumingin din sa exit eh. Because MC stayed alive, they had control of LA and parang napadali yung trabaho ni Lance. And you see Lance working under pressure, gives FERVID their first round. But is that enough, Sneaks? How do you repeat something like that for FERVID?
That's the thing. Yung mga ganyan na sitwasyon, no? Dadum, that is not easily repeatable. And kaya nga nasasabi ko pa minsan, I'm really not convinced pag 1 versus 1 or it's a highlight play that is gonna win you the round. I need to see the definite chess match, the definite checkmate.
Exactly.
Galing nga dito sa mga players at teams natin. But speaking of checkmate, para this B-site or B-storage has been on checkmate for quite a while now. D and itong si Dracifer, two of the most aggressive players dito sa FERVID, trying to see if they can defend it from his point. Pero KSA, naglakad na paloob. Spotted pa rin si D and Dracifer's gonna die still. B-site's wide open, pare.
And again, another pretty flash mula kay KLR to set up KSA and immediately yung B-site nawala para sa FERVID. D berated. At ngayon si Kuya naghahasik ng lagim pero it's MZ on the lurk. Di pa siya nakikita ni Zetra dito. Pero okay lang, he's holding the right angle. MZ spotted, A7J for the trade. Zetra still somehow gets the kill. And it's 2 versus 4, but it feels impossible, Sneaks.
How the hell was that a headshot? Galing dito kay Zetra. He was zipping his mouse around but still somehow landed the CB. 10 seconds left. Is this an attempt galing kay A7J? USP in hand. Pero si KSA, it's easy pickings para sa kanya pare. 4 seconds left on the C4. Lance is gonna give it up. 6-1 Virtus.pro dito sa ating BL side. And we were kind of expecting na, FERVID would be creating a whole lot more points galing dito sa kanilang GR pare. Pero, ayun nga, parang na-neutralize yung kanilang style pare.
And this is where you have to make bank sa GR side ng compound. It's exactly why FERVID absolutely loved the start of their first map dito. They're not loving it anymore. 1-6 ang score natin as it stands. And FERVID, in all fronts, yung depensa, yung mid-round, the post-plant, lahat naglaho in the face of a towering Virtus.pro. And I like the shift in mentality ng Virtus.pro dito, Sneaky. Ever since their loss from execration, I feel like naging hands-on talaga dito si Coach Shane. Literal na binabantay niya yung players niya. Even going as far as yung laban nila, laban sa TARINGBABI, nakaantabay pa rin. Si Coach Shane, every single mistake punished, pointed out by the coach. And you can see the rewards. Virtus.pro on playoffs form already.
KSA already jumping and gunning dito sa mapa natin. And that is just an easy clear. A7J trying to react on the secondary move dito pare. Pero hindi na yun gagana. FERVID entirely countered. 2-man swing towards mid. Pero tignan mo naman kung sino nakabantay dito pare. It will be Zetra. Dracifer taken out. Pero naka pa rin naman dito ni D. But still, it's a 2 versus 4 and an insurmountable situation pare. Parang it kind of reminds me of this certain flip-top battle. It's called J Black versus Pistolero pare. And it just seems like FERVID is Pistolero at the moment and VP is absolutely exposing yung kanilang style dito pare. Pero si D will be trying to go individual dito sa mapa natin. Headshot for him. Golden. Pero golden din dito si Elvin papuntang B-site. Lance na lang natitira. Granted, this kid has clutched time and time again pare. But look at the setup ng VP.
Look at the positions. No way in hell FERVID, or Lance rather, gets a kill nang hindi siya nagpupush. At yung una niya makikita si KSA, a master of contact from curve, at hindi niya man lang nakikita. Switch of weapons just for the laughs of it. KSA nag-HK na and that is the timeout finally dito ng FERVID. 7-1 yung scoreline natin. Bakit ngayon lang FERVID? Time and time again. Yung setup dito ng FERVID na bubulilyaso. And it's just one flash and one peek. LA, Storby, every single time, laglag ang FERVID dito.
Yun nga, man. Jam's not liking what he's seeing in the background, pare. And I can't really blame him, no? Kasi FERVID, yun nga, kinda makes you want to play the game itself, no? Pagdating sa ganitong sitwasyon. Pero pakiramdam mo kahit magpasok ka pa ng ibang 5 players dito, para this still would not work at all. And yun nga, Fervid, it's just exposure. And nakikita ka natin dito, no? Dadom, the style of Fervid being proactive dito sa mapa. They want those early fights. They want those 5 versus 4 super early, no? Pero Virtus.pro not really allowing it. Kasi, yun direct counter, kumbaga, pwede natin sabihin na kung yung kapilang team naghahanap ng 5 versus 3 at 5 versus 4 sa GR side pa lang, ito naman yung VP. They are gonna play as far back as possible. 3-man swing sa lahat ng mga lokasyon dito na mapa natin. And despite the 2-1-2, yun nga, no, pakiramdam ko, parang isa lang yung nagde-defend dito sa mga ibang angles natin. Fervid are ice cold in this game. And it's a worrying sign para sa kanila, men, kasi yun nga, if you're ice cold up against Virtus.pro, paano pa kaya yung mga mas malalakas na teams natin? What if AG nakalaban nyo, men? Like, dude's gonna eat you alive if you play like this, pare.
Exactly. And you have to think a bit from a bigger picture as well. Sneaky, this is Fervid coming out of a slump, coming out of an unexpected loss mula sa acceptance. They need to bounce back. How do you bounce back? Laban sa Virtus.pro. In a map na akala mo, handa na kayo. Yung pala, it's a reality check mula sa Virtus.pro dito na, yes, it's compound. You haven't played it. But it's not without reason.
Yeah, it's not for without reason. Nga pala, no, quick shout out to Boss Bryle. Nakita ko siya on FB Live from yesterday, no, on Abby Chris Abelio stream, doing stuff, just enjoying with friends, no. And yun nga, a certain Stallions team was also on that stream. Pero, ayun nga, no, back to the ball game natin dito, pare. An absolute shellacking on the B site. And it just feels like no matter where you step or no matter what move yung gagawin mo dito, no, parang mali eh. If you're on the side of Fervid. And that is just a psychology. May parang psychology na inaatake nga dito ng Virtus.pro na they're taking so long on the clock and they're giving 20 or 30 seconds talaga para dito kay A7J na i-adjust yung kanyang buong defense sa kung ano mang push na nangyayari dito. And that is why you do not see Virtus.pro way too early, no, dito sa mga sites natin because they're really trying to stretch that defense din.
Exactly. Unless they find an opening kill. So, Zetra, Receiver off angle, nakita ka agad siya dito, Sneaks, and he will be taken down. Again, bukas ang B-side, Virtus.pro. It's another one of those rounds na magpipillar lang sila papasok ng B, tas lalayo. Tapos yung Fervid hindi man lang makapag-rotate. Look at MZ hesitating to go back to B site. Kasi anytime baka may lumabas sa curve eh.
Yeah, they can't really do nothing about that, pare. Tracifer and D already out of the picture. And it's like we're watching a replay. Dito, no? Dadom, they're just taking storage B and then mag-aantay sila na matagal dito, wait for Kellar or etong si Elvin na makahanap ng opportunity sa kabilang side ng mapa. And I cannot believe na Fervid is not punishing this more heavily, no? Pero ang hirap kasi i-punish kasi pati yung lurk nila may body system, pare.
Can't help but wonder why they wouldn't put Luns in a little bit more aggressive positions. Especially at this point na medyo lugi na naman talaga sila. Virtus.pro making the move sa B site. Only one player sa batteries. MZ, bulag. Tatakbo papasok.
Ay!
Pero wala na siyang matakbuhan. KSA just jumps in, dunks on him. A7J, kita yung tagiliran niya ni Obib. And it's Lance again against the world. 1v5 Sneak, 16 HP. Tatakbo na lang siya dito. Pero hahabulin pa siya ni Kapitan Kel. 8-1 in the first half. At yun na nga, tinutuon na ni KLR yung nasa messenger notes niya dito. And look at Coach Shane watching the behinds of his players like a hawk, even when they're winning by such a margin.
Siyempre, kailangan mo maging hindi lang panalo pero panalo dito, pare. Like just a reminder dito sa chat, no, this was the team that was closest to beating all gamers nung CFS Grand Finals 2025 by going all 5 maps. Medyo natalong lang tayo sa last map, no, pero what can you do up against like Do 2025 for, pare? May something talaga kay Dumin, and he is just quite the special player. Pero of all the teams that you could say, hey, na nag-participate dito sa tournament natin, no, pare, not many teams can say, hey, I took AG in 2025 to 5 games, pare. Kaya naiintindihan ko kung bakit pataas yung standard nga dito ni 02. And especially, he really wants to eliminate yung entire conversation of Fervid being within the level nga dito ng VP. Parang gusto niyang iparating na, okay, gumaling dito yung Fervid, but still, we are Virtus.pro and we are gonna make you see na meron pang gap na nangyayari dito.
And what better way to do that than by beating them in their own map pick? Pakinggan natin yung comms.
BR
Meron dito.
Ano yung bullet mo, banda?
Scam na yan, meron na rin.
Yes, kano.
Meron dito isa. Naka-HK.
Hindi na, wala na ako dyan.
Iba ko na, iba ko.
Alright, kalmado lang for Vid. Slow but steady. Habang sila naman ang opensa dito, Lance leading the charge. Kita niya ba yung ulo dito?
See the name?
Ni KSA. Oo nga eh.
He's messing with them. Alam niya na hindi siya matatamaan dyan.
Nades coming in. KSA having to back off a little bit. Pero halos hindi siya nabawasan doon. Sneaks. Yobib coming in to help.
Sheesh.
But it's not anything dramatic mula sa Virtus.pro, no? Pwede lang bumalik si Yobib dito sa loob ng B eh.
I have an inkling na magaling to mag-dodgeball sa totoong buhay si KSA. Pero, AK-47 in his hand. Nakatago siya dito sa box. Yobib being the first contact would be quite nice. Pero alam na kasi yung presence dito ni KSA. So Yobib has to be a bit more forward dito sa mapa natin. And it will be Yobib getting one. KSA getting two still! How does that happen? No. Storage B fully occupied dito ng Fervid. Finally, they do get Elvin in return. Pero pare, realistically, wala pa silang B-side control. Zetra with the play. He has to get away, pare.
So all up to Zetra.
He has to get one.
Mapigilan si MZ dito sa mid. Zetra stays alive for now. Pero yung Fervid hindi nakaalis ng pillar. Crucially, si KLR nakalapit na. The moment lumabas na ng SD, pero si KLR nag-push! And he will get caught! KLR, that might have been the game-losing play para dito sa Virtus.pro. Leaving Zetra on a 1 versus 3. Pero may sniper pa siya dito. No? Looking unlikely at this point kasi wala na siyang utility. And Fervid will be setting up camp dito sa loob ng B site. Nakapuslit. But Zetra has been spotted. Still gets a nice shot in. Pero babay lang yun mula sa Fervid as they pick up their second round. Finally, breathing room para sa Fervid.
Yun nga, finally a bit of breathing room, no? Dito sa mapa natin, Fervid finally getting a break. But this is the BL side of the map, no pare. Mahirap talaga na magkamali ka dito. Pero Virtus.pro, they can force mistakes in this situation. It's a 3-man, 2-man peak. Dito sa ating pillars, it will be Tracer for getting one. Yobib will get a quick trade. A7 is down, pero alam niya ba na parating na CB? Mukhang hindi. D will get Yobib, but still, 3 versus 3 pare. Zetra now allowed access papunta dito sa CB angle. Launch by Tai.
He might.
Uy, binitawan niya!
Oh, Zetra! That's
MVP yung paa ni D.
And Zetra falling prey to the trap. Pero si Kellar, nasa SD na ang lalim na. This is not a play that you usually make from the GR side. Kaya baka hindi expect ni dito. Kaso nakita niya na si Kel. Gets a bomb. At si Kel punished for his mistakes. Nice HE! And he still gets the kill onto MZ. How is Kellar still alive? Might have just made this possible para kay Elvin on a 1v2.
Pero Elvin pa rin yan pare, no? And this is the annoying part about having Elvin being as your enemy. Alam kong 1 minute and 15, you know he's an A player, but at this point, you have no idea where he is dito sa mapa na to. And that is just a reputation of one of the rattiest players dito sa Pilipinas, pare. That's why I like to give him the nickname, the Rat King, no? Kasi, you know, he seems to be the best at it. Lance, though, he just so happens to have the right extermination tools, pare. 3-8, Fervid will cause VP to timeout. Teka lang. Hey, 0-2's not happy, pero I wouldn't be happy too, no, pare? Come on, guys. We're 8-1 in the lead, and we have lost, you know, some parts of the map that we're not supposed to lose, no? Pero pakiramdam ko, hindi nagustuhan ni 0-2 yung last call dun, pare, to try and get something going dito sa B pillars. Pero pakiramdam ko, ano naman, hindi naman yung maling play eh.
Exactly.
Para sa Virtus.pro eh. I feel like that still calls a 3v3. The only reason why hindi gumana yun, pare, was because Zetra missed a shot. So, I don't see the reason for the timeout, pare.
Exactly. All things considered, no, yung pillar push dito ng Virtus.pro actually worked out. Even with the heroics dito ng mga players doon. And you're right, it's the mid-control being lost dito. By Zetra, that was cause for concern para sa Virtus.pro. But maybe there's something na gustong baguhin dito. Si Coach Shane, as early as it gets. All things considered, wala naman silang mistake na ginawa doon. No? It was a missed shot and can't blame him for that. But Virtus.pro, looking to minimize mistakes at this point. Parang kumbaga, ayaw na nilang bigyan ng chance dito yung Fervid. I do have to say though, Sneaks, this is the type of shenanigans na in-expect ko mula sa Fervid when they were losing on the GR side. Push a little bit in certain angles. Wala tayong nakitang ganun eh.
Is that a funny thought na yung bootcamp ng VP is so inconvenient? Kasi 0-2 has to go between 2 rooms.
Only to
yes,
speech niya sa kabila, no?
Feeling ko, there is like rhyme and reason no, kung sino yung magkakatabi dito pare. I feel like Zetra and Yobe being in the same room makes sense. You know, kind of star role. And especially knowing Elvin, KSA, and Keller, no, dapat magkadikit talaga yan. Kasi, ayun nga, no, especially these three, you kinda operate on the same brain, no, pagdating sa mga riflers natin. But at the same time, no, yun nga, no, I feel like this timeout a bit unnecessary. Para nga dito sa Virtus.pro. But I feel like may nakikita si Coach 02 na hindi natin nakikita dito pare.
Maybe something in the comms. Medyo tahimik yung Virtus.pro kanina. Start of the round. Start of the half, rather. Ito yung play na sinasabi natin kanina, no? The push in Keller. They made it work, Yobe, with the double kill. Tapos nakuha din nila yung CB control, eh. For a bit. They lost it. But then LR with the heroics to turn it back.
Yung pa talaga ni MVP dun, eh.
Woo! Lot of contact mula kay Zetra dito. And D coming out on top, laban kay Elvin. 1-for-1 exchange, and Zetra makes noise. Tumbang muna si A7J, and that's a second shot from Zetra. It's effective. Laglag ang magkuya. And that's the bomb in possession as well. Virtus.pro, kitang-kita ni Zetra yung bomba.
Yun nga, men. And this was Fervid trying to actively punish itong si Elvin no, na kanina pa nakatayo dito sa may long A natin with their sheer numbers. Pero tignan mo naman yung adjustment dito ng VP. I feel like Kellar didn't feel too good about Elvin being in that certain position kaya si Zetra na lang yung inassign doon, and that was the right call. And all of a sudden, 4 against 2 dito sa round natin, and the fact that we're at the precipice pa ng ating map point, it's not looking good pare. Kailangan may mag-clutch dito.
And I like that Fervid tried to change the timing in that last round. No? Minadali nila yung push sa LA. So much so na medyo nagulat din tayo, no? We weren't expecting a play this early in the round, but Fervid still unable to make it stick. Yes, nakuha nila yung unang kill kay Elvin, but after the fact, Zetra just showed up. Nakita ni Zetra. Pixel from MZ, he's gonna move forward a little bit. And Zetra is not gonna move.
You are not escaping this, MZ. You are in Zetra jail. Never mind! MZ, dap me up, gang. I hit Zetra with the Glaze Curse, and you hit the nastiest shot on him, man. 2 versus 3. But still, hard situation pare. Decisions to make. 30 seconds left, and it's red time dito sa mapa natin. What are they gonna do in this situation? B-site mukhang likely para sa kanila dito. Pero napaurong agad dito si KSA. I think he had an inkling na sa CB na dumaan yung dalawang players natin on the side of Fervid. And Lance, ready and waiting, USP sa kanyang kamay. Pero KSA, napakaganda na kanyang angle dito. And the delay is all he has to do. 1 second to plant dito sa ating site. MZ going for it. That's gonna be a headshot para kay KSA. Now he's dancing around the servers. And yung panalo ng Fervid sa round na yun, mukhang data not found, pare.
And that's the reason why B-site is one of the hardest sites to take dito sa compound. KSA with a 1v2. Hintay niya lang mawala yung effects ng flash. Throw out his own flash. Gets an easy one-tapper. And then another Virtus.pro set point off the back of that 1v2 ni KSA. Na paulit-ulit pinapakita kung gaano siya kalakas on this AK. We get it, KSA.
Yun nga, no? I feel like the AK method that this man has created suddenly, if nakita na natin na mabilis na yung pacing natin, no? Going into 2025, second half ng 2025, ever since na-integrate yung balance guns, it gave us a big buff kasi it did push yung mga teams natin to play slightly faster, especially with the HK. But now with the AK, man, I cannot believe it. Yun nga, no? You could go a whole lot faster compared to what the HK can offer nga dito, no, pare. And I feel like Virtus.pro, full benefit of it. KSA, ready for the full spray dito sa mapa natin. He is just hiding, rounding this corner. And ganda ng kanyang gapang dito, pare. But KSA, double headshot immediately. And the first spray is really good. D finally getting KSA, pero alam ba nila na meron pang isang tao na nasa loob dito ng store. And his name is Yobib. He's gonna be crawling forward, D, trying to make the play happen. Left, right, and center, pero expect na ang kanyang angle. But still, D hitting the shot, and that's the shots you need to hit. Pero si Zetra na andito sa ace site will be taking out MZ. Wala nang lurk option itong Fervid. At si Elvin na pa-CP agad. The Rat King strikes again dito sa mapa natin.
D Nag-aala ekstranghero na siya doon kaso hindi niya in-expect si Elvin. Making the long way around at to lands on a solo mission. Si KLR tatapusin na ang compound for Virtus.pro on a 10-3 scoreline. At napapasenyas na si KLR, inutakan niya lang daw ang Fervid. What was that? An absolute clinic from Virtus.pro.
And there it is, Virtus.pro. It seems like Keller has probably heard my comments about Fervid being, I wouldn't say almost equal, but approaching itong level ng ating VP pagdating dito sa macro style. And he said, Sneaky, I'm gonna show you the biggest shellacking dito sa new compound, even though na, this is one of the best maps dito ng Fervid, according to my knowledge at least. Pero Virtus.pro, pinaikot at pinaikot nila dito ang Fervid dito sa mapa. And it's not even anything weird, galing dito sa Virtus.pro. Lahat standard ginawa nila dito, pare. Storage B take, magbaback, tapos kukuha naman ng mid. Same goes for the A site. They just replace Storage B with Storage A. And nakikita mo, it's always a two-prong attack. And at the same time, kahit yung mga lurk plays na nakita nga natin dun sa BL side, there's always a second option as well. And yun yung kalakasan nga dito ng Virtus.pro. They don't need much information. They don't need much material para mag-operate dito sa mapa natin.
Exactly. Didn't necessitate anything mula dito kila Elvin or even the highlighted players natin who has been stepping up. Zetra, Yobib. They were there, yes, but they weren't necessarily needed to pop off para dito sa Virtus.pro. And tama ka, Sneak. So they just had the place to do that and every single round executed perfectly. Apart from that one round na may nakitang hiccup dito si Coach Shin, and I wouldn't necessarily say the same thing kasi malinis pa rin naman yung ginawa nila dito. Not a mistake on my book yung pillars push dito ng Virtus.pro, but even then, Fervid unable to contest, I think is a statement and a half para dito sa compound ng VP. Fervid gonna have to go back to the drawing board kasi yung next map natin, it's the signature map of Virtus.pro. Pero hagis na natin to sa ating panelists para pag-usapan pa ang compound by Polar and Salvatore. Ano masabi nyo?
Ayun nga, malinis na execution and malinis na winalist dito ng ating Virtus.pro ang map pick ng Fervid that we call new compound. Salvatore, grabe yun. Virtus.pro, nothing surprising there, but Fervid, ang pinaka-surprising doon, hindi sila gumana mismo dito sa map pick nila.
And even on the start ng pinakamalakas na side ng mapa, na parang wala talagang kamamang-muwang dito or they're just not fully aware of the capabilities of Virtus.pro, And it is already evident, na isa sa mga pinaka nagpapalakas sa estado ng isang team is yung executes talaga, pati yung presensya ng isang team. And definitely Virtus.pro really banked on every executes. Nakita ka ba, bipolar, na may naging individual play doon? Everyone was feeling it inside of new compound. Everyone was taking space. Everyone is throwing utils. Execute after execute ng Virtus.pro. Walang rebuttal itong Fervid, going as far as to score 8-1. My God, timing is everything. Sinabi to ni Dadom kanina, they're always finding every single opening laban sa Fervid na either nagro-rotate sa Z, palabas ng exit, o kaya pwedeng makipaglaban sa loob nga ng con-mid. Every single part ng compound, dinaanan, inubos talaga ng Virtus.pro. That's why a 30 to 40 second execute is very important. Ito ang pinakamagandang sagot yan.
Man, talagang nilakbay dito ng Virtus.pro ang buong mapa natin to a point na yun na nga, doon na sinabi mo, these 20-second executes, man, or at least 30-second executes, talagang dyan lumalakas ang Virtus.pro because just like what Zetra said sa ating interviews natin, they're well prepared sa mga ganun kind of situation and they know despite the timer not really favoring their side kapag BL side, alam nila kung ano yung gagawin and it works out every time, 90%, and that's why we are seeing 100% rating dito kay KLR and as well as dito kay KSA. Man, the AKs have been rampant dito sa Virtus.pro pero talagang lumalakas yun dahil nasa tamang kamay naman yan dito ni KSA. A 17-7 KDA and as well as dito kay KLR na 11-3 deaths lang naman. You know what? The IGLD na kailangan dito maging sakripisyo kasi siya na mismo talaga ang nag-iisip at pumipitas dito sa Fervid. Meanwhile, the worst performance yet, not just from the IGL, not just from A7J, but for Fervid, a 0.04 bala kay A7J, 3-13, man. I feel like they didn't just struggle, they were basically disappointed sa mismong performance nila dito. Sa 13 rounds, 3 lang ang nakuha nila doon.
Grabe naman. Parang pag nakita mo talaga yung set summary ng first half pala, magtataka ka, tayo po yan. Hindi pre, isa lang talaga ang nakuha ng
Totoo
Fervid
yan.
all throughout the first half. And yung dalawang nakuha ng Fervid, it was definitely a warranted timeout para mag-lock in ang Virtus.pro. No? Alam mo paano nakuha ng Fervid yung round nila? Nag-lock in sila. Tumama yung kulat, naipanalo nga nila. So it's basically Fervid telling us na we need to make a highlight, pre. We need to make someone the star of the show bago tayo makakuha ng round. Whereas Virtus.pro, everybody shined. Everyone is netting positive pagdating sa KD nila. Yobib entering, Cetra hitting the rotators. KSA and Elvin, nagpapalakas sa AK. KLA, tinatawag kagad, predicting the movement of Fervid. And Virtus.pro just cannot do anything wrong sa loob ng new compound.
Yun ang parang opening act lang dito si Lance, pero ang buong Virtus.pro yung main act natin, and the leader to do it all off, it's gonna be Kellar, man. 3.67 in terms of KD, a 0.85 na kill per round, and that rating na saktong-sakto. Alam mo, Kellar, you are one hell of a player, lalo na dito sa labanan natin up against A7J, and as well as dito na Forbid.
And naririnig ko na yung interview ngayon. Nakaka-excite ka naman. Siguro kung makukuha niya yung set MVP
nakaka-excite.
sa loob ng port, we are definitely going to be in for a treat na bipolar, considering na sinabi nga kanina no, na parang tapos na sa leeg dito naman daw sa tagiliran, at grabe nga naman kung gumilit ang mga taga-Tondo dito no, sa loob nga ng new compound, because every single rotation ng Fervid binasa talaga ng Virtus.pro at tumagas ang dugo ng Fervid sa loob nga ng new compound, pero kinakailangan pa nila ng onting lakas pagpasok ng port na yan. Bipolar, paano na yan?
Yun ang ang ating map number 2 will head on, will be starting later on, pero dadayo nga ba dyan ang ating Fervid para tumagas ulit yung dugo nila, or will we force an Ankara map to be other sider? And again, mapa to ng Fervid, and they know this pretty damn well from the recent Masters before. Again, we'll be having a little bit of a short break. Magbabalik po ang ating Summer Matches 2026 after this.
lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na kumpultuhan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot and he makes it trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLB.
Let's continue the battle dito ngayon sa ating CFS.PH Summer Masters 2026 kung saan angat na nga dito ang ating Virtus.pro sa buong series ng 1 puntos at ngayon dadayo pa tayo sa pinaka-paborito kong mapa para sa ating dalawang teams. No? It's Virtus.pro and Fervid bouting or dueling dito sa ating mapa ng Port. And Salvatore, I would love to hear your thoughts on this one.
Grabe men, no? There's no better map na piliin talaga ng Virtus.pro outside of Eagle Eye other than Port, no? Ito nga pala yung mapa na pinagbubuti nga nila, highly prioritized during Master Spring. At ngayon, nagbubunga na nga to in one of their best maps from Eagle Eye, Ankara, and now they added Port to the mix na nagiging malaking tama na nga to para sa mga ibang teams. Now, Fervid will be able to play Port. This is also one of the maps na tinalo nga nila ang Execration during Swiss, and they kind of really had this showing no mula dito kay MZ as well as A7J. Two of the players na hindi natin nakita sa loob ng new compound. And this is now a new environment, new map, and a new setting para sa site ng Fervid. And hopefully any recovery is welcome para sa team nga na to. No? But Virtus.pro, man, this is still international Virtus.pro levels of Port. No? Ito nga pala yung mapang kinuha nila against all gamers, and that stat line alone, bipolar ang nagpapayanig sa Fervid.
Yun na nga, medyo nakakatakot dito yung 100% win rate ng ating Virtus.pro on the map of Port, and they're starting on the GR side, which is gonna be very, very interesting. Alam nyo, with my flick of the wrist, may introduce natin dito ang ating mga casters. It's Sneaky Frog, and as well as that.
Thanks ever so much, Bipolar and Salvatore. Sneaky, may tanong ako, Sneaky.
Yep.
Nakalimutan ba ng liga natin na paboritong mapa ng Virtus.pro ang Port? Kasi tinitingnan ko yung stat sheet. Ever since the group stage has started, palaging hindi binaban yung Port. Parang nakalimutan nila na ito yung signature map nila.
Ayun nga, man. I feel like it is the factor of Virtus.pro being able to play every single map with the exception of maybe New Mexico, no? Pero balay mo, nilalaro pala nila yun. I mean, they got ito yung problema kasi they got a good Eagle Eye, they have a good compound, they have a good Port, they have a good sub base, they have a good Black Widow, pare. So what choice do you have dito sa Vito, no, kung kayo yung Fervid dito? And I feel like Fervid's probably playing or at least picking the map, or at least naiwan nila yung map for themselves. I think they're fully well aware na Virtus.pro would definitely target Port pagdating dito sa Vito natin, and maybe they have practice dito sa kanilang BL side, no, considering doon pa sila nagsisimula dito sa ating mapa. And I feel like they are gonna try to see if they can create a buffer dito sa BL side para pagdating dito ng GR, they can kind of win from there. But even then, mahirap manalo, pare, kasi yun nga, no, Virtus.pro has I think Virtus.pro's responsibility, no, Virtus.pro is responsible for the uptick ng win rate pagdating sa BL side ng mapa na to, pare. The amount of setups na nagawa nga nila and the amount of times that they can get, especially on the BL side, even up against yung mga, better teams natin dito, pare. Virtus.pro, they kind of just know both sides, and Fervid, this will be a big challenge para sa kanila, pare, considering you're facing the best on their best. So, do the math, pare.
Exactly. I mean, at the end of the day, Virtus.pro kasi innovators of the meta yan. Una, ginawa nilang innovative yung Port natin, and then Eagle Eye coming into the mix. No? Sali yung dahilan kung bakit marami nag-i-eagle ngayon. Pakinggan natin yung comms as we head into Port.
Kita rin na ang babara. If isa to, smoke na diri.
Bubumbar mo nito mga mo diri.
Kita ka biyar kanan.
Ay, say. Ay, baba.
Wala na kita.
Hindi mo kasi...
Wag, bintil ka muna.
Di alam gago, mabibigla tayo.
Alright, Virtus.pro, nakita nyo yan ng tama, guys. It's Virtus.pro na nasa GR side at the beginning of Port. As if it couldn't get any harder para sa Fervid dito. Sneaky, they will start off on the harder part of the map dito, harder side of the map. And Lance, it's time to get creative.
Yun nga, men. Kailangan mo mahanap yung paraan na first to guess where Zetra is, kasi palipat-lipat tong bata na to from AB and itong mid natin. And you have to also find out kung may nakabantay dito sa CA o hindi, pare. Is it just a bolstered 8-take or is it just a simple 2-1-2 galing sa players dito ng VP? That's the problem, no? They can kind of pull out that type of defense anytime they want, pare. Pero early mid presence, ㍍Match trying to use yung napakaliit na gap dito sa ating smoke para makita siya na isang player dito sa bridge, but still CA control in the hands dito ng FERVID. Pero Virtus.pro, onting rotation lang, nandun na sila eh. Nice shot galing kay Kellar.
Yeah.
Si Lito pa
That is just a
nakuha.
spam from Kel, no, na paulit-ulit niyang hinuhuli dito yung nasa mid. Si Lito na naman ang unang casualty para sa FERVID. Always eager for that early contact para si ㍍Match, obliging FERVID. Yun! Hindi tumama, FERVID. Counting their lucky stars. About to push towards LA. Dito naman si Elvin. It's a triple stack. Sneaks might not be the best idea. ㍍Match coming back into the fold. And Tracer making contact. Early good peek para kay Elvin. Taken down. Kellar going down. And Virtus.pro with a beautiful hold already. ㍍Match not letting go of exits. And ㍍Match will go down. 1v2. And it's all too easy para kay Yobid. Virtus.pro. Quick rotations and ㍍Match making the right decisions at the right time.
Yun nga, sakto rin yung flash, no? Nag-landing dito sa mukha dito ni Tracer, pare. So as soon as he entered itong ladder, he was just a blind man despite the kill dito kay Elvin. And I really like that setup, no? Galing dito sa VP. Parang may magagamit pa rin yung sniper power dito ni ㍍Match. But at the same time, you're still keeping presence dito sa top 8 thanks to Kellar. So, ayun nga, no? Maybe that is one of the one of the many creative ways na nagagawa dito ng VP na mag-counter ng mga plays that usually do work. But for now, hindi nga yung gagana, pare. Good use of the utility as well, man.
Sabi sa'yo innovators. I mean, ito yung isa sa mga innovations recently sa port, no? The new sniper positions. And Virtus.pro, still at the lead when it comes to creativity dito sa mapang ito. Si Elvin, siya yung nasa top A sa ngayon. Which is less and less na nagiging sniper haven yung top A natin. And look at FERVID, 4 stack in CA. Hoping to make something drastic happen laban kay Elvin.
Ito ni Elvin doon, nasa top A, no? I guess we're gonna try to go for it. Fully blinded FERVID. Medyo disconnected yung kanilang push, pare. And it is taking a while. And I think inaantay dito ng FERVID yung lahat ng flashes at nades ang tinatapon nga dito ng Virtus.pro to try and counter this. No one is blinded. Elvin still on top A. And he will get absolutely mauled dito sa top A as well.
Nice.
Dracifer and Lons finally getting their 2 kills. Kellar will be getting MZ. 2 versus 4. FERVID finally with a lead dito sa kanilang BL side. Crouch peek KSA hitting still. But he will die eventually, pare. Yobib the only one left alive.
Nice shot from Lons to take down KSA and si Yobib. Hinahabol na ni Dracifer dito and FERVID put themselves on the board with a successful A site take. Nakakit agad sila dun sa top A, no? They were hoping for the exit push, kaya sila nag-hesitate dun sa LA Sneaks, waiting for ㍍Match, and when he didn't come, they took control of top A. Tapos dun na nila nahuli si ㍍Match. Crucial pick as well from Lons to keep control of mid. And that shot from A7J. Nice coordination mula dito sa FERVID to net them off that A push. Again, na-neutralize nila na ngayon si ㍍Match, no? A big pick certainly para sa FERVID.
Yung nga, no, pare. I feel like that one of the main reasons why that worked as well para dito sa FERVID is there wasn't anyone realistically challenging itong CA. No, it was only flashes, it was only HEs, pero in terms of tao ay wala nga kahit ni isa na andun, kahit baril. Pero yung nga, pinapan-adjustment ka lang dito sa Virtus.pro. Now it is ㍍Match back on the ladder, top A responsibility. Pero gusto niyang paakyatin dito si Elvin, I think. This could be a mistake, but they could also just be peeking low.
Lons unaware, nakababa yung pantalon niya doon. Sneaks and Lons taken down easily. Elvin, Mr. Rat King himself, makes his presence known. ㍍Match andito pa rin, pero nasa curve, nasa Ares na ang mga miyembro ng FERVID. A7J unaware, ㍍Match is right there, and ㍍Match, easy pickings para sa sniper ng Virtus.pro. Sniper Haven, and he makes it a triple for Virtus.pro. Okay lang na pumasok sila ng Ares. Virtus.pro ready to receive.
Yeah, and I feel like Virtus.pro, nung nakita nila na nagsiset-up na ng CA yung FERVID, no, I feel like they're very well aware na sa saktong a minute 36 magsasmoke dito si Lansalong, and they punish that exactly. And medyo nagkalat na nga yung mapa natin, no, dahil sa nangyari na to, pare. And ㍍Match, this is the easiest shots of his life, man. Top A, you have plenty of cover as well. You pull out the cold. It's a losing battle para dito sa FERVID. You know, man, that is just Virtus.pro for ya. I mean, despite yung nakita natin kanina, I was thinking na may papasok dito ng CA, pero hindi, men. Pinush na lang nila dito yung long.
Exactly. And the way they did it too. Pinosisyon nila si Zetra sa ilalim ng CA just to enable Elvin of the push. Still a bit of risk para sa Virtus.pro na gawin yun, no? And successfully doing so, taking down Lance.
Look at the nade.
Parang napilitan yung Fervid na pumasok. Nice HE. Kalahati yung HP dito ni Tracifer and Yobig. Peeking out from Z. Aray ko, A7J.
Oh, Yobe fully blinded, fully spraying still. D is gonna be dying dito sa baba ng bridge, pero Tracifer will be getting Kellar in return. Tracifer with the ninja shooting his own teammate. Wrong guy. Cetra, nandito sa top A. Still, pero si Elvin, napakaganda ng cover. They thought that they could be slick. They thought that they could push Zetra on top A, but the Rat King is not allowing it, pare. Lons, as much as you are a legend, pare, pero I mean, you are at base. The C4 nandito sa bodega. Might as well na gamitin na lang yung 55 seconds pang usap dito sa Fervid, pare. Kasi, ayun nga, this is looking nigh impossible.
A mini timeout na lang para sa Fervid. Lance buying as much time as possible, staying alive as long as possible. As we stretch out the 44-second timer dito, Virtus.pro again. Complete destruction ng opensa ng Fervid doon. Elvin is just a headache at this point. Probably the most annoying player to play against in the entirety of Southeast Asia. Itong si Elvin, no? Still holding yung dulo ng LA dito in hopes na papasok si Lance dito sa LA from CA or potentially sa spawn nila. At this point, Lance just looking for kills. He will not find anything. It's Virtus.pro who finds the round. 3-1 sneaks in depensa dito. As expected is stellar mula sa Virtus.pro. Early timeout. I like this from Fervid at least.
Yeah,
maganda yung timing nila ng timeout.
Expected early timeout to, no, dito Dandom. Kasi, ayun nga, there's not really any control para dito sa Fervid sa mapa natin. Time and time again, gusto nila kumuha ng CA. Pero, it just seems like VP is finding a way to punish them even without yung kanilang direct contact, pare. The lineups, obviously, HE, everybody was on half by the time na magpipeak na dito yung players ng ating VP squad papunta dito sa mid. And ayun nga, no, Fervid are kind of stuck. Okay nga yung kanilang setup, no. They get to their setups in time, but can they get to their setups with good enough health bars, no, pare? Virtus.pro, I feel like they know what step 1 and step 2 and step 3 is dito sa mapa natin for Fervid. And it seems like they're trying to get the punish around step 2 namin kung saan naka-fully commit na sila dito sa site take, and it is, you know, everybody is lining up, pero bigla na lang kasing may mambabatok sa'yo dito, man, eh.
Exactly. More often than not, it's Elvin. Minsan si Kellar yun sa mid, but at the same time, it's Virtus.pro. It's a big headache para sa Fervid, no? They keep trying to control that CA. Apart from that one round, they haven't been able to successfully do so. And part of the reason why is hindi nila binibigyan ng priority yung LA dito, eh, no? I mean, I feel like they could challenge that a little bit more. Put Lance nakaantabay doon, wait for potential push from Elvin, or just watch yung ilalim ng CA dito. But at the same time, it can't be that straightforward kapag Virtus.pro, eh, no? That's the thing. It's always a quiz. It's always a challenge kung anong gagawin mo laban sa team na to. Especially when they're feeling comfortable like this. Again, we go back to that scenario, no, na hindi necessitated yung pag-pop off ni Zetra or ni Yobib or anyone for that matter. Because it's the setup doing the bidding para sa Virtus.pro.
Yun nga. You know, it's crunch time, no? Nung pinalabas na dito yung sinajam in the background, pare, Fervid. They want that full focus and they need that full focus, pare. Especially up against Virtus.pro na it just kind of feels like it's a puzzle that is shuffling itself again and again, pare. And as soon as you are so close to solving it, no, bigla na lang mag-iiba yung anyo ng ating Virtus.pro defense. And what form are they gonna take today, pare? Or this round rather, it is gonna be Elvin on top A. And tignan mo naman to, men. The attempt of getting mid control. Pero nung nakapasok na sila, men, di nila namalayan si Elvin na andito pa sa CA.
What makes this even more deadly compared sa last map natin, eh, no? Virtus.pro, nag-i-inject na sila ng mini aggressions, eh. Z push mula kay Yobib kanina, Elvin pushing LA. And for Vid, it kind of feels like they're letting Virtus.pro do these things. Kasi kulang sila sa map control in every single round. Heavy B presence para naman sa Virtus.pro sa ngayon. So the CA push might not be too bad of an idea, pero parang nagbago na ng strat ang Fervid, eh.
I think they're trying to spot where Zetra is. dito sa mapa natin, pare. And earlier he was on A, pero nandito na siya sa B. That is the TRT shot rigging, pare. ̍Match will take out ̍Zetra, pero mahirap pa rin kumuha ng LB control, knowing na nandito pa rin si KSA. So Fervid got what they wanted. 4 versus 4. Granted na walan ng ulo dito si Lance, but still it's a sniper for sniper. And not sure if pupulutin to ni KSA anytime soon. I think Yobib is a bit tempted to do so, no? Para may sniper presence pa rin yung mapa natin. But I think if Fervid are gonna go A site, dapat ma-insta-give nila tong si Elvin, pare. The moment he starts playing for life dito, men, doon na sila mahihirapan.
Or if they want to explore mid, kailangan si Yobib yung mahuli nila. The only mid anchor. Yobib down, pwede silang dumiretso sa Ares. So mag-reposition si Yobib ng mas safe dito sa curve.
He's gone back.
And yeah, he's going back and forth dito, Yobib na. A bit of a risky preposition para sa kanya. A7J, I think has been spotted. At yun na nga. Nahuli na naman si Kapitan ̍Match making impact dito sa LB. And that is the B-side push that Fervid looking for. 30 seconds. Pero yung bomba, napalayo ng konti. ̍Match struggling to push. Yobib, Elvin, tatlong kaharap niya. And ̍Match will go down. Ay, the window has disappeared. At least nakapasok ng A-site si MZ.
Yeah, he's gonna have to go push this exit side, no? Hindi siya pwede mag-steady lang dito sa site natin din. Kasi,
oh no!
Ayun na yung sinasabi ko, you're giving VP too much space in the map, MZ. At wala ng oras para umakyat, para i-plant itong C4. Elvin will not even die. And Fervid trying to go red time strategies dito sa mapa natin. Pero Virtus.pro, they have already seen that time and time again. Kasi stilo nila yun eh.
Exactly. Even with the smoke, Fervid, false sense of security. And Virtus.pro, ultimo spam tumatama. Parang may X-ray vision sila dito sa mapang ito. That's the comfort. That is the experience that Virtus.pro has in port. And Yobib for the longest time just holding mid. I told you, Sneaks, it was an important hold para kay Yobib. At sakto, alam niya na may isang lalapit doon, susubok. A7J, Yobib knows.
Wala pang mainit galing dito sa Fervid whatsoever, no? So there isn't really anyone that we can assign to be the catalyst for change para dito sa Fervid squad. And this is what I was worried about, no? Tadum, the start on BL, if it doesn't go really well, if you don't get at least 1 or 2 early rounds, pare, mahihirapan ka talaga dito. And the amount of confidence na meron dito yung VP, look at where KSA is. He's all the way right next to Courtman, and one flash could probably kill anyone that is standing here.
And we've seen these setups mula sa Virtus.pro. We know na meron sila mga ganung lineup. KSA usually doesn't need that. That's the 1, that's the 2, almost! Woo! And that is the second kill for KSA bago siya malaglag. Lance, finally, the trade is there. But at this point, damage done again mula sa Virtus.pro. And A7J, nakuha niya yung CA. Pero yung depensa ng Virtus.pro maganda pa rin. Despite KSA going down, I don't think nag-flash doon yung VP, no? Nag-peek lang talaga yung Fervid kay KSA and he got the double kill.
Uy, pero ̍Zetra. Oh, yoy, what a shot there from Lance.
There you go.
Tamang balikat lang nakita dito from ̍Zetra on the A-side position. Pero A7J, gusto niyang guluhin itong A-site natin. Angle is pretty bad para dito kay Kellar. He's exposed from the long side. Pero A7J naman yung nakatalikod dito now. He can take this exit side. At nakuha ni Lance yung nasa metal box. Elvin could have been the guy ending this entire round para dito sa Fervid. But there is not much time to operate dito sa mapa natin. Yobib not spotted sa CA. Lance looking in the wrong direction. Now looking right. And makukuha na nga ang tira dito kay Yobib. Kellar, the only one left alive. What can the captain do? MZ nasa top A. Spotted, tagged up. Pero nasa na ang reaction dito ni Lance. Crowd speak galing kay Kellar. Almost actually getting MZ. I saw the damage sa HP. Pero buti na lang MZ with the better timing.
And the man to make it happen na naman dito, Sneaky, is Lance. The old reliable sniper ng Fervid. Taking down ̍Zetra. That's the first time na na-challenge ng Fervid yung mid-hold dito ng Virtus.pro. And you can see the impact immediately. Elvin going down in top A. Fervid finding confidence and finding Elvin.
Grabe, 8K pa yung gamit nila, no? Pangkuha dito ng player sa top A.
Exactly.
So, not what was in my bingo card, no? Pag sa mga top 8 takes na nakuha nga natin dito. But that is one way to kinda force yung 2-2 in between yung A at yung B sides nga natin, pare. And now is high time for Fervid to wait kasi usually pag ganito na yung sitwasyon, pare, any other team would try to look for a trade in return. Pero Virtus.pro, what kind of way yung gagawin nila, pare, para makuha nila yung numero ulit?
I'm looking at Yobib and KSA, itong dalawa. Kind of the trigger-happy boys ng Virtus.pro. Not to discredit their firepower or anything like that, no? But usually, when it comes to finding space, finding kills, it's these two you look forward to. Lalo na kapag wala na si Elvin. But they're not gonna peek. As you mentioned, Sneaks, they're just gonna hold by dito sa B site. Hold on for dear life habang nag-iingay yung Fervid. Still in BR. No movement yet, but they do have the luxury of time. 1 minute and 2 para gumalaw ang Fervid.
Pop flash para kay MZ. Papasok ng Z. Bulag na bulag dito si Yobib. Still gets him! And I think si Yobib, he saw the flash at the last second and flicks his mouse down, so he's not that blinded in that position. ㄍMatch finally get the KSA dito sa LB, and ㄍMatch nagmamadali na pumasok dito na B-side, pero Yobib not gonna be swinging that corner anytime soon. Kelar instead looking for the bigger fish na nasa loob na spawn. A7J getting absolutely pelted, pero nandito na yung ibang kasama ng Fervid to try and get Kelar out of his position, and he makes it all the way into Z with 1 HP. Cetra having to be the one that saves it, pero nasobrahan sa quick switch, pare. And A7J will be getting Kelar, and I would say, no, Tito Dadom, this is not a bad half to play into kung kaya yung Fervid. It's a 6-3 at most.
Absolutely. And Fervid, yung ebb and flow nila in that mid-round, is exactly the Fervid playstyle that we're looking for. Virtus.pro cracking off the back of the aggression ni Yobib. Pwede siyang hindi mag-peek sana dun sa Z. No? After getting the crucial kill of the mid player, nag-peek ulit siya dun sa B-site entrance, and he fell down rather after the fact. Virtus.pro getting out mid-rounded by Fervid. That's what we like to see. We have a game in our hands, Ito Sneaks. But you still have to remember, Virtus.pro pa rin ang lamang in this affair. On the GR side, of course. Napa-timeout na si Coach, looking at some big issues. Kasi napupuntirya na dito yung ilan sa mga players ng Virtus.pro. Kanina si Zetra nahuling ni Lance. This time, it was Elvin. And there lies the issue for Virtus.pro. How do they not give the early kill anymore?
Ayun nga. It seems like that's not the objective here, no? Para dito sa Virtus.pro, I feel like they just want to make the most robust defense as possible dito sa side ng mapa nila, and whatever happens na lang, kung may ingay na nangyari sa mid, they're gonna set up for something, maybe a 3-man peak, pero, you know, it feels like Fervid, they're also doing the push-pull dito sa mapa nga natin. They're also successfully finally baiting yung mga players papasok dito. You can also see the confidence kind of rolling back in their way, no? Kasi ayun nga, the 4-man peak on towards LA. It does take a bit of balls to actually call that one, no, pare? Pero yun yung kailangan natin makita galing dito sa Fervid, not gonna lie. I mean, a bit more confidence, a bit more brashness, a bit more aggressiveness galing sa kanila, pare. And especially VP now, yun nga, no, in a weakened state compared sa nakita natin sa mga ibang port maps. Yun nga, no, might be high time for Fervid for some redemption para sa kanila, men.
Exactly. They have found their window for Vid. It is time to make the most out of it and potentially padikitin pa yung score natin going into the second half. As you said, pwede na yung score na 3-6. What would be even better if makapag 4-5 tayo or potentially even 5-4. Round number 7 pa lang naman tayo dito as the timeout stands. We go into round number 8 and Fervid had a chance na maidikit ang score dito sa round na to. Right after the timeout, Fervid, what is the move? Lots of movement, papasok ng B-site, dire-diretso sila dito, Sneaks, and they are not cutting any noise whatsoever. A7J making contact kay Yobib, diretso house B, and Virtus.pro respecting that, not peeking, not a single one. Yobib just holding the angle sa Z, and A7J pushing him, pressuring him. Yobib staying alive for now, and he will be going down, pero si Kelar nakasilip, finding the trade.
Yeah, he's also looking into that Z-hole window, no, pare, just in case that there is a secondary player na gusto pumunta dito. D now taking his brother's place. Kelar has to be careful about his foot. Granted na HK lang yan, pare, pero dire-diretso yung pagkatira niyan, pare, especially in his hands. So, a 4 versus 4. I like this though, galing sa Fervid, men. 5-man take in towards LB at doon na lang lalabas yung default nyo kung if ever makuha nyo nga. And yun nga, no, I feel like the Death Volley kind of style definitely can counter whatever Virtus.pro is doing at the moment, which is sitting and waiting, pare, but also poking and prodding from time to time. Pero Fervid, with a bit of space in the map, pare, they are gonna try to go for an A split. Sige, man. Why not?
Yes. And I think also for Vid na-realize nila yung hesitancy ni Yobib na ibigay yung Z, no? They were right. They pushed him. At the same time, wala din naman siyang pwedeng takbuhan, eh, no? So Yobib making the most out of his scenario, but unfortunately, na-overwhelm siya. Kellar? Oh, yun lang, nahuli si Lance, and that mid push is gone. The LA push is gone as well. Elvin on the double, and it's MC na mag-isa. Kellar mula sa itaas, KSA mula sa exit, and it will just be Kellar natatapos sa round na ito. The push in mid, unsuccessful, at nabulilya. So yung mid round ng Vervid.
Yeah, got absolutely gobsmacked dun ng ating Virtus.pro team, and despite a very good opening galing dito sa Fervid, no, nakuha na nila yung LP control, but it kind of just seems like VP knows the counter to it. And dahil ka nahuli dito si Lance cannot spot where Kellar is on the A side of the map. Napakadali na lang yan para kay Elvin, no? I feel like this is, or not even a feeling, this is one of his favorite spots dito sa ating mapa ng port.
For sure.
And for good reason, para he just knows how to play the timing.
If anything, Elvin, one of the best players, in my opinion, in terms of timing, in terms of when to push, when not to push, when to peek. Yobib back in Z. Hindi niya na talaga papakawalan to in all the GR rounds. As it stands, no, siguradong lamang na ang Virtus.pro going into the second half, but for Vid have a chance to make it a little bit more doable paglipat nila ng GR in this last round of the half. Looking at any changes in setup mula sa Virtus.pro, reserve it yung angles, ha. They're more willing to give up CA this time, and Fervid are gonna make advantage of that.
I feel like i-allow nila yung CA because there's a mid-peak happening. And here's the
Ayun
mid-peak,
na.
pare. Yobib,
Nakita.
Kellar, top down in their position. A7J trying to play distraction as well.
What?
Mid-peak yata to, galing kay Kellar, or he is just gonna allow itong si Yobib to try and see if he can get his way into this one. Hindi na itatapon. MZ setting up the smoke para dito sa bridge cross. And into the spawn, rather. So, let us see. Tracifer, flash into Z. Diretso na lang dito, men. Pero nasak siya dito sa pinto. Massive damage from the Z player. Pero Kellar with the spray. Nakuha na dito si A7J. Tracifer with the USP. Yobib, spotting itong si MZ. Pero top A, hindi pa nasa kamay dito ng Fervid. Oh my God, what an HC! Galing kay D. Tracifer getting Zetra. 2 versus 2. Napaikot na yung mapa, pare. Pero tignan mo nasa nakadrop yung C4.
Yobib nasa CA, pero yung C4 nasa RS dito ng Virtus.pro, and Yobib strikes Lance! Hindi nakatingin sa tamang anggulo, at si KSA doon din ang galing sa hindi alam ni Dracifer. Virtus.pro striking at the right areas. Absolute map control. Kahit na hindi binigay ng Fervid yung Z, they still had control to rotate Yobib papunta ng CA and KSA towards RS. Man, this is absolutely deadly yung GR side dito ng Virtus.pro. Going into the second half, 6-3. Established ang lead ng VP.
Yun nga, no? Virtus.pro now on the BL side of the map. And this is where most innovations did come from dito sa port nga natin. And we are gonna see it on full display up against itong Fervid. I would expect itong Fervid, no, to, yun nga, no, still have that same brashness pagdating nga dito sa GR side natin. You know, constantly fighting for LB, constantly fighting for CA control, at merong laging lumalaban dito sa bid para sa kanila. Kasi pag nabigyan mo talaga itong Virtus.pro ng CA or Z control, only even temporarily, no, pakaramdam ko pa diyan malaking pagkakamali, as that could be a launch pad para sa kanilang, you know, execute or possible fake papunta dito sa A at B. So, I would want to see that classic denial, no, dito sa mapa natin from the side of Fervid na, you know, you're just blocking off opportunities na usually kinukuha nga dito ng Virtus.pro.
Begs the question, how are they gonna get that? Maybe A7J sniper? Maybe a push from Dracifer? Or something along the lines of a mimic ng playstyle ng Virtus.pro kanina. We'll have to wait and see as we set up or rather the second half of the set. Pero si Coach, kita mo naman kanina, no, still very hands-on in every scenario para dito sa Virtus.pro as we head into the game again. Tracifer, LA control para sa Virtus.pro, hindi pa nila nakukuha. And ito yung stark contrast, no, for Vid, putting a lot more priority for CA on their GR side.
Pero Zetra, a little bit of a gap in the smoke. On the left side of bridge though, pero wala pa siya nakikita dito pare. A7J could be the biggest mistake of your entire game. And the one time na gusto nilang i-check kung may tao dito sa bridge or kung may tao dito sa right side ng BR. And he finally gets taken out. The brains of the operation para dito sa Fervid out of commission. And ano nga kaya yung adjustment dito ng Fervid? They are forced to start looking mid. They are forced to start looking para sa trade na to pare. And ito yung gusto ng Virtus.pro.
Exactly. Lito is not having a good day, Sticks.
For sure.
Entire match. Info lang naman yung gusto ni Bossing. But Zetra hits him with a bullet straight to the cranium. Medyo erratic yung movement ng Fervid after losing A7J, which is kind of weird. Expect them to be a little bit more solid sa depensa nila. D, hoping to do just that, pero mag-isa siya sa loob ng B-site eh.
Yeah, 50 seconds. D on the inside of B, pero Elvin still a bit wary, no? Na pwede pang may lumabas dito ng CA since wala pa silang CA control sa start ng round. Pero pabalik na nga yung VP dito sa B site. Yun nga, the one piece of information na nakuha nga nila kanina. A7J also does like to foray B from time to time. And pakiramdam nila alam nila na mag-isa na lang si D dito sa loob ng B. Here comes the flashes, here comes the nades to try and counter kung ano man meron dito. Elvin will be getting Tracer for D. One tap dito kay KSA, pero Yobib rounding the corner. Yobib, nice shot! And that is the trade that they needed para makapasok ng site. Luns on the curve side and will get sprayed down to the box. Yobib going crazy on B. And it's 3 against 1. It's 3 against MZ. And with 38 seconds left on the clock at may impormasyon pa siya, or may impormasyon pa yung VP kung saan siya bang gagaling dito pare. This is looking like a done deal.
It is. That's exactly what it is para sa Virtus.pro. Man, nakita mo ba yung bait na ginawa nila doon? Naghagis sila ng isang granada sa LA, baiting out Dracifer to come out of CA. Siyempre, nakakaantabay ang Virtus.pro to catch him off guard. And that's where it fell apart para sa Fervid. Granted, D got a nice shot, but that is all he wrote. Even with Luns's help doon sa B site, Virtus.pro stretching out the timer and making use of every possible piece of utility dito sa ating round number 10. Bigger lead para sa Virtus.pro. And Fervid, what now?
Yun nga, no D. From the Z side, usually this is where the most highlights come from, especially with the rifle pare. Pero Zetra, he's made it out and he's made it in. Nice shot galing sa kanya and MZ cannot do anything about it. Here's the spray! Galing kay Yobib and instantly 3 fall para sa Fervid, and unfortunately the snowball breaks apart very quickly para dito sa FV. And Tracifer, Lons, the last two left alive. Spotted na nga yung last player sa bridge. I don't even think they even need to plant at this point as they're just gonna finish him off. 8 and 3. And ito yung sinasabi natin, Tadum, the VP BL side, one of the hardest to beat dito sa mapa ng port.
It's ridiculous. It's clean. It's a compound all over again. And I respect D for the attempt, no? Kasi wala din naman siyang ibang option doon apart from try and find an impact before getting swarmed. Kaso, si Zetra yung early contact eh. And that is a scenario that you lose 10 times out of 10. The duel against the VP Sniper. 8-3. And we go back sa isang default ng Virtus.pro na tahimik ang mapa. And another showcase ng mga angulo support dito ng Sniper. Zetra waiting sa BR ng kalaban. A7J. Lalapit ka pa ba? A7J, no.
And yan, it's another case of the waiting game dito sa mapa natin, no, Dadum? And you can really see how slow the approach is para dito sa Virtus.pro in some of these angles, pare. And I feel like they're also kind of thinking na, okay, since sobrang down na dito na Fervid, no, they really don't have much to lose when it comes to this map. So you would expect yung mga more aggressive angles galing dito sa Z or galing dito sa HP. Just like what we saw earlier, no? So crunch time na tayo, pare. This is the first time we've seen tong Fervid kind of displaying their side of the map. And Virtus.pro, opportunity na lang men. Kung makuha nila yung CA or under bridge control, pwede silang kumuha ng B split or pwede silang kumuha ng ating A split as well.
Actually, a safer approach mula sa Fervid, no? I would expect the opposite. Take risks. They put D dito sa RS, and D finds the one. It's effective for now. A7J from BR finally finds his mark. KSA nalaglag. Yung entry ng Virtus.pro hindi gumana. In one of the first few rounds dito sa kanilang BL side, KLR nahuli din ni A7J. Impact kills for the brothers in arms. D and Angelito on the board. At napigilan ng Virtus.pro. Nagkukumahog papasok ng B site, House B. Pinasok na ni Elvin. Pero andito si Lance on the perfect angle. Flash coming out, MZ nagtatago. Lance hindi tumama, Elvin finds a shot. Pero andito si MZ to close off the round for Vid. It worked. D defensive. And A7J fighting back.
Yeah, and I was thinking na that defense would not actually work from the side of Fervid, no? Considering na yun, they don't usually operate well when it comes to yung more passive plays natin. But I feel like it wasn't passive at all. It was actually a trap para sa mga players ng Virtus.pro to kind of lull them into a false sense of security na okay, safe na tong kunin yung bottom side ng bridge and pwede na natin idiretso tong peace site. And unfortunately para dito sa Virtus.pro, that is the wrong guess. Pero fortunately para sa Virtus.pro, they have a 4-point lead. So, they can try anything and everything under the sun at this point, pare, pagdating sa kanilang BL.
2 rounds away from winning, Sneaks. At is the Liberty. Meron dito ang Fervid. Ang Virtus.pro, rather. Tracifer. Throwing out an HE. Uy, still gets the shot onto Elvin. Pero pisuhan siya dito, still. Crucial pick para dito. Sa Fervid, neutralizing the lurk of Virtus.pro. That's a big kill.
Yeah, what is the reaction here? Para sa Virtus.pro, no? Instant take dito sa LB. Tracifer being more aggressive than usual sa CA. That means weak side itong B side natin. And tama yung guess dito ng Virtus.pro. No players on LB whatsoever. And nabibigyan sila na kahit onting space para maglaro dito pare. KLR or anyone on the side of VP. Kung makakuha sila ng pick dito and cause some disruption, this setup could fall apart very quickly. Tignan mo naman kung nasaan nakatingin. Itong si KSA is looking at CA. KLR first kill already. KSA expecting na lalabas dito si Tracifer. And KLR will take out MZ as well. Grabe, just when you thought you had the advantage, the map just flips around on your head.
And even the CA fight na 1v1 ni KSA tsaka ni Dre, nanalo pa rin si KSA. Inakyat niya yung hagdan. How has Virtus.pro done this? Ridiculous round. Lance, laban sa mundo, laban kay Cetra at KSA. Gets the shot, Cetra down. At si KSA kailangan magtago, waiting for KLR, the backup ng kapitan niya. Flash mula kay D to support Lance. Mula sa top A, pero kitang-kita ka dyan, D. Huwag ka nang lalabas. KSA matatimingan. KLR will be taken aback by D. And KSA sasagot tayo sa 1v1. Lance bumaba na. 10 seconds on the timer. KSA kailangan magtanim. Crunch time! And KSA delivers para sa Virtus.pro.
Buti na lang may EBR siya dun sa moment na yun, no? Dadum, because if that was an HK, he would have had a hard time trying to wallbang him out of that position. Pero KSA slipping on by, barely noticed na pagpasok ng kanyang smoke. And Virtus.pro on the precipice of 2-0ing itong Fervid team and giving us evidence na granted lumiit yung gap pare, but the evidence is dito sa mapa natin. It just seems like Virtus.pro, it just got wider. We didn't see it nung spring, but we're seeing it this summer pare.
Yep. Kahit nung Swiss stage wala, pero yung Virtus.pro making it known sa summer na sila pa rin ang hari dito sa Port D. Saying otherwise, triple kill on the hold. Dito sa B site, hindi pa tapos ang laban ng Fervid. Tracifer jumping, killing Elvin. At si D, hindi pa tapos ang kwento niya dito. Laban sa Virtus.pro, nagpapakilala. Laban kay Zetra. Ayun lang. Ayun lang.
I think as soon as you miss the first 2 shots dito kay Zetra, pare, you just dip.
Yeah.
Kasi if it ain't the headshot, man, he's gonna flick his mouse around and somehow get you on that position. Pero Zetra, he'll be trying to separate 3 players from this equation for Vid. Hindi na kailangan mag-push ng paharap dito kasi nasa kanila yung C4. Pero mabibigyan kasi ng oras itong si Zetra na magluto dito sa mapa natin. And if he can somehow find the presence of A7J na nakaupo lang dito sa spawn, this creates another possibility. And this is possibly the second time that Zetra will end the game with his clutch. That precedent, man, is quite tempting para sa kanya, pare.
Look at the util also. May flash, may smoke pa dito sa Zetra. Had plenty of time, pero ngayon 36 seconds na lang. A7J nasa kanan. Wide clear, it's effective. Zetra!
Mag-EBR?
Switch of guns. And it's the bait of switch. FERVID, wala silang naririnig na kahit ano. MZ thinking na magagaling sa House B. Mali ang iniisip niya. And Dracifer will be saving it barely para sa FERVID. Zetra almost winning it all. FERVID staying alive for now, Sneaks.
Yeah, FERVID, kapit patalim lang dito sa mapa natin, but it just so happens that they do have the more favorable side of the map, which is itong GR. Grabe, the margins are getting thinner para sa mga ibang panalo dito, pare, and for sure, medyo na heart attack sila onte dito sa ating last round, knowing what Zetra is capable of. Onti na lang yun, actually an inch off from his double spray. Pero, top A, nades, holy nades, 3 nades flying papunta dito ng top A, pare. FERVID sensing danger dito sa A side, pero alam ba nila na may nakadaan dito sa may ladder side. Dracifer doing the checking, but he checks the wrong thing. Bodega yung inuna niya. Yobib, mga aning na lang dito, pare. Look at Virtus.pro. They know that they can kind of use Yobib as the bait dito sa side, but is he even a bait if he keeps killing everyone? Dito sa mapa natin, Yobib! Even with the preemptive disrespect dito kay Lons, Zetra will be getting MZ, and D, a lost kid on port, and he just goes down. Virtus.pro with an absolute dominant series and also a statement to the rest of the league. Ayun nga, men, everybody doubted Virtus.pro in that last season, but the experimentation tapos na, men. This is the real deal.
And it's nobody else to make the final play. Yobib, the prince, is back. This is a beautiful showing mula sa Virtus.pro. Nakita mo ba yung pagpanalo ni Don Sneaky? They won the map the most Virtus.pro way possible. Triple lineup ng flashes dun sa top A para lang maipasok si Yobib. Absolutely wreak havoc. At siya yung distraction dapat. But then siya yung naging one-man army sa loob ng A site. Sneaks, hindi alam ng FERVID anong gagawin. And my God, they look lost this entire series. No disrespect to FERVID, pero ganyan ang what I like to call the Virtus.pro effect.
Yeah, and the Virtus.pro effect indeed. Yun nga, no, yung BL side, minention na natin sa simula pa lang ng ating game, no, na that will be a point of contention para dito sa Virtus.pro kasi hindi sila kagaya ng mga ibang teams dito sa liga natin where they do crumble pagdating dito sa PL. They have a whole game plan for that specific side of the map at kagana yan up against FERVID. FERVID granted though, no, maganda na yung kanilang adjustments na, you know, actively kinukuha nila dito yung LB pero actively kinukuha nila dito yung CA, but at the same time, Virtus.pro is also actively adjusting para sa mga adjustments nga dito ng FERVID, and that is really tough for A7J especially, no, na yun nga, you have to play that unpredictable style and at the same time you also don't know what to expect pag papasok na kayo dito sa mga sites natin. Virtus.pro, yun nga, no, multiple setups dito sa mapa natin. You can see Zetra has played both sides and mid. So, gamit na gamit itong si Zetra, no, dito sa mapa ng port, and I feel like that kinda goes for the rest of the team as well. You can see Elvin dito sa A earlier, and then now he goes B, now he goes mid. You really don't know what to do at that moment, pare.
Exactly. Creativity and ingenuity at full display para dito sa Virtus.pro, showing us na sila pa rin ang top dogs dito sa port. Ano ba ang masasabi ng panelists natin dyan, Bipolar and Salvatore? Take it away.
Maraming salamat, Sneaky Frog, pati na rin dito kay Dedom. What a matchup that was. That was a treat for lahat para sa atin. It was a treat for all of us because it was port and as well as new compound, no, kakaibang map dito. Plus we saw port para sa ating dalawang teams na very dominant dito, pero what else is there to say kung bagay lang talaga dito ang Virtus.pro nila up against FERVID.
Well, you know, it's a huge difference from what we saw from Virtus.pro. Kung siguro Master Spring lang to, baka umabot pa tayo ng Eagle Eye, no? But Nonetheless, this is Virtus.pro definitely rejuvenated, renowned, and rekindled themselves now as one of the top teams dito sa tournament na to, no? With only having a tough loss dito sa execration. They're still yet to face Team Stallions, pero tinanggal na nila lahat ng posibleng harang sa pwede pang dumagdag sa pagkatalo nga nila, no? Which is definitely Fervid. And by God, the Golden Boy is now back in his throne. Welcome, Yobib, sa pagbabalik mo nga dito into the fragging department. Marami kang na-miss out talaga ng mga tao, no? Hinahanap ka na ng mga kaalyado mo. Tulad na lang din dito nila KSA, nila Cetra, and even someone like no? And now Yobib is already back into that sitting once again, no? Bipolar and Virtus.pro did really utilize itong si Yobib, no? Not just only as a backup player, but he clearly is roaming around the map, taking space, throwing smokes para talaga mapaganda at mapalago ng Virtus.pro yung lahat ng plays lang talaga nila, ano. And like I said, this is a refined Virtus.pro, and even the identity na binubuo nila is very much impressive. This is Fervid that had to start in a side that was really tough, no? Considering na kailangan nga nilang pagbutihin yung kailangan nilang pagbutihin yung pag-a-atake nga nila. They did get a good enough rounds, pero nung lumipat naman sila, parang ganun pa rin, no? They still struggled, at ganun nga talaga ang kinalabasan nito, no? Bipolar. It was Virtus.pro just all over the map, duel after duel na ipapanalo ng VP.
Yun ang parang naging all-arounder din talaga dito si Yobib, and that is why he had 16 kills, 9 deaths, and 3 headshots. 93% second highest shot na in the server, 14 the kills and 9 deaths naman dito si Kellar, no? The IGL. It feels like he'll be the one that he'll be interviewing later on, no? Pero big ups din dito kay Cetra. Talagang there were some insane shots na talagang kahit si Fervid, kahit si Lance, wala siya magawa sa mga ganitong kind of engagements. But it needed dito sa Fervid na mag-step up si Dracifer, our second caller for the squad, na mag-step up, pero wala talagang you saw it clearly, no? GSI pa lang dito ng Virtus.pro, nasa-shoutout agad nila si A7J, pati na rin tong si Lance, pati si MZ dito from sheer wallbangs. Bago pa makapag-execute, bago pa makasetup dito for Vid, ubus na agad sila ng isa or dalawa, at naging mahirap yun kasi BL side is pretty tough, and right now VP just claiming a 2-0 win. What an impressive series we have. Pero syempre, let's give it up, let's give some applause dito sa ating MVP for the set. It's gonna be Kellar with a 1.56 KD, a kill per round that is insane, and of course, a rating na almost 100 na rin.
Well, definitely well played para dito kay KLR, no? Hindi niya nakakalimutan talaga yung kanyang role and his ability to spread out. Ito nga ginagawa talaga ng Virtus.pro, no? Not just on a IGL perspective, but also to a player na paminsan-minsan din nagbumuka ng ang attacker, no? KLR is definitely delivering the ranks up against Fervid, no? And we definitely saw yung effort naman talaga ng Fervid to actually double pick each and every member dito ng Virtus.pro, but little to no avail talaga, no? Multiple clutches, no? Multiple presences ng Virtus.pro sa loob nga ng port is definitely too much for Fervid to handle. At nakita naman natin yung success rate ng Virtus.pro. Pag nakuha nila yung man advantage, it's a guaranteed round.
Yeah, it's a guaranteed 100%. It's a guaranteed win para dito sa Virtus.pro. Pero yun na nga, a total of 10-3 and as well as 10-5. So 88 rounds para dito sa Fervid. Meanwhile, 20 ang nag-garner dito ng ating Virtus.pro. You know what? Akala ko nga talaga makakapuntos pa dito Fervid, pero sabi ng Virtus.pro, tapos ng hibernation. Right now, let's look at our series MVP or match MVP for the entire 2 sets. I feel like we know kung sino nga to, no? It's none other than Kellar, the IGL, the man himself. Pero tignan mo naman yung rating dito ni Kellar. Lahat yan sobrang solid.
Man, he finished the series with a flat 2.08 KD, pre. That says a lot. Ganyan siya ka-effective, ganyan siya kung malala pumatay, no? To average a 2.08 KD just means na, man, high kill game talaga para dito kay Kellar. Take a look at the highlights sa loob ng new compound and inside of port. Nothing short of impressive para dito kay Kellar, no? And he really knows how to play beyond his role, no? Hindi lang siya nagtatawag, hindi niya lang mina-micromanage kung saan pupwesto si Yobib, saan pupwesto si KSA. He knows the timings ng mga kalaban nga nila, no? And this is mastery at its finest talaga, Bipolar. At inabsolute na talaga ni Kellar na he is indeed, if not one of the best IGLs dito sa tournament na to.
I feel like two-match MVPs, two-set MVPs, pati na rin entire series MVP is gonna be cementing him in that spot comfortably, no? Kellar, alam natin yan. Kahit sa anong pang mapa ilagay mo si Kellar, he will be fragging together with Cetra and as well as Yobib, no? So talagang he is hunting everybody down and everybody is a target and something to check out at ma-headshot or mabarag dito gamit yung kanyang mga baril. But yeah, 2-0 Salvatore. Alam mo, in-expect mo ba na possible maging 2-0 to? Kasi parang Virtus.pro, they're here to make a statement and I feel like the statement is to dominate as well.
Highly expected, hindi ko nga rin iniisip, no? Baka di lang talaga ako nag-iisip at the time nung hiningan ako ng predictions dito, no? Ba't nga ba 2-1 yung nilagay ko? Kasi nga from the recent performances ng FERVID, sa pinakita ng Virtus.pro ng mga nakaraan nga nilang laban, parang naglolokohan na lang talaga tayo dito, no? Parang dapat ata lahat ng laban ng Virtus.pro, iti-0 na nga natin, kasabay ng Team Stallions. Ganun talaga, no? Like Virtus.pro is just at that level right now, bipolar.
Yun na nga, Virtus.pro at their top tier performance at ngayon makakasama natin ang top tier IGL ngayon sa Masters. It's none other than Virtus.pro's finest, Kellar, on the interview desk. Kellar,
hello guys! Hello.
Congratulations sa inyo, brother. What a performance mula sa inyo.
Thank you. Chamba?
Solid, no? Naman tayo, boss. Chamba, akala ko iba ka sa mga na-interview namin kanina, no? Pero bipolar, simulan ko na sa pagtatanong dito, no? Kellar, nung Master Spring, meron kang sinabi na tumatak sa mga tao na parang hanggang ngayon ata binibring up pa. Quote on quote, sabi mo, pag ikaw nag-top rank, ibig sabihin noobs ang kalaban, FERVID yung kalaban nyo. Isa sa mga nire-respeto talaga dito sa ligang to. Ngayon ba, binabawi mo ba yun o feeling mo parang ganun pa rin naman talaga? No? Parang ibang FERVID ba yung nakita mo?
Wala ganun pa rin yun Yung ibig ko sabihin dun nagkataon, gumana ako sa kanila, anong gagawin natin? Ibig sabihin, yun lang yun. Yun na yun.
Simple lang, no? Talagang kung ano yung isipin nyo, yun na lang. Basta gumagana.
Hindi, marami kasing dumarating na na alam mo na yung sabi-sabi, yung sino-sino, rivalry daw yung FERVID. Sa nakita ko, parang di naman.
Dali, sakit dun sa puso, no? Salvi, grabe yun.
Sakit dito, no? Ang sakit dito, bipolar.
Dito tama, Dito tama. Sa Jogular. Alam mo, Kellar, amazing, mula sa'yo, isa ka sa mga top IGLs natin dito and I would like to ask you a little bit of questions pero specifically for Virtus.pro. Kasi Virtus.pro is looking better than ever, mapa-port man yan, mapa-Ankara, mapa-Eagle Eye, parang walang butas, walang kahit anumang pagkakamali. And nakausap nga namin si 02 beforehand na parang VP wants to be the standard and since parang wala naman kailangan baguhin pa or parang lahat na palyadong talagang goods na goods, what's there left na kailangan pang baguhin dito ng Virtus.pro? Kasi you're already looking pretty good. I feel like meron pa kayong hinahabol.
Siguro baguhin namin yung yung baguhin namin. So nakikita ko ngayon parang wala na nga rin kagaya ng nakikita nyo, pero sa akin marami pa talagang dapat baguhin. Dahil minsan dami ko pang sa laro na yun, dami ko pang di nakokol na maayos. Kakataon lang nasasalo kami nung maayos na comms namin.
So individually, no, Kellar, parang yun na lang siguro yung kailangan pa natin i-polish, no? Salvi?
So, solid, no, KLR. Actually, ito yung isa sa mga pinakamaangas na performances ng Virtus.pro, no? Kasunod lang din ito yung ginawa nyo kahapon sa Attras. Pero hindi rin din tumagal, nakaranas din kayo ng malubang pagkatalo mula sa Execration. Pero less on that, ano bang natutunan natin doon sa series nyo with Execration at paano to nakatulong para durugin nyo talaga yung mga naging kalaban nyo?
Siguro nagkaroon kami ng wake-up call doon sa Execration. Ganyan lang siguro nung dahilan nila nung doon sa MATTJESS, gutom sila. Noong time na yun, nasa amin yun, nung kalaban namin sila.
May silver lining pa rin talaga ang mga pagkatalo dito. No? Follow-up question na lang din dito kay LR. Di rin tatagal, mga ilang tulog na lang din, makakalaban nyo na ang Team Stallions. And tulad lang din ninyo, nakaranas nga din sila ng isang malaking hadlang sa pagkatalo din ng Execration. Nung nakita nyo ba yun, KLR, parang tumataas na nga ba yung kumpiyansa ni Virtus.pro matalo ang Team Stallions dito sa group stage? O tingin nyo parang medyo mahihirapan pa rin ba kayo?
Tingin ko pa rin, parehas kami mahihirapan. Kasi parehas kami bibigyan namin ng magandang laban yung isa't isa. Kumbaga, para sa inyo rin, sa mga viewers, sa caster, sa lahat.
Okay. Alam mo, Kylar, may isa pa akong tanong, no, connecting with that, malapit na labanan nyo with STS. Hindi naman kasi, alam ko naman, sa vision ng Virtus.pro, lahat dito kalaban, walang top 1, kayo yung top 1, right? Is it possible na parang, dama na ba ni KLR that the trophy will be theirs this time around?
Oh, ito na nga, oh. Nakatabi ko na nga yung trophy.
Ay, ayan!
Dito na!
Ayan na pali!
Ba't pa tayo nagsistream kung pwede naman palang ipakita na lang ni KLR yung trophy, no? But KLR, again, congratulations, brother. Match MVP plus a win here up against Fervid Esports. Anyone that you wanna shout out? Oras na para pasalamatan ang kailangan pasalamatan.
Maraming salamat nga pala sa mga sa mga fans tsaka sa mga basher. Maraming salamat sa inyo. Shoutout nga po pala sa manager namin kay Pilali at sa CEO namin si Virtus.pro. Thank you po sa pagsuporta sa amin. Ganon din sa asawa ko, tsaka sa asawa ng mga team ko, mga magulang nila. Maraming salamat po sa suporta nyo. Sa girlfriend ko pala, advance happy birthday. Ikaw yung pinakamahal kong problema.
Yun. Tapos naman dun. Grabe.
Ito pa pala, yung coach ko. Coach,
go!
Shoutout sa'yo. Mabuhay kang hanggat gusto mo.
Yun. Sabihin, matagal pa nating makikita si 02. Siguro habang buhay pa natin makikita si 02 dahil sa bati na yun, bipolar.
Nako po, nakaka-excite na yung mga susunod pang journey dito na ating Virtus.pro. Feeling ko, dadahid na naman yan dun sa may Mega Mall, tapos kakain na naman sila ng Shake Shack kasi dinedemand ni KLR. So again, congratulations KLR sa mga panalo nyo ngayong araw. Hopefully tuloy-tuloy na to. So thank you, brother. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, brother.
Yun ang Salvatore, what an interview actually. Ang dami nating nag-garner doon mula kay Keller, no? Parang hindi may aangas pa rin na nanggagaling dito sa Virtus.pro, pero parang ako lang ba, pero dama ko yung parang handa na sila sa kahit anumang bakbakan na ilalahad dito sa harap nila eh.
Tapos yun, bipolar, no? Magiging fruitful nga talaga lahat ng interviews natin basta si KLR yung sasagot niyan eh. No? Kita mo nga naman, meron tayong nakitang KLR na okay, ito nga pala yung evil side niya, tapos sinabi niya, pareho naman silang mahihirapan laban sa Team Stallions kasi pareho na nga sila ng level ngayon. So yun yung inaabangan talaga natin, no? That last match of the group stage. And definitely, sa dalawang forma ng Stallions at ng Virtus.pro, parang magiging dikdikan nga talaga to.
Yeah, tsaka magiging masarap ang labanan na yun, Salvatore. So you better watch out for that even more. Pero ngayon, meron na tayong updated standings para makita ano nga ba ang pagkatapos ng araw na to after 6 teams did fight all throughout. Looking at it, mayroon tumaas, mayroon bumaba, pero Virtus.pro claims the #1 spot.
And followed by Team Stallions, pero wala pa naman tayo dun sa pinnacle talaga ng mga matches natin eh, no? Mayroon pang 3 matches dito ang Virtus.pro, ang Comeback Friends, dalawa na nga lang acceptance. Tinan mo, isa na nga lang yung match nga nila, no? And that's definitely a must win. Tignan mo naman ang binaba ng Fervid dito, my goodness, pre. 1 slot outside of the playoff bracket at parang mainit na yung upuan dun ng acceptance eh, no? Kita mo nga naman, Fervid with that head-to-head to acceptance. Dahil nga natalo sila, Fervid now needs to win 3 consecutive matches in a row and acceptance to lose at least 1 doon sa magiging huling laban nga nila para mag-qualify ang Fervid at ang matches ma-secure din nila ang spot nga nila. And ayoko sabihin na medyo alanganin na acceptance pero parang gano'n na nga eh. Kasi papaalala ko lang ang huling match na acceptance, Team Stallions.
Yeah, yun na nga nakahirap, no, Salvatore. Itong mga players natin for match and Fervid and as well as acceptance, talaga mahirap ng labanan nila going all throughout. Pero we do see them getting hopeful by the day. Pero tomorrow's schedule is here right now in front of your faces. Unang labanan natin will be veteran executive TARINGBABI as well as STS. At sa pinakadulo, isa na namang harang para dito sa Fervid. Can they win up against Attras with the hope of JK?
Alalaman nga natin eh, no? MC versus JK, huling pagtapat nga nito was during Swiss pa at nakuha ng Fervid ang solidong panalo doon. Pero with the form of Fervid right now at sa pinakitang panalo ng Attras kanina, baka pwede na nga maging multo na nga siya ng nakaraan para sa Attras at mabago na nga ang present time here for Attras Esports. But nonetheless, no, our Rosea brothers will be in action for tomorrow and I couldn't even be more excited para dito sa TARINGBABI at Veteran. No? TARINGBABI had an amazing day today and what more pa kaya sa Veteran after that series with Attras, man. What a successful day that we have right now, bipolar, lahat ng matches solido.
Yeah, solid na solid. Alam mo, maraming sugatan at maraming nagre-recover pa lang dito sa ating mga labanan with these 6 teams, no? Pero bukas panibagong 6 na teams maglalaban-laban. So, better watch out kasi it's gonna be an interesting action, especially with the Rosé teams getting up into their levels. Pero Salvatore, bago ko i-throw off ito para makapagpahinga ng ating mga katauhan dito sa Crossfire, any people that you would like to thank?
Maraming salamat sa aking family and as well as to our community na walang sawang sumusuporta para sa larangan ng CFSC. Shoutout nga pala dito sa Flow na Clan and as well as to Auxilium Clothing, ang sponsor ng aking damit nga ngayon, and as well to Sunday Shrooms, Boss J-Bice. Maraming salamat sa pagsuporta and as well as to our production. No? Maraming salamat. Napakasolid nga naman ng mga game observers natin kanina and it was a very smooth day para sa ating mga talents. No? So yun lang naman sa akin guys. Kita-kits bukas kasi napakasolid nga ng mga laban. Kaya gugustuhin ko, nakasama ko kayo na makikita lahat ng kaguluhan.
Ayun na nga, Salvatore. Bukas magsasama-sama ulit tayo. But of course, gusto ko rin pasalamatan dito si Drones coming in from Veteran. He is very much, happy with their performance despite them having a little bit of a loss. Big shoutout to Sir Alex coming in from Smaget and as well as kay Sir Mark. It's also a big shoutout na rin kay Boss Devil, no, na nakikihalubilo pa rin kahit na he is just live streaming right now. And kapatid rin kay Ate Jonah, since I did just remember, nag-live pa rin naman siya ngayon. But everyone right now out there sa buong Crossfire community natin, keep the fire burning kasi nakikita nyo naman that everyone is improving and it's time para dominahin na natin ang buong worldwide region. Hindi lang to Pilipinas, oras na para umangatay lahat-lahat. Again, coming in for the panel desk, ako po si Byport together with Salvatore. Big shoutouts din dito sa ating TNC Pro and TNC Group. We love you so much. And sa ating mga ops, thank you very much. See you next time.
Hindi ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakapultukan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And he gets the trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get 1 and also 2 huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLB.
Let's